la vida loca. Living la vida loca.
Greetings, various denizens of the internet, and welcome to the winners' finals of the Arena Open SR Division, brought to you by Community Gaming, the all-in-one platform to host a tournament. Gio, what a tournament it has been.
Oh boy, it has been a funky one. Immediately out of the gates with a pun. I'm sorry, I can't handle it. I'm excited. I'm energized. I'm all over the place because it's been a great tournament, and it's going to be even better today because we're going to start off with a banger in the winners final. And we're going to be all on the line today. We're going to get to the grand finals later. It's going to be awesome. And Mr. Monk, I cannot wait.
I can't wait either. Today we have Everfrost, a team that has not dropped a single map to date versus C9H13N Adderall. I apologize if that's supposed to be something in Leet speak. I simply cannot read it. Who
it means amphetamine.
I believe are the tied highest SR team in the tournament, tied with, of course, Ethereal Alpha, who they have beaten 2-0 in their previous round. You see, numbered by 24 there. And I'm just really excited to see, the team that has not dropped a single map versus the highest SR team currently still standing in the tournament.
Yeah, it's gonna be a clash of the Titans for sure, both with, very strong standings. And it's an interesting matchup because it's, a team from Everfrost, a very, well-known org in the community, against a no-org affiliated team in Adderall, who we spoke to Termbar yesterday in the interview, and they actually had quite a wholesome reason for wanting to win, because they want to take their team to Insomnia, the gaming festival that's here in the UK. But obviously, their players are around Europe, so if they win that money's going to go towards the travel expenses of getting everyone to Insomnia. So that's actually a really wholesome reason for trying to win, and it just shows, this money will go to something. Very nice.
Yes, of course. And by being in this game, the teams have also guaranteed themselves, at the very least, $15. I know, a grand prize indeed. But if they win, they've guaranteed themselves 5 more in the form of 20 smackaroos. I don't know why I called them smackaroos, but smackaroos indeed.
Well, that's what they are. They're smackaroos. It's what they are from now on to eternity. You cannot say anything else other than smackaroos.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
Yes, of course. And
the dollar is dead. Long live the smackaroo.
Long live the smackaroo. Now, we could also have a look at the loser bracket, where we're not going to start in yet, but we will see some action in. And off-screen, there's a little bit of a story that I do want to quickly touch on because we won't be watching it, and it is a battle of the org. It's a battle of Ethereal Alpha, the top team in Ethereal, versus the previous top team in Ethereal and Untitled. It's going to be an interesting clash, and basically, it's all for the chips there in Ethereal.
Yep, it's definitely going to be a bit of a revenge match, I think, for, Ethereal Untitled, who have their, status as a top team in Ethereal knocked off a little bit by Ethereal Alpha. But that is definitely not to be sniffed at, because Ethereal Alpha is their first time in an Arena 51 tournament. But Ethereal Untitled we've actually seen before in our farewell tournament. They took 3rd place. They lost against the bracket winner Dundee in the losers finals. So they're familiar with this sort of tournament. They're familiar with the losers bracket. It should be, an interesting game to not watch.
Yeah. And you might remember Everfrost from Farewell. It was a different team, same org, but they were the team that actually played with the Overwatch League player from LA Gladiator, Shaz, you might recall. And unfortunately, they didn't make it far, but who they were kicked out by was Dundee, who, as we all know, went the distance. So definitely a very improvement oriented org, and most of their team, I've rarely seen a team of theirs do poorly and not show up. So it'll be an interesting clash here in the first match for sure.
Imagine being an ex like Overwatch League professional player and losing in some, tier 3 tournament to a team called
Hey.
Dundee.
Hey, Farewell raised a 1,800.
We raised a lot of money,
That
yes.
was a lot of.
A
That was a lot of
charity tournament.
smackaroos.
A lot of smackaroos, indeed.
Oh, good stuff. Right, we will be starting in just about 5 minutes. The teams, of course. It's early in EU. This is a really early starting tournament. Well, I say really. It's an hour earlier than average, but EU people, slowly slumbering about. Like, I really gotta get up in the afternoon. But hey, we'll get there. Not to insult an entire continent that I'm a part of, but hey ho. What can we talk about then in this 5 minutes? What about the compositions that we saw yesterday?
Oh yes, the various and numerous compositions, all of which had a Sojourn.
Well,
I didn't catch quite all of the games yesterday, but I'd be willing to lay a few smackaroos on the Sojourn being a bit of a constant staple pick for pretty much every single team. I mean, if you're not running a Sojourn, you're just at an immediate disadvantage compared to, literally everybody else around you, because you don't have that instant one-shot potential from any range that you can charge in, like, I don't know, by doing less than 200 damage, I think it is, to a player.
Yeah, the no movement penalty one-shot railgun that just absolutely goes through you, and of course, when you ult, it pierces, so there's even the chance that you just accidentally hit someone behind that person. It's a pretty strong hero, people have found. If you go to Overwatch, go on to ranked leaderboard, click top 100, you will see a nice little pattern. It's a big line of Sojourn being the number one hero that they're all playing. And that's what we saw in basically the meta here. Apart from, some mismatch games where people thought, hey, we're very good, we can maybe not play Sojourn for a bit.
I wonder how that went.
Well, they played Cassidy and it still went well for them.
Oh, that's nice.
But it was a bit of a mismatch in terms of the SRs. So
I see. Yeah, the sort of, ranked experience that you have is definitely a key factor. And I mean, I think basically every single member of Everfrost EOS, I could be wrong here, but yes, every single one that we have notes on has peaked somewhere in top 500. Actually, they've peaked somewhere in top 400. They've completely skipped the first 100. They're all the way in that real upper echelon. Pepjin peaking rank 39 as DPS this season. So definitely one to watch. And we definitely saw them as well yesterday, just absolutely popping off.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the higher ranked you are, the more you will see these players just absolutely killing it. Pepjin, of course, the highest peak. Then you actually have very close peak from both sides. You've got one support in Tekuno on Everfrost EOS who peaked 48, and the Kuriko player on Adderall Voxy who peaked 49 on support. So just one position off. You can imagine that it's this season, so they would have been battling right next to each other and not knowing that they would have been in a tournament with each other. So it's really interesting because, of course, at that level, there's so few players that you probably just get used to bumping into people. It becomes like a neighborhood of pain.
Yes, I've heard that playing in those upper echelons of SR, the 4Ks, or well, nowadays it's GM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But in the old days, in the good old days where the GMs could actually climb higher than 5 ranks, you know, going up, you know, that 100 SR was like climbing a whole rank. You had to learn like a whole new set of skills in order to just scrape out a little bit more SR on a consistent basis to be able to get you to that sort of level. So maybe the 200 SR difference in these teams will play a factor.
Yeah, I mean, when we've casted like a big variety of SRs, right? And one thing that's prevalent is the higher you get in SR, in average SR between the teams, the more just even 100 SR of a difference means, right? It becomes more important when things are like a little offsetted. Now, the peaks on Everfrost EOS, I'm kind of surprised aren't like bringing this equal. I don't know. I obviously I'm not a part of the signups. I'm just a lowly little caster looking at the information we have. But with the peaks that Everfrost EOS have and Adderall have, I'm surprised that Adderall is the SR lead here, because the peaks on Everfrost EOS are on average higher from what I'm looking at. So interesting. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, maybe they're counting Screm SR in there a little bit, so maybe, you know, Adderalls and so on. And maybe a tiny, just a tad inflated. Screams, don't give me that look. Maybe just a twinge of inflation there, but you know, such is par for the course, and who's to say that Everfrost hasn't, you know, had that exact same thing happen to them as well.
Yeah, Scrim SR, of course. I mean, obviously it's hard to inflate your Scrim SR at the higher level. Obviously it's people who are like, wait, we're a plat team that plays 3.1, let's do Masters, and they just skip Diamond, and no one's scrimming Diamond. Scrim Diamond, please. I'm not that good to scrim higher, but I'm not bad enough to be scrimming low Diamond. I need a mid Diamond. That's all.
Yeah.
That's
I feel your pain. I've had so many times where a team has advertised like, oh yeah, we're definitely 3-3, and then that like half of their roster is just like, you know, 3-7 or something. You're just like, wait, what? How'd that happen?
Yeah.
How did it deflate?
Yeah, I scrimmed against 2 DPS recently. Well, we knew it was going in, so it wasn't like a shocker, but Swift from the community and Kev on DPS, and they were pretty good, and that was hard to go against as our second scrim. Third scrim, and with a tryout, it was a little difficult, but hey ho, you need to get some VOD reviews, right?
Yeah. It's a good test of mental as well, you know. You can, especially when you're trying somebody out, you know, if they just completely crumble and just go, what the fuck? It's not okay. Pardon my French, my half French.
Well, pardon my Portuguese, but we're going to Esperanza.
Yes, we are going to Esperanza. We're going to be seeing unconventional starting comp there from Overfrost, but I think they were just picking randomly just to throw us casters off. And of course, we have home and away there. Not quite sure how that's not
my
been
favorite show.
My favorite show, yes. The top tier teams of this tournament. Home, of course, Everfrost EOS, and away being Adderall. You can go A for away, A for Adderall, and you know, Everfrost is the frost color, it's blue. Oh, we're getting it now. There we are. Logos are in. Lovely jubbly.
So yesterday we saw Terran Bar play the Hog, and I quote, for a joke, and it worked out. This time, looks like they are going to be playing the hero that they're more comfortable with, I imagine, which of course plays into that Banana Rush. We've seen it a lot. Overwatch League is what mainly played it. Obviously, on the other side, adapting onto the more Roadhog comp, which is kind of, it can counter the Banana Rush, but you do need to play it very well to do so. Very pick-orientated going into it, but of course, Sojourn on both sides those are going to be the deadly indicators of what this match might just look like.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Tracer pick as well. Obviously, with the lack of stuns on the side of Adderall, the Tracer does have quite a bit of free range, but that tiny little health pool is liable to be burst down at any given moment. We will see Pepjin trying to set up a little bit here. We see, you know, Turnbar dropping a little bit. He still has his jump. He can get out whenever he likes, but he does drop relatively low. The hook, first of all, coming out onto Strain, but it is Sorrow, actually, who finds that first railgun headshot onto Tom X's Lucio, followed swiftly by a kill onto Strain.
Yeah, and this is exactly what this composition will look like when it's played well. It's very pick-oriented, and things will just crumble away. Voxy with an exit pick and getting a little bit of a stall. Yes, Everfrost looking very quick on that, and Pepjin themselves so very quick on the ult percentage there, almost to the pulse bomb, and that could surprise Adderall, who now have met the Roadhog. They're now on the Roadhog comp.
Yes, Turnbar swapping over to maybe a hero they're not quite as comfortable on, but definitely one that mirrors Everfrost's comp here. And you see both Hogs just poking themselves out, just really trying to get some early damage in. Contest is gonna try and come through, but Turnbar getting stuck there, having to use the take a breather early, and of course that is the thing that takes them out in the end. Sonder with that railgun charge, looking for an early pick. Strain with that Wraith form, trying to get out of there as soon as possible, but the progression is still there for Everfrost, and they managed to cap the first one.
Yeah, the butt scratch comes in. That's going to be a huge thing here because they'll get those early spawns. Both get to the rush coming.
Yeah, I don't think Adderall have quite realized that the cap has come through. I don't know why they'd be investing ults otherwise, but no matter. They are still trying to keep this fight going, and the beat has been invested for Everfrost as well as the whole hog onto Strain, taking them out. Sonder using that overclock, not quite finding what they wanted. Pepjin taking them out there with a melee kill. Turnbar 1 HP gets taken out very, very swiftly by Ziff.
Oh wait, it wasn't.
What?
It was not. Okay, well,
Right.
hey-ho. I guess I got debated by the game.
So did I.
Either way, Adderall now still looking pretty good. Like you say, they did use some ultimates, but they do have the beat. That's a big hook, and here comes an overflow.
Oh, that's a lovely hook, but that doesn't cancel the whole hog, unfortunately, due to the new fact that it's actually a channeled ultimate instead of a you know, a sort of regular type, and that pick will be all Adderall needs to try and get the bot on their side, and Sonder and Strain cleaning up there.
Yeah, nice clean, which means you still hold on to the Blossom, and that's going to be very key in this next fight coming up. Although Takuno is a little bit ahead on the Kitsune Rush game, and that's just a bigger impact ultimate because everyone gets that buff. Most importantly, the Roadhogs, who become just as deadly as the Reapers inside of it.
Yeah, I definitely think that Ziff will be having to look for the hook onto Strain's death blockers, but that's only if they can, you know, get some kind of space. Turnbar's doing an excellent job of holding this area out. Having to use the take a breather, getting away there just a little bit. The Reaper has been spotted out, and Everfrost will start to re-engage here. Not quite finding a hook just yet. The kiting from Adderall is very, very nice. The hook comes in onto Turnbar, the take a breather from both sides. Sonder, actually, the first person to take somebody out, finding that headshot onto Zorro with that lovely, lovely primary fire. Kitsune Rush now coming out from both sides. The disruptor shot not quite finding too much damage, not too much zoning, unfortunately. Sonder once again with the kills onto Nelio, and another one onto Takuno. Strain cleaning up there, and Adderall able to get more progression with this push barricade.
Yeah, it was off screen, but Screen also used the Blossom, not to a very high effect, unfortunately for them. So now they won't have that moving forward. Very close to butt scratch. I think Pepjin will touch, but both Roadhogs do have the whole hog. That'll be an interesting factor going forward, but they do in fact get the butt scratch. Not enough time to group up there. Sonder though with this overclock, that could be the deadly ult here in the next fight.
Oh, that's a lovely hook, but the protection Susie was just too quick. The whole hog having to be used in order to finish off Ziff. They managed to do so with that overclock there, used by Sonder, looking for more. Finds Nelio very nicely, and that will be enough, I think, for Adderall to start taking the lead.
Yeah, they've brought it back now, just heading over that checkpoint area and getting the lead now. Everfrost EOS, they have this beat and overclock coming up. Tomex with a beat of their own, which could save from the overclock, but it is going to be tough. You might want to hold that in for the Kitsune Rush. Pepsin also with that pulse.
Zoro, though, with that really early pick onto Sonda, that's absolutely huge for them. Pepjin as well, with that Pulse Bomb, taking out Tomex, and with the Pulse Pistols, taking out Turnbar there. It's a 3k there for Pepjin. Very nicely done, taking out Scrain at the end.
Yes, we don't talk about the fact that Tracer is currently bugged, but Tracer is currently bugged and is a little bit buffed because of it. But, you know, hey-ho. Here we go. Reaper still does a lot of damage and Scrain almost at the Blossom. Ivoxy is behind on the Kitsune Rush though, and that's going to be a big indicator in this next fight that Kitsune Rush going to come out early from EOS, but beat is ready from Tomex.
Yeah, Adderall dropping very, very early, but they've dropped into a Kitsune Rush on the side of Everfrost, and it's just enough for Ziff to get that hook and take out Scrain early in the fight, getting a second one with that cooldown reduction onto Turnbar. A third hook from Ziff onto Sonda. Perfectly balanced hero. I have no idea what you mean.
Yeah, Roadhog is meta for a few reasons. One of the main reasons being Kiriko is meta, and Kiriko can just enable that Roadhog so much. And right now, Zeph is showing them to be a very, very deadly player on the Roadhog, getting those early picks a lot of the time in those fights.
Okay, the Kitsune Rush as well coming out from Ivoxy, as well as the beats from Tomex. It's enough to take out Ziff's Scrain with that cheeky little kill onto Zoro on the off angle. It will be, I think, Takuno unfortunately getting a little staggered out there. But they have a lot of ground to make up. Well, not actually that much, but there is enough time for Everfrost to take a fight.
Yeah, and Everfrost, of course, have the forward spawn, so the fight is going to occur very shortly. Scrain needs to get a good Blossom off, no beat to help from it, but of course Seth could nullify it with a whole hog or a hook here, so it's all about the support that this Blossom gets from the Kiriko, from that protection Suzu in particular.
Yeah, we can see Ziff now looking for a cheeky hook, but they get cheeky hooked themselves, having to use that take a breather nice and early, but it is Zoro actually with that railgun, finding Ivoxy first and foremost. Scrain with the Death Blossom taking out Ziff there, so Everfrost are without their tank. The Pulse Bomb just about goes awry. They do get taken out, unfortunately, there by Turnbar. Nelio with a little bit of a stagger onto Sonda, but it's not going to be enough, I'm afraid, for Everfrost to turn this fight.
Yeah, Everfrost EOS didn't get quite what they wanted there. I think Zev kind of overextended trying to contest the bot, but either way, they are going to play this smart. Our Adderall, they know that they don't have the numbers, need to back up, get their players back because they didn't have that early spawn with that previous fight. Sonder with this overclock before Zoro, that could really control things, especially with this high ground. So Sonder, absolutely the one to watch out for in this fight.
Yeah, to be honest, this kind of kiting play is what I adore about the push game mode. That's a lovely hook there from Turnbar. Gets punished for it, unfortunately, but Sonder with that overclock forces all the members of Everfrost to go behind cover. That's a lovely Kitsune Rush, actually, from Takuno, creating tons of space for Everfrost to just roam around in. They've forced Scrain into that room, and they will get taken out by Pipchin as they're trying to teleport away. Sonder, very, very low HP, trying to get out. They do manage to get healed up as well by Ivoxy and Tomex in the background. They're just running away now, trying to, you know, seed ground, get a regroup, and maybe get another fight going. Everfrost now with the forward sports.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush really... Oh, that could have been huge, but actually gets out of it. Now Ziff with the whole hog doesn't have the rush to go with it. Ivoxy though, but the rush of their own. Nello really needs to build this meat to nullify it.
Oh! The focus fire onto Turnbar. They didn't even know what hit him. Zoro with two now with that overclock. Almost a third. Pepchin taking out Sonder on the way there. Scrain low HP on the payload, trying to keep themselves alive. The beat used purely to try and save Scrain, but it's not enough, unfortunately. And Everfrost now with the push advantage.
Yes, and now it's do or die. Final fight territory right now. Adderall are really against the wall and need to come up big here if they want to make it back in the series.
Yeah, that's another lovely hook, and the focus fire once again from Everfrost is on point. Adderall's main tank there taken out. The Sojourn on the flank, the whiff goes awry. Unfortunately, the hook goes awry. The fight's still going on. Turnbar having to go onto the Wrecking Ball, but Sonder's just been taken out. Tomex on the Lucio, trying to keep this point alive for a little bit longer. The Death Blossom coming out, unfortunately not finding anything somehow. It basically face tanked the whole thing. Well, they face tanked a couple of shotgun pellets now. Scrain being taken out there. Zoro with 2, as well as Pepjin following up onto Turnbar, and that will be Everfrost EOS taking map 1.
Yeah, Everfrost EOS looking very keen with the Roadhog comp, Zymph themselves, sorry. Just looking so keen with that hook, getting a lot of value. Here's a little play though from Takuno here on the Kuriko. Let's watch what this was. I believe not a Kitsune Rush actually, just healing and damage being done.
Yeah, just a little bit of healing. A little bit of healing, a little bit of damage. Cheeky headshot at the end, you know. Definitely, definitely one of the play of the games of all time.
Yeah, definitely a game that occurred.
Yep, Everfrost EOS continuing their unbeaten streak, not dropping that map to Adderall. And by the way, they were at a disadvantage there. They just about managed to get some, you know, late progression on that bot. They got stopped just beforehand. And I reckon maybe, you know, if Adderall had that beat and didn't use it to try and keep that one person alive, maybe they could have, you know, made a stand.
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up. But, you know, when people are being eliminated so quickly, it is a very quick elimination, and that's what the composition's all about. It's built around those quick snap, shock, horror, you're gone, bye-bye, pop and lock it. What am I saying? Pop and lock it. It's a dance competition, folks.
Stop, pop, and lock.
Stop, pop, and
20
lock.
smackaroos. Come up with all sorts of nonsense this stream. So stick around!
Yeah, stick around.
We'll get to hear
Plenty
more nonsense.
Yeah, plenty more nonsense to go around, but yeah, you saw that when you're putting your opponent in a position where they're playing the comp that's meta but not their comp, and they need to adapt to you, you're already in an advantage, right? And that is what happened there. Everfrost US came out on the Roadhog, Adderaldo came out on Banana Rush, and they were pushed onto the Hog, so they're being pushed onto their this composition that they're not as comfortable with as Banana Rush because Everfrost are playing so well with the Roadhogs. So it's already a tough situation to be in if you are Adderall. Of course, we've only been on this patch for a week now, so they've only had about a week to test it out. Wait, is that true, or has it been days?
It's been 3 days.
It's been 3 days. It's not even been a week. That's how long this weekend's been for me.
Yeah.
Funky. But no, it's been 3 days. So less than a week. So that's not a lot of time to prep, you know. Of course, we knew about what the changes would be, so technically you could say that they had longer. But hey ho, hey ho. Timber on Orisa. Curious choice. It's not a Banana Rush. It's a Horse Rush, I guess. Horseradish. It could be interesting to try and deal with the Roadhog. You do need to play very quickly with the Orisa so that the other team doesn't just walk around you and kill everyone around you and then get you.
Yeah, I think definitely the Orisa is one of the heroes that we have been seeing to try and counter that Roadhog. Takuno trying to find something early, get some good scouting information. I would like to point out that Everfrost does have an Ana at the moment, so I'd love to see how that plays out. Adderall, of course, taking this train nice and early. The anti coming through, that is why you play the Ana. Turnbar falling very, very low. If they did not have the Fortify, they would be dead. Zoro getting that body shot. Turnbar very, very low HP, just about staying alive. Well, not for long, as Zoro takes them out with that lovely primary fire that is oh so balanced. They have the charged railgun headshot now. Let's see if they go for it. Unfortunately not, but speaking of headshots, Evoxy in the background taking out Pepjin there with a nice little kunai. But I think Adderall will be trying to retreat as they do not have their tank quite yet. Well, I say that. The railgun. Sonder, I'm just cursing everyone today. Sonder with lovely headshots onto Zoro will give Adderall so much space.
Yeah, that was a huge shot there, giving an opportunity now for Adderall to get it. There will be a retouch available here, and Karma very close to that nano boost, which is an non-meta choice.
That's a lovely anti and just a lovely play there. The pile drive from Turnbar knocking away the Roadhog. Of course, it doesn't matter because they do manage to find the kill anyway onto Ziff. And the ball using the large hitbox to try and body block them in, trying to get a lovely, you know, wall bounce there, I think it's called. But Scrain with the Death Blossom says, enough of that nonsense, let's take out 2. And Evoxy with those headshots! Yeah, a little bit of a tactical crouch. I think they might have earned that. I'm not quite sure if that's against our terms of service. We'll have to take a look at that. But Evoxy, yeah, with those 2 headshots, I say you've earned yourself a little bit of a tactical crouch.
I don't think it's against any rules. It's definitely an ego choice and might just be poking the bear, though, as they're going to be retaking this high ground and have this Kitsune rush. Evoxy, though, can match with their own.
Yeah, more poking the fox, I think, but Takuno is the first to fall. But Zorro, again with the headshot. These games are just the Sojourn, so as far as I'm concerned, Turnbar with that mind, managing to take out Pepjin as well. Scrain with the headshot onto Zorro. It will be Adderall continuing their march on the payload.
Yeah, despite the fact that Takuno was the one that used Kitsune Rush, they were the first one to get taken out. But that exit pick onto Scrain is going to immediately allow them to retouch here. And they do have the nano if needed, but they probably don't need it.
Well, they use it anyway as Ziff walks forward, zones out the entire backline of Adderall. And that's just enough to allow the members of Everfrost to focus down Turnbar and take them out.
Here in the Big Apple, things are definitely heating up, but Turnbar has moved on to the Roadhog. Again, we saw that happen on Esperanza. Now, again, on the hero that they're not too comfortable with, Sonder with this overclock is going to be a big deadly indicator of this next fight. That's a huge hook.
That's a lovely hook. Forces to take a breather nice and early, and now Everfrost can just push onto them and take them out, as shown. You know, Scrain getting a little forced out there, having to use the Wraith form to get away. The Sojourn has the railgun, does not quite find the headshot. The anti as well, not quite able to be followed up upon by Everfrost.
Yes, and now on the back foot again. Very hard to take control of this high ground. Everfrost, they're coming close to a lot of their win conditions, quite mainly the Kitsune Rush and Nano. Big long rotation coming out here. Scrain almost with the Blossom. Ivoxy a little bit ahead for the Kitsune Rush, but Sonder still with the overclock.
Yeah, Turnbar's going to be looking for a hook to try and pull somebody into this small room. They find Ziff. The take a breather is forced as well, and now they can all go on him. The Death Blossom comes out. It finds 2 nice and early. The overclock as well from Sonder, a little bit overkill, but it will be Zorro who finds that body shot onto Scrain, taking a lovely off angle here. Tomex trying to force out the backline there. They force them into the, I think, 3rd attacker's spawn. I'm quite sure. Both Kitsune Rushes coming out from either side. Turnbar, that's just rude. Going all the way in with that whole hog. Sonder taking out Takuno as well, but the point is still contested. Ziff managing to find Sonder. The whole hog coming out, not cancelled there with the hook. Once again, taking out Turnbar. The nano coming through the hook.
Oh my lord.
Tomex as well. Everfrost managing to hold on.
Judge, jury, executioner, the whole hog and nothing but the hog. Ziff really being a key player there yet again for their team, really holding the line. Everfrost, EOS in a very good position, 90 seconds to go. They have this overclock, and because they're starting on the high ground, it's going to get a lot more natural value. Here it comes.
As you were saying, Zorro immediately takes out Evoxy on that Kiriko, and Ziff managing to find Turnbar as well, who was just caught out of position there. I mean, that's just a free fight win for Everfrost because Zorro is able to hold down this angle. Look, you see, Adderall just can't push into their sights.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to get onto this high ground when your opponents are just raining hell upon you. Pepjin with this Blossom, Tomex though can nullify it with the beat. That's probably what you'll see. Tomex needs to play a little bit more carefully so they're not caught out by the Blossom, but here comes the rotation onto the high ground here.
Yeah, the disruptor shot trying to get a little bit of early damage in there. The hook going a little bit wide. Turnbar not quite managing to find the value that he wants. Pepjin as well with this Death Blossom. We're probably going to see them try and go around the side. Well, I say go around the side. It's going to be Adderall going around the side, but it will be Takuno finding the first pick onto Ivoxy. The Death Blossom coming out onto the anti. It finds Tomex, and Oh, Turnbar's just not having a good game, is he?
Yeah, it's tough when you're forced into a hero that you're not particularly comfortable with. Now, 15 seconds to go. Is there a touch? They're playing very aggressively on the defense, so it's possibly a no. Tomek still had the beat, didn't use it. So that's a big tough thing if you're going to end this match without using the beat. That's a little rough.
Yeah, that's very, very rough. Tomek's holding on to that beat, but unfortunately not able to use it. A fight-winning ultimate just kind of sitting there. You know, we had a game like that yesterday where, you know, one guy was holding onto his blade for the entire game just so that the other team could not use beat. I believe it was House Vikings against
this one's for
Nyam. I'm in love with that name so much.
Yeah, this one's for Crumble. Absolutely. Apparently,
Yes.
he's memeing me for saying that word a lot. No, I'm going to be self-conscious. Thank you, Crumble. Go to bed. Yes, back to the downtown here, and on this defense, Adderall are thinking, okay, we really got to hold it here because they did not make it through that tunnel, at least not far enough through the tunnel to really get to that third point. So you're thinking, okay, we can try and full hold on first, and that has happened a lot of the time. It is very possible to get caught up in your attack here and get full held, especially if the attackers are with a good setup. But again, like we say, the story of Turnbar being on a hero they're not as comfortable with compared to Ziff, who clearly is very comfortable on the Roadhog, and again, not with the Lucio from EOS, but the Ana. And I'm starting to think if they're playing the Ana, maybe Banana Rush would have been a good comp, because you can rush the Ana, but that's just Fury Craft.
Yeah, it's just theory crafting, unfortunately. They can't hear you. Zoro falling very, very low to a cheeky headshot there by Voxy. Not enough to take them out, but that's going to be enough to take out Takuno. Sonder with that lovely, perfectly balanced railgun, taking out Takuno with a body shot and, frankly, ending the fight before it even begins.
Absolutely. Oh, Turnbar on the hunt. This is dangerous.
All the way in, Ziff forced to use that take a breather, but I think it will be Turnbar taken out first. This is disastrous for Adderall. I think Takuno's probably back by now. This is enough for them to mount an offense. The hook coming out onto Tomex, and it's a huge pick. Sonder, though, trying to claw this back with that headshot onto Zoro, but they will be being forced out by an Ana, of all people. Petchin going all the way forward, gets taken out yet again with that headshot from Sonder. My word, they are giving up point progression, but what a way to do it by taking out two people. They're trying to find the Ana as well, and they do it! What a shot there from Sonder! The focus now coming out onto Ziff, who just uses take a breather. Scrain finishing it off. One tick for 3 headshots. I'd say that's a fair trade.
Indubitably. Yeah. Very nicely played the patience of the defense, giving a tech, knowing that if they had contested that point, it would have been very chaotic and wouldn't really have worked out for them, so they got that retouch. They're still in it to win it. Nano now available here, probably going to be going to Pepjin or Ziff. Either one, very deadly choice. Ivoxy, though, has the rush for Takuno.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush comes in. Ziff can't quite find anything with the hook, so they result to the whole hog, and it finds 2, 3, in fact. Zoro as well, finding a headshot in the background there, trying to finish off the Soja, and they've managed to do so. Sonder finally silenced as Everfrost take first point of Midtown.
It's Ziff's world, and we're just living in it, baby. Absolutely dominant here on the little pork chop boy. I don't know why I said that. Zoro has got the overclock to match Sonder, but where Sonder going to have the positional advantage, being on the defense there. Throwing out a hook, going to miss it there. But of course, Takuno going to have their own
that
right.
Positional advantage just shining through there with that headshot onto Zoro. Adderall with that Lucio able to push forward, take all of this space that Everfrost have just vacated.
Yeah, very keen choice here, but the rush comes out.
Yeah, the rush comes out as well as the overclock there from Sonda trying to find something, but they don't manage to. The hook actually getting cancelled out there by the protection Suzu. The second hook, unfortunately, not so lucky. Takuno with that headshot onto Zonda, and Ziff taking out Tomek, securing this fight for Everfrost. They're pushing up now, trying to stop the next defense before it starts.
Yeah, EOS in a very good position right now. It's do or die for Adderall. They need to get this touch ball. They do have the beat, but if they use it aggressively, they can't really nullify this nano that's ready from Karma.
Yeah, the beat coming in. They have used the beat aggressively. The overclock, though, coming in from Zoro. Turnbar with the first pick with that whole hog. Scrain does have the death blossom here. Let's see what they can do with it. Zoro with that drop shot managed to take out Sonda as well. The nano going on to the Reaper. The death blossom coming out. It f***ins Turnbar. Finds Scrain, who tried to use the death blossom of his own, but didn't quite manage to. And that will be Midtown going the way of Everfrost EOS.
Oh, brother, that was a very good matchup there on Midtown. This is a finals, right? So it's best of 3?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's now a reverse sweep situation if Adderall wants to be, you know, sorry, best of. I meant first to 3. I meant first to 3, but I said best of 3. It's the best of 5. But I meant the same thing, right? I meant well.
Same difference.
Yes,
I would
which
say.
does mean there's a 0 up there. There's a 2 there. Reverse sweep is going to have to be what happens if Adderall want to get from here to the grand finals. Now, of course, even if they lose this bout, they have at least secured themselves third place, which is some money. And then, if they beat whoever it is in the losers final, it will be second place, and that's a little bit more money. And you know what? Money makes the world go round, but Overwatch reverses it. At least it does in my world, because sometimes the devs are interesting with the choices.
Very, very interesting devs we have here today. And of course, Everfrost continuing their unbeaten
Oh, the
streak.
devs are here today.
Oh, there are devs here today.
Oh, are they?
Oh, no.
They're watching.
Quick, cut the feed.
Cut the feed. Don't let them see.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Of course, the money being counted in smackaroos, as we all know.
Of course, yeah.
Yes.
It is the prime currency, you know. In 100 years, everything is going to be in smackaroos. Speaking of smackaroonies, we're going to Aussie land, as it will be Junkertown, the choice of Team Adderall there, and it's home of Roadhog, right? So, will we see a lore-friendly composition from Adderall again, or will they just say, you know what, screw it, we're going to play what we know and just go on the banana rush? Because at a certain point, right, you just do it, right? If you've practiced banana rush, I know Adderall haven't been a team for too long, they're kind of a newer team, but at a certain point, you just have to play what you know, play those compositions that you've practiced, and just get a schmoove on.
Yeah, I mean, there is a comp that you have not quite mentioned. It is the, you know, Sigma double sniper, the, you know, hullabaloo that we sometimes see on these more open sight-lined maps. And the Sigma definitely, I will say, works into the hog if you can reactively block those hooks with that shield, and we will see Turnbar preemptively picking the Sigma. So maybe this is a comp that Adderall, you know, in particular, have, you know, some decent experience on and could maybe upset Everfrost with.
Yes, double shield is, you know, categorically the Overwatch fanbase's favorite composition to play. Of course, every time the double shield was there, everyone was just loving Overwatch, and it would be great to see some more of it in the way of one shield. One shield is plenty.
The second shield, of course, being Brigitte's shield.
Oh yes, as TikTok says, tank support. So
yes, the tank support, of course.
Yes, the tank support.
The tankiest of the supports, because they have a melee weapon, and like, every tank in the game has a melee weapon, obviously.
Yeah, Sonder on Widow actually, which against the soldier does have, well, actually no, it doesn't have the range because the railgun shot doesn't have. In fact, yeah, the soldier's really OP, isn't she?
It has the pacing advantage, you know. You can get a quicker headshot. Sojourn has to charge up her railgun shot. Of course, they're looking for that early headshot as well. Zoro, the key person to be taken out there for the side of Adderall. They're trying to get something going here. Sojourn already having that railgun charge. They're trying to force them out already. Their initial headshot actually going out onto Ziff. And Sonder, like we were saying, getting that really lovely angle onto Zoro and opening up the fight for Adderall in the process.
Yeah, right on the money, right there. Pepjin forced out also. And that's going to leave Everfrost EOS on the back foot in this fight as well as I talked about Pepjin, but Ziff yet again being the equalizer.
Yeah, Scrain not quite comfortable, as comfortable on the Sojourn, I will say. Considering we've seen them on the Reaper, mostly it will be Ziff, though, trying to find something else here to keep this fight going in the favor of maybe Everfrost. They do whiff the hook, unfortunately for them, but the rock comes out, and they are 15 HP before managing to get that take a breather. Zoro on the flank, taking out Scrain as well. It will be Everfrost with the advantage in this current fight. Zoro with that off angle, trying to find something else. They have the charge, and Foxy just did not see it coming, apparently. Pepjin as well with that headshot onto Sonder, securing this fight, and probably this defense for Everfrost EOS, at least for now.
Yeah, Zoro and Ivoxy were just kind of standing next to each other, shooting in, and then all of a sudden, Zoro realized, just turned around and just executed their teammate there. Well, not their teammate, but their friend. Very sad. Oh, now it's a Widow drill by Pepjin and Sonder. Be curious to see what goes on here. Of course, Sonder with the advantage to walls, which is going to come out now.
Yeah, if you stop the Widow from being able to peek you, just get absolute free range, and they're using it to try and chunk down this Roadhog here, who has been discorded, but also nano boosted. Ziff trying to find something as well here. They do have to use the hook early on, but that Gravitic grasp, kinetic grasp, sorry, not able to cancel out the Roadhog Whole Hog. Unfortunately, though, Sonder with that headshot onto Karma, opening things up, but Zoro with that railgun onto Tomex. Now Everfrost have the sights advantage, and Pepjin takes advantage of it by taking out Ivory there. Scrain with that railgun, killing Zoro, but not quite swinging the fight.
No pep talk required. Absolutely slick with it on the Widowmaker. Adderall, though, they do have their rush against EOS, who do not currently have their rush. And that's a big indicator, but again,
that's a big hook! That's just about enough, I think, for Everfrost to be able to push forward, because yet again, they've managed to land these early picks so consistently. And it's really just like a war of picks. If you find the first pick, you probably won the fight. If they find the first pick, you probably got to run away. And in that spirit, the Flux comes out, but it does not quite find anyone, even though I would say, you know, for my eyes, Zonda was in line of sight, but unfortunately, Pepjin on the flank, taking out two, almost a third, having to use that SMG to finish off Evoxy there, taking the high ground on top of the water cooler, postulating, I think, about whether or not Everfrost are going to be able to push it any, are going to defend any further.
Yeah, swing and a miss there from the Flux. Now, it is that final fight territory. Any Widow picks here would be huge. Timber onto the ball now. But lots of ultimates ready from both sides. Adderall, though, they have both of their support ults here, so that could be the key thing going in to be able to nullify those aggressive ults and the overclock and the nano.
That's a huge pick once again coming out from the DPS of Everfrost. The overclock as well, taking out Takuno. No Kiriko's in this fight, but Adderall are the only ones to have used their Kitsune Rush. They don't manage to find anything from it, unfortunately, but Foxy with their headshot taking out Pepjin, and Sonder somehow with that Venom Mime taking out Zoro. Adderall do have the personal advantage in this fight, but Ziff has to use that take a breather, and the whole hop comes out. They'll be able to zone them off the point if they're not too careful, and that's exactly what they do. The point contested now by the lone Widowmaker, who gets hooked gets meleeed out. Unfortunately, not killed. Well, I say that as they get antied and shot in the face by Ziff. The ball staying alive for a little bit longer. Evoxy now on the Lucio trying to stall out for just the slightest bit longer, but it will not be enough as Everfrost hold all the way before first point. What a strong showing.
All the cards are in the hands of the players of EOS here, and it's a big road back if Adderall want to not only reverse sweep this entire series, but win Junkertown. They cannot let it get past that little choke there between the buildings or even the corner. It is going to be really tough to do that as well. So to get away with it, it's no short of a miracle required, and we're not quite at the holidays yet. The miracles, they're maybe in a bit of a short supply here for Adderall, who are currently thinking about bringing out the Orisa, and it's because, again, Turnbar, not really the Roadhog player, I believe, mentioned playing Orisa a lot yesterday, so Orisa could be the clutch factor. It could be just playing what you know is going to get the job done. Skrain, though, on a very, very, very curious pick for Junkertown. May.
Yes, the May, who has had her wall patched as of late, so definitely something for the character. I believe that Adderall are actually going to try and do a spawn hold here and just close off any sightlines for Everfrost EOS nice and early, but Turnbar gets hooked out, has to use the Fortify nice and early, but it is Ziff having to use that take a breather. The wall getting broken, they push them back into their spawn, and Zonda in the background taking out Karma with that cheeky headshot.
This is a curious play, but you know what? In desperate times, call for desperate measures, and Zeph has been forced onto Zarya. That's what you want to see. You want to force them onto those heroes that they're not as comfortable with.
Oh, go on, Pepjin manages to take out Zonda right then and there, giving Everfrost just a smite of an advantage, taking out Voxy as well on the Ana. That javelin all the way into the air, not enough to secure the kill. Skrain, the last one to fall, but Everfrost now with some space to work with, going over onto that double flex support comp that we've seen now, and Adderall are on the back foot here.
Yes, it's a very keen adaptation from EOS, who were forced onto comp. They're not, you know, they've not been playing here, but again, it's worked out. They've realized what they need to do, and they've adapted, and adaptation is the biggest factor in tournament play, in Overwatch particularly. Karma losing some health close to that nano, though, and Zoro, though.
Zoro and Pepjin, the stars of the roster at the moment, finding these early picks so consistently. In fact, Zoro's feeling lucky enough that he goes in all the way into the backline, and the Grav is there to help him out. I mean, 2 minutes and 20 seconds-ish for Adderall to mount a defense. Pepjin going all the way into Adderall's spawn, managing to find Sonda as well. The Tracer trying to keep this point alive, but it's just not enough as Everfrost, with an absolute curb stomp, managed to knock Adderall into the losers bracket.
It's beginning to look a lot like they'll win this tournament. Pepjin, again, swapped from the Tracer onto the Widow, but absolutely did not disappoint through the blue. I didn't even see the hit. This player, oh my.
You can't do that to people! How do you do that to people? What?
That's
what?
That's a Widow. That's a Widow player for you. Outstanding stuff from EOS, who I'm kind of shocked. I was expecting a back and forth here between these teams, but I guess EOS are just showing up today with an absolute fury and have secured themselves that grand finals spot, and we will be seeing at the end of today's broadcast. But now for Adderall, they've been sent to the losers bracket. They're not out of it yet. They're still in it, but they are going to be in the losers final. And we have a little bit of an interview from one of the Everfrost EOS players, as we will be having Pepjin coming in, that Widowmaker player that we saw.
Yep.
which, you know, got so much value with that Widowmaker. And you just love to see him. You don't see Widowmaker too much these days, but I don't know, there's something about Widowmaker gameplay. It's just, it's different. It makes it more like, I don't know. I'm an FPS player. Like I come from I guess I have a Call of Duty background, so my snipers were quick scoping back in the day. But in the likes of Battlefield or any other like longer, bigger map FPSs, the snipers, I always like the patience of sniper gameplay. It's something that's different from the rest of the gunplay in FPS.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit of a fan of the snipers myself. In fact, I play flex DPS, but I have a mean Widow in my back pocket. Obviously not quite as mean as the absolute scenes that Pepjin just pulled on Junkertown just then. Having a few technical issues at the moment. We will be going to interview shortly, but oh my word, it makes you wonder why he was ever on Sojourn to begin with. If his Widow's just that good, why don't you just play that all the time? Oh wait, Sojourn.
Well,
Oh,
Pepjin was, you know, on the Tracer there, on Junkertown. I think to obviously create, you know, the off angle and try and get some resources out. But once they realized that the opposing team was playing double sniper and having Sojourn and Widow, they were like, okay, we'll raise you a Pepjin Widow, and just absolutely dominated the fact. Yeah, we're having some tech issues at the moment, but we will get that interview in your ears soon enough. I'm sorry, it's a slow start for me today, folks. Okay, I keep saying absolutely, and what was the other word I kept saying? I keep saying indicator. I've never said indicator before. I don't know why I keep saying indicator.
It's alright, I'm perpetually calling things cheeky.
Well, that's fun. That is fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's not an omen of things to come, and I just become a caster that says indicator, indicator, indicator. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've definitely had my fair share of absolutelys in my time.
Yes. Well, come hell or high water, this interview will happen. I doff decree it. As much as a caster can decree anything. Ooh, tab!
Incognito!
Tab!
Prod searching things that they probably shouldn't be searching.
No. Yeah, well, hopefully, nothing was caught there that shouldn't have been caught. Hopefully, Dan is a stand-up fellow, and I'm not gonna go there. Yes, but yes, either way, these teams, Everfrost has secured himself at least second place, and that is a decent moolah. That's a decent moolah. Speaking of moolah, it's the money man himself, Pepjin. How are you feeling after that one?
Good evening. Well, I'm quite happy with my performance. That's one thing.
You could say that for sure.
I'm also quite happy about my team's performance. We did great. Remained calm, did as we practiced, and well, we won. It's great.
Nice stuff.
Yeah.
Funky definitely had a very big reaction to the play of the game there. I didn't even see the head that you hit. So that was a crazy play there. I take it Widow was that a back pocket pick there, or was that something you'd prepped for?
No, that one was just something we didn't even prep for. What I noticed, so basically we played Hog Comp, but I kept swapping characters according to what I thought was going to work best. So I ran out on Tracer, Reaper, and then, Widow on the last one. Basically to notice that Adderall, they played out of position against the Reaper, which led me to get a lot of value on it, which helped a lot. So we kind of abused that. And then, pretty much the same thing on Widowmaker.
Yeah.
So we did great.
Yeah, that's the sort of stuff you have to have in mind when you're playing in a tournament. You know, when money's on the line, you got to be very observant. So that's good to hear. Funky, any questions?
Yes. we all know that hit scan players, you know, I'm assuming you're a hit scan player because who else clicks heads like that? We all know hit scan players have some kind of warm up, aim training routine. Do you have one in particular that you like?
Well, funnily enough, I am technically the flex DPS. Our hit scan is Zoro.
We are the same. We are of the same kind. I'm also a flex DPS that for some reason can play Widow.
Yeah,
You say you're
fair
of
enough.
the same kind, but Funky, someone is about 1,000 SR above you.
I'm way lower. I'm like, you know, I am gutter tier compared to the absolute monstrosities that you commit.
Yeah,
As for warm up, I really like the good old trusty 1v1s. I've done that since GOAT. My role was unplayable, so I pretty much logged on Overwatch and played 1v1s for like 2 to 3 hours a day. And that was it.
Wow.
And that's how I got good.
The village and origin backstory.
Yeah, pretty much. So I still, for warm up, just hop on the 1v1.
Fair enough. I mean, it's definitely worked out for you. I mean, you are the highest peak in this lobby in terms of the top 500 placement.
Techno kinda is peak 32
Oh,
instead of me being 39. Gotta give him a shout out. So
okay. Well, yeah, shout out there. That must have happened after putting in the peak. So you know,
I'm not quite
shows
sure.
the improvement.
Yeah, we have downloaded the peaked 48 this season, but we'll have to update that. What was that? 30, 32? That's madness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Awesome.
you guys, when I say you guys, your team now has, I think, 2 hours now, waiting period. What are you guys going to be doing with those 2 hours? Are you going to be watching a stream, seeing what the teams are like, or are you going to be just hitting the 1v1s?
Probably a mixture of both. I can see one of our teammates going to get a nap as well, because they were like up till 7, so I don't know. Who knows? Pretty sure we'll all be chilling.
You know what? I feel that myself. I was actually up quite late watching a pay-per-view. But hey, you know, that is what it is. But thank you for joining us, Pepjin. We will see you in the grand finals. Good luck with the big dub. We will see how well you do later on.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm my head out.
See you around.
See you later.
Good luck.
GG's Adderall.
Yeah, GG's in the chat for sure. Yeah, Funky Mug, a very strong showing there from Everfrost US, kind of shaking up the atmosphere that I was expecting to see here at the start. But now we have a little look at what went on in the losers bracket. So we can sort of see who we're going to be seeing. Of course, next up is one of the loser bracket games, L13. So when the bracket comes up, it is 13 that we're looking at to see who has won. And of course, the battle for Ethereal. I want to see who won.
It's TBD.
Oh, okay.
They're both TBD. They have not started yet. They no, they would have started.
Well, they
Sorry,
have
I'm getting my
started.
time zones mixed up.
Yeah, they have started, but I guess, you know. We'll see. We will see.
We will
but
see.
Either way, it's one of those two of those 4 teams that we'll be seeing next. So I guess pretty much, you know, we'll be back after, you know, a quick short break. But again, I want to thank Community Gaming, our sponsor of the prize pool. It's the all-in one place to host your tournaments, and it's absolutely incredible that they're helping us out here, making this first arena of Overwatch 2 so special for the community, for the teams, and everyone involved in production. So thank you to our sponsors very much, but we will catch you in just a brief 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere, folks. Shatter ready. We've seen some magical things happen before.
It is huge. It's already coming out with 6-man Shatter. I mean, the MTV has been secured, quite frankly.
Even more value, the double kill onto Big Boss and Gingy and the remix kill onto Jewel Fan.
What is happening?
I did not expect to see this.
Oh my god, you're dancing to the music! You can't even hear the music!
I live on M&S Food Lane.
Not sponsored by M&S, by the way.
Yeah, although I do love their canapes, but you know, yeah.
Oh, that was the most English you've ever seen.
Hey,
oh, but I do love
they have these little burgers and this little like buckets of I don't know, it's yummy.
Buckets of
Englishman
burgers.
in the chat, Stan M&S. Way too expensive.
Again, we are not sponsored.
We are sponsored.
And nothing.
A51 brought to you by
No,
M&S
we aren't, Grumble.
Sorry, A51 actually brought to you by.
Oh, I'm
Johnny
very
Scrims.
concerned. No.
Wait, I'll get. Now
Doggo.
Pass.
Doggo scratching.
Doggo can.
So, what did you think of that exchange there between Palpunto and Acer?
Carson and chat, we got some oig and crumb. A51 is does not condone anything I've ever said. Here's my hopefully that will focus. There we go. Look at that. Oh wait, it says crumble there. Joe, I have a question. Do you think I should show chat my? This isn't going to be Crumble's docs box, okay? Don't worry.
If you dox yourself again, I am not liable to anything that happens.
Should I show them what I've been drinking out of for the past hour or so without them knowing? I feel like there might be some.
Sure.
I feel like it's funny. I feel like.
Okay, all right. Now, can you confirm that that is in fact sparkling water?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
From
it's
Scotland!
from Scotland!
Yeah.
Let's go!
I'll take a swig for the boys.
Yeah, that was decent actually. You're getting better at that.
Thanks, father.
Oig's your dad. So yes, I can now introduce my co-caster, the color caster, Oig. Thank you for joining me today. Oh, well, you're welcome, Gio. Play-by-play caster, Gio. So we're looking at now a control map.
Stop.
Hello and welcome back, folks, to the Arena Open SR Division, brought to you by Community Gaming, the all-in-one place to host your tournaments. My name's Gio, I'm continuing to cast for you today, but look who I'm joined by now. I'm joined by Heller. How are you doing?
It's great to be back on the stream. I was blessed with a slot yesterday, quite enjoyed it, and back again today. I hope you guys don't get too bored of me. I know I've been doing a lot of solo casts during the week for these for the scrims and such. But yeah, looking forward to having a lovely color caster as Gio with me today.
Yes, I'm excited to cast with you again, Heller. It was you who dragged me into this world, and now I thrive in it. So this is the origin cast for me, going back to my roots.
That's a long year. It's been a while now. It's been a year and a bit now.
Yeah, it's been over a year. It's been I'm gonna start getting reminiscent, but I'm pretty sure it's been a year and 2 months. I want to say
It's been a long time. Well, regardless, it's honestly it was a time in the org where I was casting a lot more often, and I wanted to get some more people casting with me because I know my voice can be very monotonous and boring if you only have it. So I wanted a bit of diversity there, and stumbled across a gem, as it were, in Gio. I'm sure everyone here in chat will agree with me.
Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. And then of course Crumble as well at the same time.
Yeah, Crumble was a few months later, I think, because I had your first solo produce was with Crumble, wasn't it? Or was that with me?
I forget. I do remember you giving me like a quick rundown of how to do it right before we went live, and I was panicking like, so how many things do I need to do right? How many things do I need to make sure is correct? But yeah, that was a chaotic and fun time. That was definitely like an exploratory time in A51 and for me as well, and finding casting. The good old days.
Absolutely, and this could be you. You know, you could be a Geo in a few years' time, or even under that. In Geo's case, you know, you come and you cast a scrim with me or with one of our casters, and you get into it, you get introduced to it, you try it, and you know, it might be something that you're natural at. It might be something that you really enjoy doing. It's something you can pick up and do, and A51's a great place to learn. That's where I learned. That's where Gio's learned, Crumble as well, and they're all gone on to bigger and better things now.
Yeah, even more recently, you know, Nightmare as well, another caster, Funky Monk, of course, Prostitute. There's a lot of casters that have come out, you know, this year as well, and are starting to, you know, really get into their own groove or have already gone to their groove. So yeah, definitely come and join. In fact, it was just the other day there where I was in a call with a bunch of new people who wanted to cast, and we were going over VODs. I actually showed them a couch potato VOD, which we lost, which was fun. They casted that one, and you know, giving pointers. It's fun, you know. If you're just thinking about it and you're just nervous about it, just know that like at the end of the day, you know, it's all for fun, and everyone knows it's for fun. So you know, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Yeah, and that's why we stream scrims, is to even reduce that pressure even more. So it's not a tournament match. It's not like this today, which is the other part of A51 is that we have the scrims so that you can learn and develop, and then we have the tournaments so you can come in and cast the tournaments and actually, you know, show your skills off in a more competitive and a more built production environment with dedicated producers and so on.
Yes, and it's going to be out of date by the time I've now talked about it, but there's a current poll for Geo or Oig, and of course, again, Oig is your favorite. I know. I think it's just because you don't get to see Oig very often. You're always seeing my face, but Oig, no, he's a mystery to you, and he's your favorite. So whatever. I'm not offended. I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
What? Wait. What? No one heard of the mysterious Rela.
Really?
Rela.
Really?
Rela. Yeah, no, we haven't seen too much. Normally, I just go Thanos when I'm solo casting. I know when we've done solo casting before in A51, we had different takes on it. But like me, I just go solo cast and I just go Thanos mode. And then there's like Geo and Crumble. Geo's attempt was just to be like, I'm gonna invent a new person that's just a mirror of myself called Hoig, and that's a huge hit. And then Crumble was just like no other caster sad's face.
Yeah,
It's just had the empty box.
Here is my entire identity card, and where you can find me.
Oh yes, yeah.
Classic Elb Merc.
Yes, we don't do that, and we teach you not to do that. Crumble was a bit of a wild card in that sense. But there we go. Here's the losers bracket. As you can see, the game that we'll be casting later today, losers round 5, is the game that we'll be jumping into. We're just waiting on the results from losers round 4, Alpha versus Untitled, both from Ethereal, so a home school matchup there between those two, battling it out to see who is the greatest Ethereal team. And they're going to be playing House Vikings in that round 5.
Yeah, the battle for Ethereal, it's a story, between two top teams in a very, very good org. There are friends at Ethereal, and of course saw bits of clips there from the Ethereal Clash from earlier this year that A51 did with Ethereal. And yeah, Alpha, they are the higher seed. They're the ones expected to win it. Untitled are the underdogs there. So my prediction is that we'll be seeing Alpha versus House Viking, but of course, I've been wrong before. I mean, I was just wrong last game. It was a complete sweep. It wasn't, well, not to say it wasn't close, but it wasn't close at all. It was actually just very one-sided. Everfrost US on that next level at the moment.
Oh, it was a very close match on Esperanza, though. Coming back to that push map, that was a very close map, and they definitely showed that there is space in Adderall to develop a little bit more, and if they were to get back up to that winners bracket, that grand finals even, they would be able to up a little gear, one more gear, and they might be able to take down Everfrost. So I do think it'll be an exciting grand finals regardless. But yeah, I mean, we're going to see who's going to come through the losers bracket first. Following this game, we're going to see the losers bracket final, and the winner of our next game will be playing against Adderall. Speaking of, the winner of this game we're about to cast guarantees themselves a prize. And actually, this is a $15 prize match that we're going to see next.
Pretty much, yeah, because after this, if they win it, they go into the losers finals, and if they lose the losers finals, then they're third place, and of course that does mean they get that 15 smackaroonies, as Funky was saying, and that does put like a bit of stakes on this matchup. It is at least a $15 matchup here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting on obviously a couple of those final games to come through, and even though they're best of 2 games, they've both gone the distance by the seams of it, going 2-1 in both games. So both actually taking longer than the 3-0 best of 5 grand winners finals that we just witnessed. So not something we expected in the schedule to happen, but obviously is a possibility, and we just have to keep rolling and keep moving.
Yeah, definitely. Either way, I think what we're going to see is a very close matchup between Ethereal something and House Viking. We did watch House Viking a bit yesterday as well, so we have some clues as to what they are going to be bringing. And in terms of what we know about them, of course, their tank is Ojimpisk, which I now realize every time I've casted you before, I've said your name completely wrong. So Ojimpisk is the tank lineup. Likes the word apple juice a bit too much. Don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means in terms of the fact. But of course, Ojan Pisk, A51 budget shock. So that's where you recognize that name from. It's an in-house name, so maybe some A51 representation in the losers bracket final if they're able to beat whatever ethereal team they come across.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ethereal teams are both very strong and have previously done very well in tournaments. I mean, Alpha's a new team and is beaten Untitled, gotten third, was it, in the open division farewell bracket. Yeah. So they're strong teams, both of them. So it's going to be hard for House Vikings to play against them. But being a 4.1k average SR team, getting this far in this tournament with these kind of stacks, rosters, is very impressive from House Vikings.
Mm-hmm. And House Vikings, representing, because they're all Norwegian. They are all Norwegians, an all Norwegian team, I suppose, hence the name, right? House Vikings. So, incredible stuff. And I do want to say, in terms of multimedia, Lax, one of the DPS players for House Vikings, used to be a Minecraft YouTuber. So, that's a little bit of an interesting fact. Maybe they could step onto SM Penguin.
Now, there's Kane, who's the Genji one trick as well that they have on their roster. But they have a couple of DPS. They've got quite a wide pool of players.
Yeah, poor guy being a Genji one trick in a world where Blizzard hates Genji and just nerfs him into the ground anytime they sense him being played. It's like, oh, his nano blade combo is pretty strong and his blade is getting lots of value. Let's nerf his shurikens into the ground. Okay, Blizzard, whatever. Let's just make him a blade bot then. Strange choices, but hey, I'm not a game developer, right? What do I know at the end of the day?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's different aspects of the game anyway. Yeah, so we're still waiting on the score, but we're just gonna go into a short, maybe 1 or 2 minute break, just to do an ad roll to remove pre-roll ads, so you don't have pre-roll ads coming in, so that we can make sure that you don't miss any of the actual action when we do get into the game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You can also subscribe and you won't get an ad.
That's true. If you subscribe, you'll get some of our own filler content instead.
And you get Crumb Walk as an emote, which is the best emote on.
That's true. Absolutely. Crumb Walk. Oh, crazy. I love it. Anyways, just waiting on our producer, and then we should be just jumping into a short break. But just to remove pre-rolls.
We will catch you after the break.
Look at all these teams! God, there's so many of them. But out of all these teams, these ones right here, bam, 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 these are my favourites. We have Foxes from the Abyss, OT Plat, and WKND. The Spag, why? Shh, let me explain. The answer's very simple, my friend. Drum roll, please. They scrim on Friday. Do you own an A51 affiliate Overwatch team? Then scrim on Friday or Saturday. And make my life easier. And you'll probably be streamed more often too. If you are a wonderful, smart, very handsome, pretty person, who wants to bring the glory of a Friday scrim into your life, then please let me know, and I'll get you on the path to righteousness. 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 The path to righteousness, yes.
Hello, 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 and welcome back. We have a unfolding situation as Geo has proven himself to not know what the hell's going on because Untitled have won, not Alpha. And my predictions are all wrong today.
I was going to call that, to be honest, Gio. I thought Untitled would win that, and do you know why? Recent history. Untitled took a map off Adderall, but Alpha did not. So I was going to use that knowledge and be like, maybe Untitled might get the dub there, and they did.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe I was just looking at the SRs, but clearly when it comes to it, the SRs that are set, maybe not as much of the story as I might be thinking, maybe overstating the importance there. But yeah, House Vikings now versus Ethereal Untitled, and we've seen Untitled before in A5-1, third place in the Farewell tournament in the Open SR division, and they have some very good players. I do recall Beach House is on the side of Untitled and was a very, very good Sojourn player, which of course is a very important hero right now because she's quite powerful, and all the teams are playing her.
I'm looking forward to seeing some more Gongi Hog as well. We saw some Gongi Hog versus Adderall, and I believe we're going to see some more here.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. And of course, Roadhog's running rampant in this current meta. And you know what? I'm shocked there hasn't been as much Banana Rush because in my estimation of things, which clearly I need to check my predictions because they're all over the place, but Banana Rush is an easier comp to play in terms of the team play, but the Hog requires a little bit more team play to make sure it goes right, to get those picks. So the Banana Rush is a little easier because it kind of plays like a 6-man comp, or you might know as Talon Rush or Zombie comp. It's similar where you have dive characters, but you play it like a rush. You don't engage with a dive, but you engage kind of like a rush comp would. So I'm surprised how much the Roadhog has overtaken here. But then again, these teams, they're top level.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what is proven here is Ethereal Untitled have gone through the losers bracket from game 1. They lose game 1, and they've run all the way through the losers bracket to this losers bracket semis. So they've got so much momentum coming from them as well as they go into this game against House Vikings.
Yeah, definitely. And House Vikings, they have a very strong name, right? The idea of the Vikings, the warriors of old, dominating Europe for, I'm not a historian, for a while. I'll save base and say for a while. And a reminder, whoever wins this round will go to the losers finals and secure themselves at least that third place, and that third place will get $15. So it is certainly all to play for here. Whoever wins this will get some money.
Absolutely, and then obviously the winner of that losers that losers final after this, whether it be Adderall or the winner of this game, will then go and place Everfrost in the grand finals with a chance to win up to $55. But even if they don't win that grand final, they still win that $30 available from winning the losers finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely, all on the line. The later we get in this tournament, the more things matter more. And what matters most right now is that these teams show up. Both have had a game, so both should be warmed up, right? Both should be nice and ready. In fact, their games that were first to 2, best of 3, went longer than the best of 5 winners bracket game by quite a bit. So clearly they've had some time to get going, get their juices flowing, get their mind expanded. And yesterday, pardon me, yesterday we did talk to the coach of Untitled, and we were talking about how Untitled, they were slow to get things going. They're not a morning team, or well, an afternoon team, but as the day goes on, maybe things will improve for them, which is good because they've already won, so it can only go up from here.
Up is the only way. Yeah, only way is up.
Only way.
Yeah, there's no bother looking any other way. You don't turn left, you don't turn right, you go straight on. You go straight over the roundabout and you avoid all of the poles, rabbits and trees and things. Yes. You go straight over.
The general inhabitants of a roundabout: poles, rabbits and trees. That's where all the rabbits live. They live in roundabouts. That's why there's so many in the UK, because we like to post the rabbits.
We gotta give them a home, I mean, there's deer sometimes, so you gotta avoid those too when you go straight over a roundabout.
Of course, those goddamn deer roundabout situations.
For our NA viewers that are unfamiliar with a roundabout, it is not a traffic circle. There is a difference between a traffic circle and a roundabout.
What's a traffic circle?
A traffic circle is like a roundabout, but instead of giving way to traffic on the roundabout, you give way to traffic that's going onto the roundabout. So if you're turning, well, obviously drive on the right in the States. So if you're turning right, you just don't need to look. You just go straight on and off. Very dangerous.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know those existed. Now I'm scared.
Anyways, looks like we're going to Colosso for our next map.
Yes, to good old Roma, to the land of food and history. the capital of one of the largest empires in history. Now a landmark of culture and a landmark of push. The push payload map, Calesio, going to be what we're playing first, and we've seen what these teams can do on push. You know, push has been very back and forth. I love push as a caster because you watch so many stories unfold and teams making, you know, the biggest comebacks that they can in front of the big Coliseum that you can see there.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see more of that play in that sort of tunnel area that we saw from Everfrost and Adderall in the winners finals yesterday, in the winners semi-final yesterday. Was it? No, the finals yesterday. What am I saying? Who was it that was playing in there? It was Adderall and Alpha that were playing.
Yes,
That's
Adderall
it.
and Alpha. Yeah.
My mistake there. Adderall and Alpha were playing on this map, and they were both playing for that sort of center area, letting the robot come back to them. We're going to see more of that today, or we're going to see more aggressive, stick with the robot kind of style.
I think we will see patience. You know, Calesio really plays into, you know, being patient, getting the lead, and then making sure you have the advantage, because once you get out of the Coliseum area, you get into that kind of big open area where the defenders of that area will have very big high ground. So it's hard to breach, and sometimes you will see teams just slowly inch their way forward, back up, wait for it, win the fight, then inch their way forward, back up. It's a game of inches, not miles, that's for sure. Yeah, let's get that sound pumped up so we can get into this one. And very shortly we will see what these teams are going to be playing. I do want to throw a prediction in. Yes, a geo prediction is going to be wrong probably, but I want to try and be right for once. I'm going to say Roadhog comps is going to be what we're going to be seeing. At least Banana Rush, but definitely Sojourn and Kiriko. Those are kind of the hard meta picks.
Yeah.
You can play around with everything else, but the Sojourn and the Kiriko, those are the things that you're not really going to be changing. That protection Suzu, so strong on Kiriko, the ability to follow up onto dives as well. And hey, oh, look at that. It's Banana Rush versus Hog.
Yeah, interestingly here, House Vikings with their sort of large dynamic roster have actually gone for Kriz on the tank instead of OG and Pisk. So for those of you that were excited to see OG and Pisk make a debut in this cast, unfortunately you have to wait until probably next map to see them. But we are going to see some play coming in from Kriz on that Monkey Rush.
Yes. Apparently the only consistent GM in Overwatch 1 in their team, but hasn't hit GM in Overwatch 2 yet. So interesting. Very deep dive from first, but not quite the patient play we were talking about.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive coming in through. Comes to dive onto the Kiriko on the back line. Fairy gets taken down, and there is Thirst as well, falling. Very, very close fights so far, but it is just Ethereal on Title getting out as fast as they can, trying to sustain and not get too many more staggers.
Yeah, and that's that speed there of the Banana Rush. They can just play so quickly and just followed up on the opportunities there. They're actually playing very far forward with this Reaper, and that's exactly what they want to be doing, just outpacing this Roadhog, who is now on this flank they need to watch out for.
They need to, and that's a massive hook from Gongi, but it's only going to find a little bit of damage onto Chris, but that's going to get a lot of ult charge coming in for Gongi. Lax, though, on that Sojourn, finding the head of Thirst. It's going to start this fight off, but X-Berry is then going to able to clean out that main tank of Chris, and now it is going to be advantage over to Ethereal Untitled without their main tank to really hold the line here for House Vikings.
Yeah, it's when the hook is able to come out first, that's when you find those picks coming through, and they found them quite nicely here. Now Beach House ahead of the game in terms of the overclock. Overclock, a very important ultimate, is just going to allow that railgun to constantly supply headshots to the opposing team. So all eyes on Beach House right now.
Thirst as well coming in on that Reaper is also at 62% coming into a Beach House, already finding the first head in the fight with the overclock, and just that is going to be enough to send House Vikings packing and traveling home at a very speedy exit.
Absolutely. Now, see them just kind of restaging here, but coming in with a quick engage from the Banana Rush, Crucial Rush coming out also.
Yeah, it's a really big rush coming through. They're going to engage this fast, but they haven't found any picks yet, and they're going to need to find something quick. There you go, Chris taking down Gongi with the help of Kane, coming in with support on the Reaper, getting a lot of front-facing damage here, and they're finally going to get the fight rolling here. But Beach Towers on the side of Ethereal Untitled, you cannot discount them until the fight is over. They do find a pick, but Kane's Death Blossom just going to start cleaning up here. But there's a Kiriko Rush last minute, and a Beyblade coming through from Ethereal Untitled, and they're going to be able to get a couple of picks of their own here and actually stabilize this fight. And this fight is still undecided as these robot is in control of Untitled at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and they don't quite have that checkpoint yet. House Vikings still in the lead. They're being patient here. Both beats ready from those Lucios to nullify the damage that's going to be coming through very soon. In fact, they're going for an aggressive beat from Untitled, forcing the opposing one to...
Yeah, very aggressive beats from both sides, and this fight is getting very aggressive. It's going one way and the other. No one is having an advantage here. JP taking down Gongi, and that is going to be the big difference maker there. The tank being around makes such a difference in terms of being able to contest the robot and create space. And as you can see now, that is exactly what Chris is doing, taking space, blocking Thirst in the corridor, and able to get this fight out.
Now, yeah, setting up here, you see Kane going deep, doesn't have the Blossom, but they know exactly where they are. JP with this critical rush is going to be a big factor, especially since Untitled do not have support ults of their own to ult it. So Vikings in a good position here. Gongi. So Frank Kane.
Beach Towers finding Kane is going to be massive, and there's a hook from Gongi as well, and now Untitled, they have the advantage in this fight, and they just got to clean up now, and they didn't even need to use any ultimates there to win that.
Yeah, that's a very good fight for them. They didn't have the ult advantage, but of course, now that they switched on, now that they're playing the Roadhog comp, is pick orientated, and if you get that pick, then you get that advantage. It's about taking the advantage with brutality. First with this Blossom here could nullify the upcoming Kitsune rush from JP, but it's his Vikings to take this one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ultimates coming online for both teams in this fight, so we're going to see a lot of action going on, and we're going to start with the Kitsune rush coming in from Lax. From the side of House Vikings here. They're going to push in, but there is the whole hog from Gongi trying to counteract that, and getting boxed in the corner here is Thirst. The Thirst able to use that Wraithborn to get back out and to be able to unleash the Blossom in the back line, and that is going to clean up this fight in favor of Ethereal. Beautiful play.
Yeah, and that might just give them enough time to take the lead here, possibly even the butt scratch, which of course will unlock that forward spawn. As Untitled was setting up here, Beach House with this overclock could create enough momentum here, but the beat comes out.
Beat comes out, but the hook comes out from Gongi already, and that beat is going to do very little in winning this fight. There comes down the Blossom as well, but that's going to find a rally from Beach House, and Beach House again just showing the presence of the Sojin being alive and how deadly and effective that can be.
Yeah, absolutely, and look at that, they get the forward spawn and back up. Very patient, very smart, because they're not full yet, they need to be full. Lax looking around like, I don't trust this, and yeah, they're going to re-engage here. Beat ready from Rednaz, can really allow Untitled to push forward here with strength.
Yeah, as well, because they're playing in the corridor, it gives very little in terms of high ground that you can really benefit from Chris on the monkey opposed to that hog. And there you can see the value of that coming through in this fight, and they're able to clean that out very nicely Untitled with just the beat.
That be used aggressively there just to give themselves that advantage. Beach House still with his overclock here will be able to get lots of value as Slick on his Vikings does not have beat to nullify it. JP a little bit ahead of the Kitsune rush game. That's what they want to build here with that banana rush. Of course, Chris can go deep here with the Primal.
Yeah, and there's an edge of the map right here. Can Chris find anything? No. There's a beautiful whole hole coming through from Gongi, and that's going to deny Chris any space in terms of trying to charge anyone off the map here. Beach House with showing some beautiful tech to get up to this high ground and really create some space and get the clean up. And there you go, taking down Kane, and now Jay is in a lot of trouble and gets taken down as well.
Yeah, Untitled are playing very, very concisely here, using the whole hog to nullify that. Primal was very good there. Both rushes going to be available in this next fight, but first has Blossom. That's going to be a big ultimate here to combine, but they're not going to combine it. They're just going to go for it, and first goes down.
Yeah, Thirst goes very aggressive, and it doesn't pay off. JP7 finding a beautiful pick on there, but Beast House coming in. There's the rush to help them seal up some more kills. It's actually going to turn this fight around. Gongi as well, landing hook after hook. It is very, very close to victory now for Ethereal Untitled. With only 1 minute 52 seconds on the clock, House Vikings have to hold on to this for a long time to be able to survive out.
Absolutely, Rush comes out here. Diva now on the side of Vikings. It's do or die. It's the final fight here, and Kane is going to go down. Won't be able to use Blossom, but the beat.
Beat is able to keep them alive. Gongi though coming through, using that beat aggressively as well here. Gonna throw in the whole hog to boot, and now they're gonna find a lot of value out of this. The remake comes in from Chris. It finds 2, and that could just be enough to turn the fight in favor of House Vikings. Unbelievable remake! I can't believe it! And that is going to actually flip the fight. They're going to get control of the robot, and they are not done in Colosseo just yet.
Chris with a double remake? Hello? To do that in Overwatch 2 is even more difficult than 1. But incredible stuff. Needs to get this mech back, though. Maybe going to be too funny. They're almost losing their mech, trying to get another remake. Lax with this overclock, though. Right before Beach House, it's going to be a game of the soldiers, but Chris opens it up.
This pick onto the Diva has been massive so far. Chris already taking down one. Now Gongi falls down as well, and Ethereal Untitled. They are just lost. They don't know what to do. They are trying to escape. They're trying to regroup, but Red Naz gets taken down in that final fight there.
Yeah, now it's the final fight territory, right? You're under 20 seconds, everything matters, but Gongi needs to be careful that they're not taken out. They are very close to the rush on the side of Vikings, and that's going to really control this fight. But first goes the Blossom to get something big here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. There's a rush coming through from Jay, and also Lax coming in with that rail overclock as well. Going to create some space. Displace Beach House from the top. And then she get a remake again! I can't believe it, Chris! You can't do that! My blood pressure won't cope.
I can't believe that's happened twice. How is Chris doing this? Absolutely outstanding stuff with the remake. The House Vikings, they're moving this back. It's starting to become possible. They still need to win this next fight, though. They have the beat to nullify a lot of these aggressive ultimates, but it's going to be a rush Blossom coming from Untitled, and that's going to be tough to hold in.
Here comes already, and there it is. But the beat is there. A really well-timed beat comes in there. It's going to keep them alive, keep their hopes alive. They have no ultimates on the bank here, but Ethereal Tile have a bank of them, and they're going to use them to the advantage. They take down a lot of the team, and that is going to be it. There's not many left on board. It's just Slicks, and that is going to be not enough.
Wow. Untitled took it all the way there, but House Vikings at the end showed so much heart and a little bit of memery, and I'm shocked the remakes are not playing the game, but of course Rico exists, so that's just gonna happen. And this was that Kitsune Blossom there, the new age Beyblades that we see so often, and very great stuff there from Untitled, but the heart of Vikings to take it so far in those final fights, to almost turn it around on its head. That's why I love Push. That's why I love watching Push, because of those moments there. But nonetheless, Ethereal Untitled with the lead now 1-0. It's a best of 3 here, as this is not a finals matchup. So it's match point, and House Vikings have the map choice.
Yeah, House Vikings gonna have a choice of map here, and it just shows that the Diva has been playing much better for them than the Winston was. Ethereal Untitled really struggled against that, and actually the only way they managed to win that final fight was just having more ults available. Like, House Vikings had to use the beat, and that was the only ult to avoid the Beyblade comp coming through with the Kiriko Rush and the Death Blossom. And without the beat, without the sustain, the other ultimates just came through, and that was just enough to get enough kills in. And sadly, House Vikings, if they'd done that earlier, maybe some more remix. You never know. The true power of Diva we're seeing here.
Yeah, and from the city where they crucified Christ to the city where they have a statue to him, we will be going to Parisio as our map choice for hybrid. And yeah, that the Rio de Janeiro map does offer a kind of different setup there. It's a very high ground oriented map, first point and second, because that first point, that the hybrid, like the control point there, is so situated between high grounds. It's just deep, and if you're on it, you're in a lot of trouble if you're not clearing the high ground. Pardon me. So very important that you control the high ground there on Parisio, and will be interesting to see what these teams bring to it.
It's a very different style of map. We could be seeing a lot more of the Sigma, maybe even the Orisa being brought out here because of these long sight lines and the value that you can get from sort of setup comps as opposed to these more traditional brawl comps that you see in the current meta with the Winston. But it's going to be interesting. I don't see Hog on this map.
Yeah, Hog is now in question, but you know what? These teams, I feel like we might still see Hog on a defensive, in a defensive way, because of course the Rotor on defense you have the opportunity. Your advantage as a defender is the map, and you can just walk up onto the high ground. So you might see a Hog on the defense, but I do agree with you on the attack for sure. Much harder to get value with it, and I would expect to see more of those banana rushes, or heck, maybe even Diva somehow, because sure, she got nerfed recently on Thursday, but the Diva Matrix was not touched, and Diva Matrix is still a very powerful ability, and that's what Olympus is actually kind of threatening to play here on Vikings.
Yeah, they've got themselves ready to go, and that call of the Hog on offense is. I mean, Gongi is a Hog player, right? We've seen that already throughout the entire tournament. Gongi on the Hog is just a go-to. So even on these maps, and this is actually a really smart pick by House Vikings to really force this Hog on this map in particular.
Yeah, Kane on Genji. It's all about the blade with Genji these days, because Genji's shuriken was just nerfed into the ground. It'll be interesting to see how they play around. The Beach House does have that Red Naz pocket going into the sky, but of course Diva can supply so much consistent tickle to the Mercy and stop that self-healing for a moment. And you see the Roadhog now on the high ground, but Lax!
Yeah, Lax getting a beautiful early pick there onto Fairy, and without the Kiriko as well, that's a big part of your attack, of your defense. Sorry, going down, and now you're just gonna find yourselves staggered out in the back line there as this Beach House on the Echo, getting in nice and high, nice and deep, and taking down 2.
I'm pretty sure Beach House just killed first there with the deflect, but I would need a replay on that to make sure. But yeah, Beach House now taking 2 space, kind of like Space Song by Beach House, and they're going to go for the retouch here, but I don't know how much value they're going to get from it.
I mean, so far it's looking positive, but they need to make sure that no one gets deaded early, and there you go. Kane goes down, but they do take Red Naz, and Red Naz is their Mercy, so they don't have any reds for this fight either. This is possibly winnable. Slick comes in and gets a pick onto Thirsto, and that is starting to turn this fight back the way it was started with House Vikings taking nice, sweet control of the point here. But the stagger and the delay come through. Gongi on the hog just coming through with the whole hog there as well. Maybe a bit aggressive.
Clearly, I lack faith in House Vikings defense there because they came back with a fury and absolutely took that attacking team to task. Now, very close to duplicate for Beach House. I'm curious to see what they'll go for. I imagine the Diva, that's what happened a lot in Overwatch 1, but Kane, very close to that blade that we've been talking about. So that's definitely something to look out for.
And Gongi actually switched over to the ball as well there, but Thirst with the pulse bomb onto Lax. And that is going to be a swift attack on this second attempt here by Ethereal Untitled. And that is going to be point 1 taken in control of Ethereal.
The classic moment where I set up an ultimate fight and they went out without any ultimates. First, doing some attack crouching. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about, sir. But now, pushing that payload into second, you see them setting up on the left, and there's a lot of ults on the board. House Vikings have a massive advantage here. It's going to be a big clash. It's going to be all about how these supports keep their team up in this big upcoming fight.
Gongi coming in on that on the wrecking ball is actually sticking with it as well, and we maybe see something a bit unique here. There comes the blade coming in on the back line by Kane. Had to use deflect to get out in the end, and not going to find too much value with the blade in the end. So even that they played for the blade, didn't get much out of it. And here comes the Diva duplicate, and we're going to find whether they can find their own bomb here. Bomb comes around from Ojimpis there as well. And both rushes get played as well. This is a lot getting invested into this fight, but it is going to be House Vikings that are slowly edging into the advantage for this point. And there's some clever stuff going on here from Gongi trying to stay alive on the ball. But that is going to be it. Thirst, though, in the back line, taking down Lax again. Pulse bomb gets used, but thrown into the ground, unfortunately. But they are pushing this forward, Ethereal.
Yeah, swinging a miss there from Pulse Bomb, but if you're moving the payload, you're doing something right. And Gongi is going to have the mines there. Beatrice means Kane.
Still going to find more as well, as Gongi coming in on this left-hand side of the ball, trying to take down more. Beach House is there to take down Slicks. And now Lax taken down as well, and basically just about able to escape there was Ojimbisk.
Yeah, now they're setting up for this final corner here on point 2. Lax at this overclock could take the aerial players out of the sky, but not if Gongi is finding so many early picks.
That's a big hit from the stickies there as well, onto Ojimpisk as well. But it is advantage House Vikings at the moment in this fight. But Gongi in the backline really causing havoc against these Kirikos and the support line. But because of the mobility, it's Xferry finding 2 picks on the Kiriko on the attacking side, really able to get value here, and they actually don't touch the car. Is that a G9?
I want to say no because I'm me, but also I think they were pressured off of it. They lost a lot of those players, so I would say that's more of an Imperial title playing well. JP, though, on the side of House Vikings, does have that rush before Xferry has hers here, so that is something that could come out early in this fight, but if they take too long, Xferry will get theirs as well as the vault comes out from the attacking team.
Yeah, we got a lot of ults online for the attacking team here. Gongi gets taken down, and that is going to be a huge, and the pulse bomb coming in from Thirst as well. But it's not going to be able to turn the fight in favor for Ethereal Untitled. House Vikings cleaning up that defense, and with 2 minutes left on the clock, they really needed a solid fight win there.
Yeah, Lax is a consistent, strong factor here for the side of House Vikings, and 2 minutes on the board is definitely something you can hold, especially when Kane has the blade. I gotta imagine the blade and Kitsune Rush is going to be used together here on the side of House Vikings, where Xferry has theirs. Not really any ult combos to go with, but Gongi could segregate them with those mines.
Yeah, Minefield comes down, it's going to create space, as you say, but it's not going to find anything other than that just now. But the spin to win strategy from Gongi going round the top line. And here comes the rush from both teams here. This is going to get a very, very aggressive very, very quickly here. Who's going to be the first to fall? It looks like Ojimpisk is going to lose the D.Va mech, but it's going to use Bomb to get it back. Maybe they can get another remech kill. No, it doesn't matter. Kane gets the blade out in time to save his team.
Yeah, his Vikings, they're doing pretty decent on this third point, but they did invest a lot there. Slick needs to really get this beat up and going if they want to secure this next fight, and we're approaching final fight as the 40 seconds hits now. No big ultimates other than Duplicate. Duplicate could create an opportunity. Could even go for the Kariko and try and get Kitsune Rush. That might actually be the best option here for Beach House.
I mean, they don't need it. They take down Ojimpisk's mech straight away without it. But here comes the overclock of Lax, and actually they're gonna duplicate the Surgeon. They know how strong Surgeon is, so they're gonna get one of their own here. But is it gonna be enough? It doesn't look like it. First does take down Ojimpisk in that D-Mech D.Va form, and now it's just a little bit of survival coming in from Chaos Vikings. But the beat's there. Chaos Vikings is gonna be there to take down. In fact, I don't know what happened there with the scoreboard, but the duplicated beach house there came up as blue. That confused me. But here we go. Here comes the whole hog coming through. And is it going to be a fight that they're winning? It does look like they are going to win this Ethereal. Couple of picks coming in from Beach House, and Beach House carries that last fight.
Yeah, Beach House playing for both teams in that fight, apparently. That was an incredible play there by Beach House. Going for the Sojourn is a very confident choice, because when you play the Sojourn, you really need to hit those shots. And of course, with the time bank that you get with Duplicate, it kind of puts you under pressure. That was a weird bug, because Beach House did come up as red, then as the Duplicate came off, swapped to blue. So interesting. I don't really know what the bug there was, but I haven't seen it before. Here's a little look at the point 2 defender spawn. Of course, this isn't where they start. Dan hasn't been playing Overwatch 2. Tut tut tut. Gongi here, gonna stick with the Roadhog. It is working with them. Like you were talking about, the Roadhog didn't really work for them too well on their attack, as they were on the ball predominantly, and Gongi is a ball one trick, or was a ball one trick player, so that's why, you know, they were getting so much value, getting so many resources out, because ball's not the easiest card to play right now, but Hog is, and they're sticking with it on their defense, staying with this Echo, and you don't see too many Echoes these days, but honestly, you know, it's really working for Beach House. And Kane still in the Genji. Don't know how I feel about that, but
I mean, they're sticking with the D.Va as well, and I like the D.Va. They've been playing so much better with the D.Va than they did with the Winston. And see, the defense matrix there is actually going to save. Beautiful play, but they are going to lose mech as payment for that save. But Slick finds the pick on the Gongi, and now they're both down a tank essentially, with Ojimpisk being in that D-Mech form. But that's going to be enough for them to get 2 picks now into this fight, and they're going to aggress onto the point here with the 2 supports holding out. Here comes Gongi coming back in on the ball to get back fast. And now they're going to find any picks to be able to stall this out. Kane gets very low in the back line, but is able to survive out thanks to that health pack. Lax is bombing alive here, taking down Thirst as well with a clean headshot. And Kane taking down Ferry. It's just Gongi now in the back line. He's going to get out of there, basically.
yeah, House Vikings sailed up to the shore first point, and well, did they plunder or did they plunder? Absolutely taking it with a storm. 5 minutes now as they head into second point. Beach House though trying to stop their momentum.
What is Beach House made out of? I don't know what it is, but they're really showing the value of Echo that you can get in this meta right now if you know how to play them.
Absolutely. Now, both Riku's coming up to the rush, but X-Fairy a little bit ahead, so the defense might have an advantage, but no, with first gone.
Yeah, Kane with a nice dash taking down Thirst is going to be able to lead this fight through in a 4v5. But is it going to be able to be a 4v5 for long? No, it is not. As Rednas gets taken down now, 4v4. And it's pretty even. Ojin Piss getting in with the bomb as well. And this is turned in favor of House Viking, even with Beach House early pick.
Yeah, incredible stuff by House Vikings, really powering through, and Kane has really proven me wrong. I mean, when you're confident on a hero, even if they have been nerfed into the actual mud and dirt, then you still can get the value. The blade is ready, JP almost with the rush. That combination could be quite big, but most importantly, only House Vikings have a beat, because they're the only one with a Lucio, which means Untitled don't really have an answer for the Kitsune Rush in a defensive manner.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. They've got a lot of ults coming online, and there's Lags coming online with an absolute beautiful shot, showing the Railgun's value. Does get taken down in payment here, but that doesn't matter. Kane is going to finish the job here, taking down Gongi, and now that Valkyrie Mercy is unable to find too much. No, it's going to go for the res. Unable to find it though.
Yeah, the rush comes out, the blade's still sheathed for the moment, and they won't need it. Oh, Jimpisk is an absolute nutter on the D.Va. And yeah, it just goes to show how strong D.Va is, even with those damage nerfs like you were talking about. That D.Va Matrix is still so strong. What a good cutoff, actually, to notice the red mouse was there. Gongi switched back to the Roadhog here because they do need to do something. 4 minutes 30 on the way to third point. That's a tough time back to try and deal with. Beach has the duplicate. We're curious to see what they go for. This time, that's a huge hook.
It's a massive hook to start things off. They're going to lead through. They're going to use that aggression, push forward. But meanwhile, all this time, the car has been moving forward. And House Vikings doing the smart thing, just backing off.
Absolutely. Now, pushing forward here, Gongi in a bit of trouble, but the blade is ready to be unsheathed at any moment here. Overclock actually coming out from Lags.
Both overclocks are being used there in the end, but none of them really able to find anything so far. But Kane finds one with the blade, but there's all sorts going on all around the map here as this fight is so messy, so scrappy right now. The duplication is going to be the difference maker in the end though by Beast House, and they are going to get the fight win on the board, and they're going to send House Vikings back and make them rethink potentially.
Yeah, I really want to highlight how important Gongi getting a hook there onto the blade and Genji was. Really sorted out the defense, took their life for it, but the res was there. Has whole hog now in this fight. Both Ricos pretty much to the rush themselves, but X-Very a little bit ahead. Big hook.
Yeah, Protection Uzu actually gets used there, and we're going to find themselves backing up, just playing a bit more safe, being a bit more passive now, waiting for those resources to come back up, and they're going to go aggressive in. But House Vikings, though, they are still pushing. Their car is still rolling, and they've got 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes left to carry on. And here comes the Kasuni rushes from both sides. We're going to see these mirrored for the rest of the game, I suspect, unless something drastic happens. But who can get the most use out of it? It is going to be Beach House again on the Echo, getting a lot of value through that Kasuni rush, and is able to hold things out for Ethereal.
And we are now at the point where Untitled have held in for 2 minutes now on the third point. So very good stuff from them. Beat ready from Slicks can nullify these aggressive ults coming out from Untitled, who are struggling here in this fight as they've lost first.
Yeah, Kane doing a great job on the flank here as well, and they're all spread out here a little bit, Ethereal Untitled, and they can be punished for that, but it's actually Kane who's punished from the Roadhog of Ojimpisk here. Of Gongi onto Ojimpisk here, unable to find too much value due to that defense matrix. Lax coming through on the Surgeon, but Thirst is there with the overclock to the face. And now Beach House coming through. It's going to get so much value yet again. Ojimpisk, yeah, showing us again how you kill people with the remake. But is it going to be enough to turn the fight? It doesn't look like it. So far, it is Beach House coming through yet again with a pick, but again, it being blue makes it look like the kill feed's lighting up blue, but it is not. It is in favor of so far of Ethereal Untitled.
Yeah, Beach House, choose a team and stick with it, jeez. But hey, Untitled now on the back foot, as House Vikings have found a little bit of leeway here. This Blade is going to be the key factor going forward for Vikings, and they really need to put all the resources into Kane and make sure it goes off without a hitch. But here's Fairy with the rush.
Yeah, both coming through. Actually, JP not actually getting theirs up in time, so this is actually a big difference maker. And even though they had the rush up, it doesn't matter. Kane's there, just with the blade, be like, nope, not allowing you to have any value here. Lax finding one as well, taking down Gongi, and then able to clean up Beach House in the end here. And they are within touching distance of the end here, and it is just going to be a battle of taking it to a round 3 or a round 4 here. There's no chance for a win right now.
Yeah, JP really needs to build up this rush nice and quickly here for their team. Slick as well off the beat soon, but here's the rush that's going to be huge. The whole hog not letting them touch the point.
Yeah, Gongi trying to get the win for Ethereal Untitled and this very point here. They don't want a round 3 or round 4. They want to seal the deal right here. But there's the beat coming in from Slicks, and that is going to keep everybody sustained nice and healthy. They take down Xperi as well. But there is a beautiful hook from Gongi, and they're going to be without their Diva, who was 94% ready to that remake, but unable to get it back in time. Slick Splinger finds another one and Thirst, and there goes Gongi. Gongi gets taken down now. House Vikings more and more looking likely to complete the map here, but Stagger's coming in, touching the point, slowing them down over and over again, stalling this car. This is going to be a bloodbath until that car reaches the end, but so far they're coming through. There's the bomb, there's the blade, they're still holding on here. Ethereal Untitled, Gongi this time on the wrecking ball coming into touch. Now it's the support line, the duo of the heels coming through, but without anybody else left. They finally crossed the line.
Yeah, good stuff there by his Vikings, but damn, you gotta give it to Untitled to bring what was a 4-minute 30 time bank on third point down to 0. That is incredible. That is a great defense there by Untitled to hold in there. And you know, despite the fact that House Vikings got off to a good start, you know, they really struggled on that third point, couldn't really find their way. Could have maybe adapted onto a different hero. Kane became a bit of a blade bot, which isn't the fault of Kane, it's the fault of the devs, because that's what Genji is now with the shurikens nerfed into the ground, blade untouched. You know, it becomes just a matter of building blade. But they are going to stick with it. They did cap in the end, so technically they're sticking with what works, which you cannot blame at all. Beach House will stick with the Echo, and this Echo's been really working because we talked about how this map is very high ground orientated, and high ground don't matter if you can fly, baby, and that's what Beach House is doing with the pocket there from Rednaz. It does suffer in the way that the Valk is not as defensive as the Beat though, so they are struggling in that department when it comes to those ult matchups with the rushes, but other than that, that might not be even a factor with only 1 minute here on the board.
Yeah, they're just gonna get a feel for where each other's are, and then they're just gonna have to press W in M1. Like, there's not much you can do with only a minute time bank. You got time to sort of get a bit of positioning here, but really you're only gonna time for one fight, so you're just gonna try and ready yourself as best you can. There they go. They're going on this left-hand side. They're trying to find the way round here. There's Beach House in the air, trying to get some value, and that's a big hook onto Ojimpis, but gonna be able to return to safety. Kane is the one to take the first blood and taking down Thirst, and there goes Ojimpis, his mech to follow. Rednaz gets a res onto Thirst, and now that's flipped it on its head. Ethereal the one's in advantage, but Ojimpis is gonna take down Gongi. Both teams without a tank as we go through. This is getting scrappy, and this is exactly what we've seen in the whole of the map so far. These scrappy, long fights. Lax is finding himself in trouble in the corner, but as is Beach House. Beach House gets taken down here. Kane on the car, on the point there with the blade, trying to charge that blade, and actually showing us that you can get value on the Genji, just enough with the neutral, but I can't believe it. House Vikings hold.
In the chaos of the fight, it was some incredible small plays there that really compounded into a disaster for Untitled there, but a good defense. Beach House closed the distance a lot, trying to just eliminate them. Just why won't you die? But yeah, that put them in a tough position. Kane able to follow up onto it. You know, yes, the neutral game is nerfed a lot, but if you're up close to the Genji and you're an Echo, you're still going to be losing that matchup if you don't have the beam. So now House Vikings, they've really set up a win for themselves here, because now they do just need that one tick. We are on the precipice of a draw, which is still better for Vikings because it means, well, they stay in the map, they stay in the series. But of course, you do want to see a team come out on top. Untitled, they're not even trying the Roadhog anymore, which I like, because they kept playing the Roadhog, then they switch to the ball, and then they try the Roadhog, then they switch to the ball. Just play the ball, just play what you know. And I think this setup for Untitled could hold in, but if Kane gets that played, it could be nights out for Untitled.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be all down to whether Kane can get this blade up or whether they get an early pick in this fight. And so far, both teams just trying to find each other out. Both teams playing very sort of dive-heavy tanks and flanking tanks as well. So it's gonna be very spread out. And it's Lax finding a pick. Oh my goodness, Beach House taken down, and that is their carry almost from Ethereal in these previous fights. And down goes Gongi! They're down too! I can't believe it! Lax has come alive all of a sudden. I don't know what happened, but they are now just absolutely showing strength here and absolutely steamrolling it for House Vikings.
Yeah, Minecraft YouTuber extraordinaire Lax coming up massive for the side of House Vikings, getting them those 2 early picks. Losing 1 player in Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1 is even more impactful, but losing 2 is a disaster for a defense. And now House Vikings have equalized 1-1 here on Parisio. Now it will be Untitled who get the choice of what map we will be going to next, but very good stuff there from the Vikings.
It just goes to show that it was a really smart map pick from them to go to Parisio and really show that the value that you can get from these the Diva as well as the Genji coming through. Absolutely beautiful. Route 66 is going to be our map of choice going through into our next deciding map. This cannot end in a draw, so we will be finding a winner in this particular map itself, and it's going to be a tight one. I do think this is a very strong hog map, and I do think that did kind of play into Ethereal's choice here. But you can run a more sort of spammy composition on the first point in particular, first and second.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it is possible that we do see a Sigma comp come out, but you know, it's paper mache. That's what the shield is, and if you've got, you know, the scrap gun dealing, pardon me, damage from afar, then it's a tough situation to be in. So I do think Untitled are going to stick with their hog comp. Obviously, Ball does get a lot of value on Route 66, however, so it could be why they've picked it, so that they can play the hog but lean to the ball if things go wrong. House Vikings, however, might they stick with the Genji? Well, it was working. Kane did seem to be very well acquainted with the hero. As we know, a Genji player, that's who they are. And Lax, like you said, really warmed into that matchup there and came up big for the Vikings. So I'll be curious to see what this clash does look like here on Route 66.
So it's going to be interesting to see what roster House Vikings bring in. We saw Chris on the tank on Colosseo, and we saw Ojimpisk coming in for Paramesio. So we can see a little bit of a roster change coming through from House Vikings, and that's why they've got this dynamic roster that they can change things out. They've got 2 tank players, so if they want to play the Winston. They have Chris coming in on that Winston. While if they want to play the hog ball, they've got the option as well.
Absolutely. Just waiting for these teams to enter the match now, and it will be the decider. You really can't draw payload unless you do something magical. So it is going to be decided here pretty much on Route 66 on which team will be going to the losers final here and getting at least third place and therefore at least $15. But the way these teams are playing, this could very well roll through into the grand finals, the momentum in their favor. Meanwhile, the players of Adderall either watching right now, thinking, hey, what are these teams playing? Probably, coming up with, okay, if they're going to play Genji, then we can prepare with this, or if they're going to play Beach House on the Echo, we can do this. There is that advantage that Adderall have, so the fight ain't over after this Route 66.
Yep, I do like the fact that we haven't updated the next map scene to be the dark version of Route 66, and it shocked me when we came in and it was dark, and I was like, had to remember that they changed it. But yes, it's nighttime now over in the Cowboys land, but let's see what they're going to bring out here, what the teams are going to choose for. It does look we're going to see very much more of the same from both teams.
Yeah. Well, stick with what works if your House Vikings, but Untitled, they seem to be really keen on playing the Roadhog, and it kind of talks about how they probably picked Route 66 so that they could lean to the ball if things start to not work, but time and time again, they've started with Hog and then had to move the ball. So to continue to almost force the Roadhog, knowing that you're probably going to go ball, it is questionable at least. But Beach House, yes, will open onto the skies here with the pocket from Red Naz, but Ojin can just pick up all those stickies with that Diva Matrix.
Yeah, that is a huge advantage of the Diva, but it's just a bit of fight planning here and peppering and trying to get the better of your opponent in terms of where they're sitting and sort of progressing in. But it is going to be the cart rolling all this time here, and there's a hook come through, but it is avoided by Ojin Piss, but the stickies aren't avoided, and almost get taken out of mech there was Ojin Piss, playing very aggressive, and actually has to get Kiriko all the way down off the high ground and come and support them, and that is a high ground control. They need to regain control of that, and now Gongi using the cart to get back onto the high ground. It's going to be massive, taking control there, but there is a huge res going to take Beach House back from the grave onto the battlefield, but it's going to be Kane that falls now, and that fight has completely flipped on its head in favor of Ethereal Untitled.
Yeah, Untitled on a war march right now and are going to win it with pretty much only that one fight, so very good stuff from them. 5 minutes on the board moving into second point on Route 66. And in terms of the ult bank, that was a prolonged fight, so the second fight could be an ult fight. You see both those Kirikos pretty much at the 80% mark each for those rushes. Could be big here, and of course again, Slick does have the beat capability where the side of Untitled do not.
We saw a nice early hook coming in from Gongi, but unable to follow it up. Unfortunately, there's another one, and that is going to be the D-Mech, but there is the bomb for the remake. And coming through here, no picks coming in from that, but there is a beautiful whole hog in this back corner, unable to find any value though, as a defensive beat comes out, and now they're going to be fighting for their lives. They have to use a cleanse to get out there as Jade, but that is going to be the abilities used up. Lax falling so low, but manages to win out again against Thirst. And this fight is going back and forth as now JP7 gets taken down by Gongi. And now it is going to be House Vikings going to get ready for the recontest here. They're going to regroup.
Yeah, it's still looking good for Untitled. His Vikings, though, they are draining time with those prolonged fights. JP, though, does have the opportunity to use this rush in this next fight and combine it with that blade.
Oh, that's a beautiful takedown onto Ojin Piss, taking them out of mech gear. There comes the overclock as well, and actually finds Fairy with that as well, and trying to find the Mercy as well. Rednaz falls, and a beautiful overclock there coming through from Lax is going to really help House Vikings shore up their defense again.
Yeah, that was very nicely done, and they held on to the blade, which does give them a win condition in this next fight. So that was a very keen decision there by the Vikings. Untitled moving forward here. No ults of their own, but they gotta know that that blade is ready because they've not seen it come out. So Gongi probably going to be thinking about getting a good hook onto Kane there, but that was a nice aggression from the defense there.
Yeah, defense coming in nice and strong. Unable to find anything from it though, but they know where they are. And now they're going to blade come out, and it's going to be the Echo to fall first, and then they're going to go straight into this backline. They're not going to find anything else, but just the one pick. It's going to give them a huge lead in this fight, and Gongi just trying to survive out for as long as possible. Kane needs to be careful, nearly gets taken down themselves there, but are able to get to freedom. And a beautiful defense matrix again from Ojimbis, keeping the team alive here from that whole hog. But again, unable to find the value at JP7, nearly taken off the map. And it is going to be a cleanup coming through from the rest of the DPS line of Ethereal Untitled.
Yeah, I think Lax was whole hogged off the map and then used the shift ability to try and get back on, but couldn't. And yeah, that's going to secure the point. I don't think there's any touches here. In fact, Kane actually looking for it, and the beat as well.
They're aggressing in, they're going for it, they're committing to this fight. They know that they can win this right now if they hold this point and give them a really good steading on the attack, but it's probably not looking likely right now with the duplicated Diva as well, getting so much value. There is the rush come through from JP7 as well, but is it going to be enough to turn this fight? It does not look like it. Lax does take down Thirst, but is it going to be enough on its own? I don't think so. Ojin Piss is out of mech. Thirst getting rezzed as well, and this is looking over for House Vikings on second point, and they invested a lot into that as well.
I appreciate the attempt there, but again, didn't quite work out for them. It was a bit of a staggered engage there to even touch, so it was just giving them a disadvantage from the get-go. Now moving on to third, Gongi on the flank here, maybe putting himself into a bit of risk, might actually go down here, and yeah, will get taken out by Lax. And that's pretty much going to just be a backup there for the side of Untitled. Lax got this overclock ready for this next fight as they're just holding nice and strong. Gongi though, got the whole hog coming up. That is something we've seen get a decent amount of value, but not a whole lot of value. Of course, comboed with the Kitsune Rush, it's amazing, but the Rush not available. Basically, it's about Lax here with this overclock and Kane near on the blade.
Yeah, but that's all it is at the moment. They're just trying to fear each other. There is a nice hook again onto Ojin Piss, can actually forces out a cleanse, and that is going to be very limited left. But there's a big anti. Cleanse comes out onto Gongi to keep them alive as well. And this anti from Slicks, this switch over to the Ana could prove crucial.
Yeah, it could be a big pick, especially since there's no Winston on the opposing side, so there's not really a dive opportunity here, but this fight's going to continue right away.
Yeah, used bomb nicely there to get the remake here. Ojin Piss is going to go for the aggressive bomb, but then gets hooked out of it, unfortunately. Gongi playing that very smart, and now it is going to be them in control of the car. Here comes the rush from both teams here. It's going to be a very big cluster of animations on the screen, but we're going to try and keep with you as it is going to be Kane on the blade trying to get in the back line, but Gongi's whole hog is the one to find the first pick. Barry taking down Kane. That blade into the back line really backfiring there. But it is going to be a bit of a stomping now from the side of Ethereal Untitled. They have managed to get the clock down to 40 seconds now. It's whether they can get it all the way down to 0 or whether they're going to be fighting to keep this on here or right now, but there you go. Another pick comes through. There's the touch coming in from Ojimpisk as well, coming in to touch that car. But it is going to be all about completing the map. I don't think House Vikings are going to be able to come back into this fight unless something massive happens on their side. But so far, they have no ultimates anywhere near being completed, so they're going to need some individual plays. They do take down Ferry, and that is a good place to start, but it's not going to be enough on its own. They need more. They need more here. Untitled just needing cleanup as fast as they possibly can. They go first. Slick taken down, and JP7 was not soon followed. Lax goes down as well. It's just Ojimpisk and the Kiriko coming back to hold on this fight even more. Lax finally getting up to a first ultimate for House Vikings in a while here, but there's going to be a whole hog being popped by Gongi, and that's going to keep them in the spawn door. Can anyone touch? Yes, Kane can with the deflect comes through, does get a touch here, but that is going to be it.
Wow, that was an incredibly prolonged fight there. His Vikings really fought to try and dislodge them from the point, but in the end it is going to be Untitled getting that 3 points in overtime, to be fair. So there is that. Of course, doesn't matter as much as it would have as if it was a hybrid map, but it's still very important nonetheless to drain that time. Does mean, however, that House Vikings on their own attack is now going to need to get it all the way, and they are going to want to do that with extra time. It doesn't really, matter as much, but of course you do need to get it all the way if you want to stay in this one on the map pick from Untitled. And I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm just going to say it. The Brigitte coming out here, I don't get this. It's maybe for Kane on the dive, but that leaves Beach House completely alone in the skies. And Brigitte isn't really too strong here, but they're going for a close hold. Okay, maybe I will be shocked, but I think this is a very risky choice to go for Brigitte.
We're going to find out soon enough as they're coming out the spawn door. They spot the Brigitte straight away. They know what they're dealing with here, and they know exactly where they are. And they're playing to defend that pop and just hold them off for as long as possible. If they do lose this fight, they probably will be able to get another fight in quite easily on this first point. Lax with a nice relic gun shot. Unable to find the head, but has to force Beach House all the way back here. And Ojimpisk trying to go for boots off the map here, and actually unable to find one, and actually gets taken down by Eggs Fairy, and now they're in trouble, and it is going to be House Vikings sent back to the spawn door, and they got to try again here.
Yeah, good first fight there, and as you said, the close hold allows that second fight. But if you lose your Brigitte, you do need to make a decision. Do you back up or do you fight? And it is going to be a backup to Rednaz, who's now on the Lucio, and I much prefer that pick. It gives you that beat in those ultimate fights.
Yeah, and they're going to use an aggressive hold here. Ojimpisk falling very low and actually does get taken down by Beach House in the end with that beam. Does so much damage to low health heroes, and we're seeing good use of it as well. Thirst in the back line, trying to deal with Lax, but a protection comes through, and that's going to deny any damage through. And now Lax is still finding an noosing traitor in the back line. Rednaz is coming back from spawn as fast as possible, but that is a huge sticky bomb and a lot of sticky mines coming in as well to follow it up. And now we're going to find ourselves in a position where Ethereal Untitled, although we're down a player, have actually managed to come back into this fight. Beautiful use of the ultimates here, and they're going to use the Kasuni Rush as well, just to make sure that they clean this up.
Yeah, very great stuff here from Untitled so far on their defense. The switch onto Lucio has really worked out wonders for them, I would say. Of course, the rush winning them that fight, but now House Vikings, they've got all on the board here in terms of the ult arsenal. They just need to be careful that they don't overdo it here, and they need to watch this hook from Gongi, because that could ruin their dreams here.
Yeah, comes the whole hog. There is the bomb, but it is going to find nobody. Lax, though, is going to find Beach House with this overclock. Beautiful play there. Nice boot coming through. It's going to deny that hook from getting the value it requires, and that's a beautiful use of that space-making ability there.
Yeah, big ult fight there. House Vikings really needed to invest to get that fight win. They still have the beat, but Red Naz also has theirs. So that means Kane can't really get a good blade off unless they force this beat out. So Red Naz is going to be enemy number 1 for the side of Vikings. They need to get this beat out before the blade comes out from Kane.
Yeah, and here comes the duplication onto the D.Va. Again, this time around, they're going to play it very slow here. There goes the pulse bomb. Unable to find anyone with it though. And here comes the bomb on the duplicate over the top, but it's just onto the garage. Unable to find anything. And Beach House now going to go for a cheeky remake kill, but unable to get it in time and gets taken out of duplicate form. Still nowhere to fall just yet. And Slick's going to use the beat aggressively. There's the beat with it as well. Using that sustain of the beat to try and get even more value. But still, no one falls in this fight just yet. It's been so well played by the supports, keeping everybody alive so far in this fight. And we are in the last fight territory on this first point. And there's a couple of players on both teams falling very, very low. And Red Naz and Ojimpis go down almost simultaneously there. But it's the tank that's going to make the biggest difference here, especially with a Kasuni rush to back them up. And can anyone touch in time? Yes, they can. Just Lax finds a pick up the Beach House. This isn't over yet. Lax is still alive. Anything can happen when Lax is still there, getting picks on this Surgeon. And now they're finding value. Can they find enough value quick enough? Red Naz is back from spawn and coming back to touch. Can they take down the tank? They can take down Gongi. Now Gongi's down. They've got nothing to sustain on Cart, but they can't leave Cart here, House Vikings, but they don't need to because they are the numbers advantage as they control out and finally cap first point.
Incredible stuff. It was really back and forth there, but Lax was really a superstar for the side of Vikings. Exactly what you want to see from your Sojourn player in this setup, in this meta in Overwatch 2 here. Kane close to the blade, but Lax with that overclock is something you really got to be looking out for. If you're on the side of Untitled, you want to look for the hook, and that's what they're doing. They're rushing around, looking to try and take Lax out of the equation.
They were, but they are unable to do so just yet. Managing to keep things alive. Very nice, again, by the supports from both times. Thirst actually finds a pulse bomb kill onto Lax this time. A nice stick there, but it's getting very aggressive in the backline and falls themselves there to JP's 7. And they are going to be pushing themselves back here, getting a bit of a regroup ready, and they're going to be able to push back in with 5 ults.
Yes. They will be able to here, but they're already out in their way, and it's the whole hog that's coming up huge here. But Kane in the backline of the Blade Heller. It's an absolute chaotic fight here, but it's going the way of Vikings.
It is. They had the ultimate advantage, and they've only used one to get that fight on the board, and Kane showing the power of the Blade still.
Yeah, amazing. Like you said, only using the one ult there when you have 5 is exactly what you want. Untitled are in a very poor position here in terms of ult bank. They really need to build these support ultimates, especially that beat, because there's a lot of offensive ultimates ready on the side of Vikings. And if you want to hold them here on second point, you really need to build that beat. All eyes on Red Naz here.
There is the rush coming through, and that's going to be massive. And actually, OG and Piskets are going to hold this top side by themselves, and allowing Gongi to get taken down by the rest of the team. And just holding that top point, or avoiding the supports and getting in to help Gongi, is going to complete the map. Oh, complete the second point, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, you know, beat is a very slow building ultimate in general, so it's very difficult to rush it when you need to. But credit where credit's due, Red Naz did get it in the end, but obviously by that point, wasn't going to find too much value with it. This flank, though.
Big flank comes in, sorry, taking down Slicks, and this beat comes down from Red Naz as well, and they're going to take this fight very aggressively on to House Vikings' spawn door almost. But they do back out, and they're still controlling the car.
Yeah, a very aggressive hold, which is what you probably want to be doing with this Roadhog. Give yourself the opportunity for a nice early pick here. Nice deflect. X-Ferry with this Kitsune Rush could be what the defense are planning on for their win condition.
Yeah, they are, and here we go. They're pushing in and out. Gongi on the floor, belly up, and that's not what you want to see if you're an Ethereal United fan. As now they're getting peppered away in the back line as well here, and the support heroes again on the side of House Vikings just coming through. Very strong performance from them.
Yeah, the performance coming out from Vikings is from the heart. Final fight territory now, 30 seconds on the board. Pushing this payload all the way back. They really need to utilize these ultimates that are coming up on very well. Kane needs to not go down. The blade is very important for them. They need this Kitsune Rush. X-Ferry is going to open with it on the side of Untitled.
There is a huge hole coming through with the Kitsune Rush, and that is a lot of damage coming through. And a really smart use of the bomb, actually, just to disperse them from the Kitsune Rush. They couldn't get too much value out of it. And House Vikings now finding themselves in last fight territory here. They need to find a pick early, but there is the protection. It's going to keep Gongi up just long enough here. OG Piss is going to get taken down with this Kitsune Rush. Lax takes down Thirst as well. And now JP7 with another pick. They're getting this to the end here. What can they do about it? Ethereal Untitled. They can't do anything, and we're going to go round to the map. We're going to go round to round 3. Oh my goodness.
Ooh la la. All the way to the end there. Did look a little worrying for a moment because Gongi got a very good whole hog which completely nullified the Beat Blade, and that was the first attempt there. The Beat Blade was the main offensive win condition combination that the Vikings used, but they held in. Lax got a good pick. Despite the trade out, it did acquire a good enough momentum for his Vikings to complete the map. Now, it's exactly like Parisio. I feel like there's some deja vu here. Both teams here, 1 minute apiece. And now it's going to be how far they can get this payload with those 60 seconds. Ethereal Untitled will be attacking first. And shock and horror, they haven't swapped anything. Again, if it's working, why change it? And on the other side of his Vikings, well, Kane has entered the modern era and switched to the Reaper from the Genji. That's a risk, but the Genji is about building blade. So if you think about that 1 minute, you're not sure you'll build the blade, go for a hero that's just better in the neutral game. So that's why they've went Reaper here, and I do like that decision.
Yes, but is it going to unsettle their composition? And we are going to find out here. And actually, House Vikings are going to give a lot of space for free. They're going to rather hold this high ground up close, even though Ethereal had traditionally played that close hold last time around. But they're going to play the smart, the long game here and play for this corner.
Yeah, they're playing nice and slow here, waiting for their opportunity. Of course, that D.Va's so strong by Olympus, but this damage!
Kane comes through, showing us the Reaper pick was smart. They weren't ready for it, I don't think. Slicks is going to take down Thirst as well, and that's going to clean up and fight. And there goes Beach House, and there's nobody left. Slicks, what are you doing on the Lucio? You're going full aggro, and I love it.
Absolutely. Frog mode, Gongi on the Reinhardt, and it's not going to touch, but first well with that Tracer now. Do or die, last fight, someone needs to touch. It's going to be first again.
Yeah, and Beach House comes in as well, gets a touch in as well. Thirst is still left to touch. Is anyone there left to touch? No, they get taken down. The Rhine's charging in. Is they going to get there? Yes, they are going to get there, but are they going to get picks? They need picks if they want to win this here, Ethereal United, but no. House Vikings have drawn the line in the sand, and all they've got to do is cross it.
Yeah, if you are on the side of Untitled, obviously you wish you'd go a little further. You know, shoot for the moon and try to get first point, but at least you want to get around the corner. Now, if we look at the checkpoint on the corner, or at least if you think, if we look at the checkpoint now, it is round the corner. They will need to get it round the corner, but it's not all the way around the corner. So you are going to be forced to play the corner if you are untitled on your defense, and that is a key factor here. So very well done by the Vikings. I loved the adaptation of the Reaper, and it really worked well. And now they're, what do you call it? So Banana Rush is what they were running if it was a monkey with the rest of the comp. Is running it with a diva is a what's a Korean food? Bibimbap? Bibimbap Rush. That's what I'm
Gnocchi?
called. Bibimbap Rush with the diva. Now sticking with the Genji, I don't love the idea of it, but if that's what they want to do, if they want to build that blade, then maybe. What I do really like, Untitled, completely new look. This is old school Brawl right here, and it's a close hold.
Absolutely, and this is going to be... They're not going to be expecting this House Vikings. And let's just see how they can play. But the other thing you got to bear in mind is Ethereal haven't been playing this comp all day. They might not be warmed up on it. They might not have the communication they need. And they need to stay alive here if they want to win this fight. They need to keep everybody alive. And meanwhile, the cart's just been moved. Jimpet's just solo pushing the cart. And that's gone a long way. And they can't hold close anymore. They have to hold in the open, which is not what you want if you're this Brawl comp.
Yeah, that is a keen thing that they actually moved it and forced it back to that corner. That small play there has allowed them to play nice and forward. But no ultimates coming up here, and if you're untitled, their neutral game might just be better. It's do or die, it's final fight territory.
Yeah, and we're going to find it brawling out here. Lax finds the first pick. X Fairy goes down. And that is going to be a huge pick. Can they follow it up, though? Or can Ethereal find one of their own? Ojin takes one down. Lax takes down Dongi. And House Vikings, they've come from 0-1. And they're going to win this 2-1. All they're going to do is clean up these last heroes. And look at the way they've done it.
Wow. House Vikings making the comeback of the century and really cementing themselves as a real contender here in the Open SR arena. And, you know, all this is really just showing how much heart this team has had. The amount of adversity that they faced here in this matchup against Untitled, they were really up against it. You know, everything was going wrong sometimes for them, but then they really held it together, and that's what you want to see from a team who's making it to now the losers final. They have secured themselves at least third point, but that is, you know, an incredible display of, you know, of want, of need, of tournament capability. Whew. Oh boy.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like it's unbelievable. It's I can't believe we watched what a series that was. That was so tight. So tight. Every map went the full distance, round 4. The stream schedule is out the window. iGeneral is just panic mode now, but obviously the next game couldn't start until this one had finished. And House Vikings, they're coming off this 2-1 victory over Ethereal. A very tight, very brutal fight. And they're going to have to go and play against Adderall, who is another level again, who actually knocked Ethereal United down into the losers bracket as well. So between the two of them, they're going to be playing against a very, very strong team in Adderall.
Yes. Adderall versus the Vikings is up next after a brief break. Do not go anywhere, folks. There is plenty more action today. Next up, the loser finals, then the grand finals. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with you after a 5 to 10 minute break.
Welcome back to the Arena Open SR division. We're back at it again with the losers finals. Geo continuing to cast as the third game in the row. The poor man needs a rest. That's why I'm here. poor chap. We have House Vikings, who you just saw take a very close game against Ethereal United versus Adderall, who we have seen previously get... I don't want to put it in a too mean of a way, but they were definitely there for that. They were there for that game against Everfrost EOS this morning.
Yeah, slow start. It will happen, right? You know, at the first game of the day, you might be rusty, you maybe haven't warmed up, or maybe a player or two has only just woken up, right? So there's some idea that maybe the more the days went on, they've maybe warmed up. They've had time, right? Some teams like to VOD review when they have time. They VOD review what they just played. Some teams like to just do whatever, go get some milk, I don't know. And, well, I don't know what Adderall's plans were for the break, but, if I were them, I would maybe be watching the last match and seeing, okay, let's see what House Vikings are all about.
Yes, we saw House Vikings very comfortable on that diva variation of the comps that, we've been seeing more generally. And it's definitely Ojin Pisk's comfort pick for, general purpose playing the game. They only really flex off sometimes, and even then it's few and far between. We really just see them lock in the diva. And, I mean, to be fair, you wouldn't want Ojin Pisk to be playing anything else. He's just absolutely cracked at the hero.
Yeah, Ojin Pisk, playing very well on... Pardon me. Sorry, my throat for some reason is a little sore because it was an incredible match we just saw. And I want to just talk about the heart that House Vikings had to get through it. They were against a lot of adversity in terms of time banks, in terms of situations, but still they pushed forward. So really, earning the hearts and minds of the viewers at home and maybe even myself. But Adderall, a very keen contender. Termbar, though, we know is not a Hog player. We know Termbar is not a Hog player. So Adderall do have a disadvantage in terms of what the meta currently is.
Yes, well, you say that, but House Vikings being the type of team to pick that diva into, Roadhog compositions might work in favor of Adderall rather than against it. Of course, the other, hero that you generally see being picked is Winston, and obviously, Winston's a little bit better into diva than he was, but he's still not great. But it's definitely something that I don't think Adderall will have to worry about particularly, unless House Vikings, learn that sort of weakness and try and exploit it by forcing the mirror matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And the diva was working quite well. In fact, we saw it wasn't Ojin Pisk, sorry. It was Chris with the double. I'm now calling it. The double remake kill followed by the double remake kill. You don't see that often, and you see even less often in Overwatch 2. So for Chris to do that is incredible. And yeah, the diva is working well. The diva matrix getting lots of value. I was kind of thinking about how they were playing, and it's kind of like it's like an aggressive peel, if you know what I mean. Like, they play aggressively, but the diva is playing aggressively with the idea that they're going to peel for their team. And it's really working well and really building the rest of the players. Kane being able to play the Genji in this day and age in 2022. And still, getting value from it. And, of course, Lax on the Sojourn getting so much value.
Yeah, Lack's not the person that I saw on Sojourn the last time I casted House Vikings, which was yesterday. It was actually Xmaz who, was the Sojourn player. I'm not quite sure where Xmaz is today, but we might be seeing him at some point. But I reckon considering the performance that Lax had last game, I don't know if it's particularly likely.
Yeah, Sorry, I was just thinking about how good last match was. That's where my mind was. My brain cannot handle all this awesome. There is like a limit to the awesome that my brain can handle, and I think I'm definitely reaching it because we've seen the arena, right? The arena started. Well, not the start of this year, and the first arena ended this year, the start of this year. Started with Plat, and since then, we've seen Diamond, and we've done Goats, and we've seen a whole host of different teams playing, and this is now the highest SR tournament in a non-Goats environment that we've seen here in the arena, and the plays have been incredible, and right now, we're really seeing who wants it most. Obviously, Everfrost EOS, they are the boss fight for either of these teams, whichever one makes it to the grand finals. And this is a best of 5 because it's a losers final. So this is gonna really go at least the distance.
Yes, it does have the potential to go the distance. And I mean, we've seen both of these teams are definitely at that sort of higher level that we've sort of come to expect now. I mean, it's incredible that we can be able to broadcast these games at such a high level as it is. And if you want to help us broadcast games at high levels, you can become a caster too. You can yell at things like me and Geo. You can join our Discord, PM Spag. He'll get you all set up with all that stuff. And if you're looking for a place to start, we actually have a video of a casting workshop that we held very recently over on the Arena 51 YouTube channel. It's relatively recent. It got uploaded, I think, 2 hours ago. But give it a check if you want to hear me ask questions like a petulant child.
Oh yes, with Juggle God. Yeah, Juggle
Yes.
God.
I should have mentioned it was with Juggle God. Yes.
Juggle God, if you don't know, is a caster who casts a variety of games, but in terms of Overwatch, you may have seen them cast Open Division, which of course is that real tier 3 Overwatch. So it's a great experience to kind of listen. It kind of varies from like kind of simple casting fundamentals to some a little bit more complex questions. So it's good to watch even if you are someone who has casting experience. And I do see some of the people that I Spag and Crumble were helping train the other day. So if you're listening to me saying this, then head on over to the A51 YouTube channel. There's a good video now with Juggle God talking about casting fundamentals, but we're about to watch some Overwatch fundamentals as Turnbar is actually on Zarya. Now, you may be used to that previous to Thursday, but Thursday is when Zarya's bubbles were nerfed pretty heavily, and I want to give this advantage to the D.Va, but even with the nerf, the beam will just go through D.Va Matrix, so it's up to how Adderall play into their Zarya here.
Yeah, the read from Turnbar here is absolutely spot on, but they will start to get chunked down a little bit, but it is actually Sonder who finds that first pick there with the railgun body shot onto JP, and thus the first barricade progression can begin for the side of Adderall.
Yeah, Adderall have really just scouted them out here. The beam just being a big issue for Olympus. And of course Kane as well, who's got the deflect, and the beam doesn't really matter. Well, the deflect doesn't really matter against the beam. Ivoxy so close to this rush already. This could be a big factor in Adderall's next fight.
Yeah, that's a huge ultimate to be able to pull out. It's definitely fight winning on that sort of level. Kane falling pretty low, forced to use the deflect there, has to back out. Olympus not quite reading that, going all the way in. Kane falling low again and gets taken out there by Sonder's disruptor shot. And Sonder seems to have just been watching that a little bit AFK. We will see the pause coming through as I think Sonder tries to work on his technical issues. But I mean, what a start.
Yeah, Queen Street really getting off to a bang, and what we're seeing already is what you would expect. This is tournament play, right? This ain't no scrim rodeo. You can watch the other teams on the stream and you can see what they're playing. And if you see, they have D.Va, they have Genji, maybe I'll play a character that counters both. And that is what they've done. And of course, the Grav is going to struggle against D.Va Matrix, but the likelihood is the neutral game might be strong enough to force Olympus off of D.Va and onto another character. But of course, if they stick with D.Va, it's going to be hard to get the Grav off, especially when D.Va Matrix lasts like 10 years now and has a very short cooldown. So it'll be an interesting matchup when we get to those ultimate games.
Yeah, the D.Va Zarya mind games are definitely something to look forward to, and both of these players are such like high caliber. I cannot stress this enough. Both of them peaking over top 200. Pemba actually rank 88 on tank, and Olympus, of course, peaked rank 144 on tank this season. So really at that upper echelon of the ranked ladder, and it'll be really, entertaining to see these two just demonstrably high level tanks engage in these sort of mind games.
Yeah, mind games very much, a big factor in all things. My favorite tank mind games are in the Rhine v Rhine, especially these days. Well, it's rare to get Rhine v Rhine these days, but especially these days when you can cancel charge and bait out a charge to do a shatter, and there's 2 fire strikes, so there's more opportunities to shatter while they're fire striking. Of course, shatter doesn't matter because Greco exists, so I mean, screw me, I guess, for maining a tank that is just completely nullified by a single little new Overwatch hero. Who would have expected it? A new hero in Overwatch being overpowered? In fact, 2 of them? No
No,
way.
absolutely not. We do see Ojin Pisk, the baby form gets taken out there by Turnbar, and Adderall will be able to push forward. House Vikings, of course, backing out now. Sondo reconnected, good to go. House Vikings fighting this off. They use the Kitsune Rush just to try and clear them off of the cart. Tomix using the beat to try and keep some sort of sustain going. Turnbar, of course, falling victim to their own right click, and Lax with that disruption shot finishing off Tomix. It will be Adderall retreating.
Yeah, unfortunate scenario for Adderall in terms of the disconnect and Sondra losing that ult charge. But House Vikings now, in terms of their ult bank, they are looking pretty good unless Olympus overextends, actually bringing out Lax's overclock aggressively. They are not finding anything with it as of yet. And that beat still ready is especially good for Ivoxy's Kitsune Rush that should be coming out.
Oh, but the Death Blossom as well as the Kitsune Rush coming in, but the stop from Olympus taking out Strain. The D-Mech coming in swiftly from Sonder, as well as the headshot to finish it off. A lovely remech kill there from Olympus, but I think Adderall do have the advantage in this fight there. There's the shot forcing Lax into a position that they might not be comfortable with, only to be beamed down by Turnbar, and Adderall will get their attack back on the rails.
Yeah, this is a good composition for them, and now we're getting into that Grav fight, right? The Grav is the only real main. Well, Sondra's close enough to overclock that could be your win condition, but of course Grav, if getting off to a good start, can be big here. But the beat ready from Slicks, and so is the D.Va Matrix.
Yeah, the D.Va Matrix is there, but the D.Va Matrix is not enough to stop Lax from being taken out there by Evoxy. The D.Va being D-Mexed as we say. That's the melee coming in, taking them out at the end. This is just an absolute slaughter for the side of Adderall as they obtain the butt scratch.
Yeah, the butt scratch has been obtained. The itch is gone and the forward spawn unlocked. Sonder still to overclock, and Turnbar still with that Graviton Surge. JP though with this rush a little bit sooner than Ivoxy, but Tomix does have the beat now ready for it, which will be able to sustain them.
Oh, but the grab comes in as well as the Kitsune Rush and the beat from House Vikings. If they don't win this fight, that'll be a huge investment for nothing. But 3 now coming out from Adderall all at the same time. forcing House Vikings away. The Death Blossom coming in does not quite find anything, but Lax with the Disruptor Shot manages to take out Scrain, and Ojin Piss taking out Sonder there with the Fusion Cannons. Slick with that Lucio diff, meleeing Tomex into the ground. Evoxy trying to get out there with that teleporter, gets bubbled, but it will be them falling, as well as Turnbar to the headshot of JP7.
Yeah, it's never over until the Roadhog sings, and that just goes to show, even though it was a big grab, the beat was there. Now Vikings moving forward, they do have this overclock to use nice and aggressively, but they still don't have their tank back in mech. That is an advantage that could be followed up on.
Yeah, Lax with that headshot onto Evoxy. Not even a railgun headshot, just a regular one. Now they go for the overclock, and all Adderall can do is kite away as House Vikings get to go uber aggressive, and it results in 2 kills for them. JP and Ojin Piss taking out Tomex and Turnbar respectively.
Yeah, and it's looking better for House Vikings now. They're almost at the butt scratch, approaching equalizing this push map. Scrain though with this Blossom, it could be big, but they do need to get the mech away, as Olympus can just eat it all up.
It TP's all the way in, and the Death Blossom comes out, but as you said, Olympus with that defense matrix managing to nom down all of the bullets of Kane. The Kitsune Rush and Beat now coming out for House Vikings to try to secure this point. No kills falling on either side. Nobody quite falling down, but the Adderall now have that Kitsune Rush to work with, so they are going all the way in. Olympus trying to create some space with the bomb, does not quite find anything, but in the background, Kane taking out Tomex. Now Adderall do not have their speed boost to work with. This is getting dangerously close to House Vikings managing to take the advantage here, but it will be House Vikings on the back foot, actually, as the overclock comes out from Sonder, taking out Lax there. The Kiriko falling very, very low for JP7, taking out there as well. Turnbar with that last kill onto Slick. Olympus trying to stall this out for a little bit longer, but gets meleeed out by Scrain.
Yeah, only a handful of meters away from getting into the lead there for the side of House Vikings, but they still have this forward spawn, so this fight will be underway fairly soon. Scrain scouted out. House Vikings will have the Blossom before Scrain, but Lax opens it up.
Yes, Los Angeles Premier International Airport with that lovely railgun headshot onto Evoxy, creating so much space for the side of House Vikings, and potentially they can even get the bot all the way around to get forward spawns once again, and potentially even cap that point.
Yeah, but Tremor does have that Graviton Surge ready. The beat comes out.
The beat comes out, and the railgun headshot again from Sonder, taking out Kane, who was mid-Death Blossom at the time. No value there for the Reaper. The Diva, of course, being demech there by Turnbar's beam, as well as taking out JP7. That will be a clean fight there for Adderall, getting 2 ults out of there for just the beat.
Absolutely, and now looking good for the side of Adderall. Again, early spawns for Vikings, so the fight will take place very soon, but both rushes ready. Only Scrain, though, has that Blossom coming up to this next fight. Turnbar still with the Graviton Surge, very hard to get it off. Both of these ultimates need that Diva Matrix to be out of the equation.
Yeah, JP7 maybe a little late with that Kitsune Rush, but it does not matter as Kane uses the increased attack speed to take out Sonder, and Adderall can do nothing but run the heck away. And House Vikings are all too happy to give chase, as Kane we see teleporting straight into the backline of Adderall, trying to take a cheeky off angle. The bot now coming through, the Kitsune Rush of their own. House Vikings now on the back foot as they go all the way in, trying to take somebody out. LAX caught off a little bit there, taken out by Scrain's Hellfire shotguns. The TP there to try and peel for Turnbar, who just gets focused down so quickly by Kane. Sonder with that lovely railgun headshot, and I think Scrain's gonna do a little bit of a C9 there and start getting a little bit more progression for Adderall.
Yeah, the C9 is in the name of Adderall, and they are going to get that forward spawn. Born, though, finding Sonder is going to create an opportunity for his Vikings to get it back in their way, and Adderall, they still have plenty of ultimates, so really holding on to these for dear life, clutching onto it like pearls.
Yeah, Adderall really are experts at kiting here. They never go more aggressive than they need to, and they still have those 3 ultimates. As you said, we should hopefully be able to see them come out relatively soon. They want to demech Ojin Pix, though, because he can deny absolutely all of them if they are not too careful. And we'll see that focus fire trying to come through. House Vikings backing away. They know they're at the ult disadvantage, so the fight is really just even footing until one side uses their ultimates.
20 seconds on the board, final fight territory here. Needs to come up big, both Blossom.
Scrain goes all the way in, it baits out the defense matrix, but now the grab is somewhat free, but Scrain does not care. He takes out Kane as well. The beat coming out from both sides, as well as the grab for the side of Adderall, and they will be the ones to take New Queen Street.
Wow. Well, you gotta love seeing it, right? Adderall, they're holding in, and you know, it's funny enough that their name is what it is because they do seem quite focused here in New Queen Street and playing patiently like you were talking about. That Blossom there from Scrain, of course, played the game and did win them the game as well, so probably one of the most accurate play of the games I've seen in a while on Overwatch. Now, of course, the advantage is to Adderall. It's 1-0 in this best of 5 matchup. Although you do have to think now House Viking get the map choice, so can they get it back in their momentum?
I think maybe we'll see a substitution here from House Vikings. They do have another tank player in the wings. Of course, we saw Chris's Diva, the absolutely legendary double stomp. I believe they call that a quadruple stomp, but I'm not quite sure we can
I like the double.
I think maybe stomp squared.
Stomp squared.
We'll say stomp squared for now, as you know, House Vikings get their map pick in as well. We are going to Paraíso, it would seem.
Yes, it's not a story about Chris, it's a story about Christ, as we're going to Rio de Janeiro, and under our Lord and Savior himself, we will be observing a hybrid map, and we have just seen House Vikings on this setup. They played kind of, I don't know. When you're thinking about the mind games, right? And I've been in tournaments myself, and I've coached in tournaments, and of course I've casted plenty. When you know that your opponent may have just watched your entire last map, you have to think about that, because choosing Paraíso, we just saw House Vikings play it. Adderall know exactly what's going to come here. And yeah, they're not changing it up. House Vikings are coming up with exactly what they had, including the Genji. Now, what do Adderall have? They know they can play Torb.
I want to see it. I want to see the Torb. I want to see it.
They just swapped, yeah.
I want to see the Torb. The Torb, of course, the anti-dive hero of the DPS roster. Slightly worse than Cassidy, I would say, but nobody really likes watching Cassidy. It's all about the Bjorn.
Yeah, well, you know, Sonder is going to be on that Torbjorn. It's going to be a little annoying for the Genji and Kane, but of course, a little bit an off-meta pick here. If they're not comfortable with it, that could be an issue, but Turnbar again on that. Zarya going to cause issue for the Diva.
That overload did nothing to save Sonder there, nor did any of the bubbles, and it will be Tomex also caught out of position. Ojin Pisk, I mean, what did I say about this guy's Diva? He's absolutely popping off. JP as well with those crucial headshots, taking out 2 there. It's only the turret remaining, and Ojin Pisk is making sure that gets no value.
Yeah, Snow White, avert your gaze. That dwarf was eliminated quickly, and now Adderall on the back foot, they're sticking with that Torb pick, and they've lost that first point so swiftly. House Vikings looking like absolute champions of Paraíso, because they did this exact same thing in their last Paraíso map against Ethereal Untitled. Now they're playing this poke stage, no ultimate ready yet because of how quick that fight was. But with an elimination like that,
oh, you love to see it if you're a Genji player. Getting a Lucio caught out of position like that is absolutely huge for House Vikings. Now they can just all walk forward and take so much space because they have the Lucio to be able to retreat from that space, but Adderall do not yet.
yeah, Ken playing this poke stage. These fights have been so quick that we really aren't at any ultimates yet. JP is the closest to the Kitsune Rush, and if his Vikings can get that off to a good degree, then that's going to be devastating for Adderall, who have yet to win a fight here in their defense.
Lovely disruptor shot there from Lax, really forcing them off of that high ground. It will be Temba falling a little bit low there, but they are able to retreat just in time before they take any further damage. The Kitsune Rush now coming out from JP7. It will help them take that pick onto Sonder right then and there. The bomb going in, not quite finding anything. Turnbar, though, making full use of that Kitsune Rush, beaming down the Baby Diva form of Ojin Pisk. Meanwhile, in the background, Kane getting that melee kill onto the Sojourn, but it will be Turnbar with the grab. Oh, that's filthy! Absolutely disgusting there from Turnbar, almost single-handedly, I think, winning this fight if they're not too careful, and they are not.
Yeah, and back onto the high ground as well. That was a nice win there. That's what they needed, a good prolonged fight with them coming out on top to chunk some of that time back down. Still 4 minutes on the side of those Vikings though, so they're still looking pretty good here. The blade is ready, and it's going to be about trying to get the blade off, but what happened there?
I think JP got caught with his, swift step on cooldown, quite unfortunately, but it will be Turnbar dropping from that high ground to try and secure a kill onto Kane, who dashes out just in time. That's just going to be a full reset for the side of House Vikings.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Vikings, but a good pick there from Adderall, who are looking pretty good. This beat is really going to be annoying for Kane. You have to imagine that the Lucio is going to be enemy number 1 here for the side of Vikings.
Yeah, but on the other hand, that overclock is not to be messed with either. The mirrors coming out from both sides. They can't really peek each other for fear of getting shot in the face. Turnbar going for the cheeky grab yet again. The protection Suzu not quite protecting them for too long. Lax with that railgun taking out Evoxy, but it's the Turnbar show today. Taking out 2 with Sprain helping out there by taking out the mech of Ojin Pisk.
Yeah, melted cyborg for dinner because that blade went as quickly as it came. Now Sonder with the I forget his real name.
Molten
with
Core.
The Torbo, Molten Core. I mean, not.
We're so used to comparing it to bodily fluids that we just can't even remember the actual name.
Yes, Molten Core ready.
Or cheese.
Can create some space, but obviously Augie could eat up all of that Molten Core, and JP ready with the rush before Ivoxy could be a big indicator for the next fight going in the way of Vikings.
Yeah, Turnbar having to drop from that high ground, just getting a little bit too much pressure. Strain with that charged railgun might be able to find a headshot here, but unfortunately it goes a little bit awry for them. The disruptor shots coming out from both Sojourns, and Adderall are really taking a passive fight here. It looks like they want to re-engage. The Molten Core being eaten all the way up by Ojin Pisk. Only a few managing to get out there, but they're playing within their Kitsune Rush. The point almost being capped, but the support ults coming out there from both sides, and it will be Adderall, I think, defending this point for a little bit longer, with Strain finding 2 at the end there.
Yeah, it's not going so hot for his Vikings on point 2, and it's because Zarya is just dominating the high ground so well. You know, trying to dislodge them is being you know, seems to be a tough situation here for the Vikings, as now they really only have Bomb coming into this against the Overclock and the Grav. Now the Grav, of course, can get eaten up, but the Overclock could force out the Diva Matrix enough for a good Grav to happen.
Oh
no!
Turnbar beaming down Lax. I mean, is Lax even supposed to be there? Is Turnbar even supposed to be there? Who knows? But this is plenty of space now for Adderall to take, and they're going to take full advantage of it, pushing House Vikings back into the spawn. 30 seconds remaining on the clock for this attack.
Yeah, Slice X not quite got that beat where Tommy X does. That's going to be huge here for Adderall. This is going to be really tough for his Vikings to get anything done. They need to draw this beat out if they want Kane to build the blade and get something done with it. Turnbar goes low.
That's a huge pick there. The Grav taken out of the fight for Adderall, as well as the one person who can possibly beam down Kame or Ojimpisk. And now everything's coming up. House Vikings. Sorry, the blade almost been built, and the point almost capped. And in fact, we will almost see it capped there. Only just getting the touch there. Scrain with that overclock, trying to pull something off. Now the blade coming out. Finds one. Maybe finds a second. Gets Scrain in the background there, and House Vikings are able to take the second point.
Yeah, it was a costly price of admission, but at least now you are in. Yeah, the beat had to come out from Tommy X to sustain the team, which gave Kane the biggest opportunity for a good blade that they might get in this entire attack. Adderall holding now against 1 minute of a time bank for Vikings, and they still have this grab, which again, they're really holding on to these grabs like pearls, because I mean, if it could just get completely denied by a Diva, you know, why give them that satisfaction?
That's a lovely rush there. They've actually put House Vikings in a more defensive position. Now Adderall are the ones on the cart. They're rotating all the way around, I think, maybe trying to get onto the high grounds, and it forces the Kitsune rush out from both sides, but the Molten Core from Sonda not quite finding as much as they would like. The beat, though, coming out there from Slick, and Sonda with that Molten Core manages to demech Ojimpisk. 3 kills now coming out for Adderall, and I think it will be them to, it's in their favor, frankly, to win this section of the map. 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, do or die moment here. Someone needs to touch. House Vikings have nothing in the old bank, but that's a great opportunity by JP. That's actually given them an advantage moving in. Tommy X though so close to the beat, and Lax very close to the overclock on the opposing side. So it's about the Sojourn on the side of Vikings and the Lucio on the side of Adderall.
Yeah, but Adderall's kiting has been absolutely fantastic thus far today. They're not taking the fight that they know they can't win, but now they have all 5 players yet again. They're managing to mount some kind of push forward, and Lax actually taking out Sonda there along with his turret. Takes this lovely off angle, trying to build up that overclock charge. Takes out Scrain with that lovely, lovely headshot, forcing the beat out of Tommy X to try and keep something going here. The overclock not quite finding as much as they would like. They know they can't get the one shot through that beat, but JP7 managing to take out Tommy X. It will be House Vikings continuing to try to fight this one out. Evoxy there taken out by an unsuspecting railgun to the face. The blade coming out from Kane gets grabbed out, but House Vikings are still finding the kills, and it will be House Vikings to take 3rd point on Paraiso. What a beautiful display.
House of Vikings have the heart of a warrior, because many times we've seen them in that situation where it was 15 seconds and they had no ults, but out of nowhere someone gets a pick. This time it was JP, and it just works so well for them. Incredible stuff from House Vikings, a real contender in this tournament for sure. They get it all the way there with no time in the bank.
Yeah, no time in the bank, but it will be Adderall's turn to attack, and if there's one thing we know that Adderall can do, it is attack, attack, attack.
Yes, that is not medical advice, that is Overwatch commentary. And as the Christ loops down upon us, T-posing like our favorite characters, Ashe. I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about T-posing Ashe. But now Turnbar kind of teasing a Roadhog. I'd be shocked if they do go for the Roadhog, because I would say that Zarya's been working. I mean, yes, Zarya on attack will struggle because of the high ground, but I mean, so will Hog. I mean, if you don't get a hook onto someone on the high ground, you're not really going to get up there either. And House Vikings, I mean, they're anything if they're stubborn, because they are sticking with the same composition.
Yeah, the Hog, not necessarily Turnbar's favorite pick, but I think that's probably just what they have planned for the game. They're going to be trying to find a nice early hook They all rotate up to that high ground. The Disruptor shot kind of zoning them out a little bit, giving House Vikings a time to rotate into a more favorable position for them. The hook comes in onto a Jimpisk, and that D-Mech is going to seal the fight, I think. But Lax, with the headshot onto Evoxy, swings it around and turns it on its head. Now House Vikings can hold this out for a little bit longer as they wait for Ojimpisk to get back.
Yeah, and you see the attacking team really feeling the brunt of that elimination there. Of course, we'll be able to swift step back into the fight, but still you need to watch out for Sonder's shots there on the Sojourn.
Yeah, Slick though falling pretty low there. Kane trying to find something there with the right clicks. They're still forcing Adderall out. They've found the rotation that they needed. They're going all the way onto the high grounds if they can. The Hog trying to find a hook. Does not manage to find anyone but Ojimpisk, who has just the right amount of health to be able to tank it out. Gets healed up, goes all the way in. Unfortunately gets DMX'd, but boops Scrain off of the map in the process. Sonder as well with that Disruptor shot, taking out Ojimpisk's baby form, and Turnbar with the melee, sealing the deal by taking out Slicks there.
Yeah, no. Tommy X finding JP in this extended fight. Tommy X, the absolute DPS support lineup, securing that win there. And now Turnbar with his whole hog moving into second as Adderall will secure it. We have seen the whole hog Kitsune rushes being very deadly, but look at this position, can catch someone off guard if they're lucky, but it seems like, oh, they could still be.
Could be. The whole hog there coming out from Turnbar takes a moment to take a breather, but they just obliterate Kane in that tiny little room. And this is me in before we've been pronouncing Tom X's name wrong this entire broadcast. I do apologize. I think it is actually Tom X. Whoops. Ojimpisk there taking out Sonder with the micro missiles, as well as Tom X there. See, told you so. Taken out with those fusion cannons with a cheeky headshot. Adderall now having to fall back now that they've lost their Lucio. And Scrain getting taken out with a lovely kunai to the face by JP7, and House Vikings with 5 ultimates to work with.
Oh, I think it's Tommy X or Tom X. The pronunciation they gave in the sheet is literally just their name again, so yeah. Up for grabs. But so is this fight. House Vikings have every ultimate available. Adderall have 4. It's gonna be good, but
Sonder with that railgun body shot sealing the deal, I think, for House Vikings. Unfortunately, they might have to use ultimates in order to win this fight, and Kane with the blade only managing to find Evoxy, but Ojimpisk helping turn around, taking out Timber. But unfortunately, Sonder and Scrain, the DPS duo of the ages, saving this for Adderall and taking out Kane and JP7.
Yeah, Kane was not able to get off a good blade there. It is difficult against Adderall's composition. Evoxy does have, however, this Kitsune rush. That's going to be a big ultimate in this next fight because it increases everyone's attack speed and just increases the rate of the play.
Yeah, they used it to get straight onto point. Lax trying to make something work with this overclock, but it's not enough to save Slick from the hook. Kane, though, with that kill, tries to swing it in the favor of House Vikings, but it's just not enough. 3 members down for House Vikings, a Baby Diva and a Cyborg Ninja, and they all get killed, and it's a team kill, I think, for the side of Adderall.
Yeah, Adderall are moving nicely here. 4 minutes into the final stage. If they can get a good time bank here, or put House Vikings on a big back foot. Ojimpisk does have the bomb, but of course very difficult to get a good value out of it. It'll be good for creating space at least. You see Scrain setting up for what could be a big pulse bomb.
Doesn't quite get the stick, and even if the bomb on the floor could have killed someone, JP with that protection Suzu stops any damage from being dealt by that high-grade explosive. Meanwhile, though, Adderall still have the payload moving, so they'll be looking to find a hook, and they do so. They force Ojimpisk to use that self-destruct. Unfortunately, it goes over the wall, so no kills netted for the Diva of House Vikings, and in fact, they get D-mech'd yet again. It's just a D-mech show, unfortunately, for Ojimpisk. Still manages to take out Sonder with that baby pistol. Scrain, though, punishing them for it, takes them out in the process, and Turnbar with that whole hog sealing the deal for this fight in particular.
Oh, and a great hook to end the deal. Yeah, Adderall threatening to end this point with a lot of time in extended compared to Vikings here, who only have 0.
Oh.
Scrain with a massive pulse.
Scrain styling on Lax there. And all the members of House Vikings turn bar as well with that hook, taking out Kane. The defense not quite as strong. They have to use that beat in order to keep themselves in the fight. The Kitsune Rush not finding much for them. And Sonda with the overclock, sealing the deal with 2 kills. 2 minutes and 11 seconds for Adderall to get 1 tick on Paraiso.
Yeah, that's basically going to mean no attack for Vikings. It's hybrid, so of course, if you don't get any time and your opponent gets over 1 minute, you do not get any extra time. So no win condition here for House Viking, but there's a draw condition. And yeah, no one loves a draw, but when you don't have the opportunity of winning, you will take it. That is your best opportunity of keeping this series alive. 2 minutes is definitely a holdable amount of time. House Vikings really needs to think about their adaptability though, as they keep running the same compositions, and it's clear that Adderall were prepared for it and they know exactly what they're going up against. And Scrain again onto the Tracer, who again, I won't mention, completely bugged, very powerful at the moment. But that's, you know, just the way it goes when your devs are as competent as the ones at Team 4. I guess they're busy doing the PvE stuff because our updates are not very swift. But either way, Adderall coming out with the Roadhog yet again. Turnbar, not a Roadhog player, but certainly finding the value still in this match.
In before they nerf Tracer before Sojourn. Okay, just had to get that out of the way. Turnbar trying to get a little bit of poke in with those secondary fires, rotating to high ground now. We've seen this before from them. It has worked in the past. They're going to go for that immediate rotation. Sonda once again finding these opening picks with that railgun. Scrain following up onto Kane as well. LAX is in a lot of trouble as Sonda takes them out with the body shot to the railgun. Yep, those are words. Scrain with that 1 clip now, taking out Slicks, and that will be Paraiso going in favor of Adderall.
Yeah, great stuff there from Adderall, winning on House Vikings map pick. Now 2-0, that's match point. Of course, it's a best of 5 situation. And here's some Turnbar play as they get a big old grab. It's big and meaty, and like a kebab, they just absolutely roast and toast. I don't know what I'm saying, man. I've ran out of words.
You're making it very difficult for me not to make an innuendo, but it will be, I think, map 3 now. We're not quite sure what's happening here, but yeah, Adderall, just a really strong showing, much better than they looked against Everfrost.
Absolutely. I mean, different team, you know, they've had their warm-up now. Sure, their warm-up was being microwaved by EOS, but it is still a warm-up. House Vikings have played 2 matches, though, compared to Adderall's 1. So there's also, you know, the possibility that there's fatigue, right, setting in with House Vikings, because the last series did go, you know, the distance that it could have went. And that does mean the House Vikings could be suffering from some tiredness, because there's not much of a break, right? There was 5 minutes break between both games that House Vikings played, right? Or just about. And that's not a lot of time. You know, sure, it's a pee break or whatever, but there's not enough time to really decompress.
Decompress, I think Gio meant. You don't want to be decomposing before your time. Absolutely not. We see Gio beginning the process of decomposition by dying of laughter over there. We will be going to Dorado for map 3. And, I mean, they say Dorado is the city of gold. I mean, Dorado translates literally to gold, and it will be, I think, fool's gold for us here in the casting booth.
Oh, brother. Yeah, no zombies are here. No decomposing here. It's against the rules to decompose, okay? So don't decompose. That stay in school, don't decompose. That's my saying. That's my new phrase. Dorado is an interesting choice here. It's very, again, about high grounds in that second point and third point. First point's kind of half and half because of this kind of fountain area, but still, you know, it's not unlike Parisio in a sense of how it's set up. Of course, obviously, it's payload, not hybrid, so it is physically different. But you know, still similar in the way that it's like very about the high ground control a lot of the time, and you have to think about what the choice is going to be from the tank lineup of Adderall, and it looks like Roadhog is going to be the choice. Roast pork for a nice Sunday dinner. Strain gonna be on the Reaper again, and it's that similar composition. It's not the Banana Rush, it's the Pork Rush. And on the other side, it's the Bibimbap Rush with the Genji. And Olympus kind of proving himself to be a Diva one trick here. They haven't really went away from it.
No, they are going to continue to pick this Diva, not putting in Chris for anything else in particular. They will be having to poke out this Roadhog here. They are getting a little bit of damage in, but not quite enough to start building the blade just yet. It will be them with the first hook. Almost finds Lax, but that's what you play the Diva for, is denying that Roadhog follow-up. And Lax is getting a little cocky there, going all the way up, getting that disruptor shot in. The hook missing Olympus, so now Adderall are going to have to drop to choke, trying to get something going. They have used the take a breather already, but it will be actually Turnbar the first to fall, but Olympus not far behind them after getting demech'd with the aid of the hook. But JP with that lovely, lovely kunai that we've seen oh so many times, taking out Sonder there, and Adderall are now on the back foot, retreating, trying to make something work. They don't actually manage to do so quite yet.
Yeah, Screen backing up, and again Adderall showing that patience that we've seen, being able to focus in these tough fights, but recontesting here with the Roadhog. Turnbar going very low though.
Oh, yeah, Turnbar falling very, very low, taken out there by Olympus once again, getting two there in that fight specifically. Sonder, what was Sonder doing there? Who knows what Sonder was doing there? Evoxy the last to be taken out there. Not quite a team kill for the side of House Vikings, but close enough.
Sonder doing Sonder things, and Lax is playing a very, very, very risky game. What is happening?
I don't know.
What is happening?
He got peeled for. They managed to get him out of there just in time. I mean, if that's not what good teamwork looks like, I don't know what does. I mean, you could show me every single goat spot in the world. That's what teamwork looks like to me. It's bailing out your one feeding guy. All right, the self-destruct now coming out there from Olympus. Does not manage to find anything. The members of Adderall manage to find cover just in time. Both Kitsune Rushes going out for both sides. And the beat there coming out from Tomex, managing to cancel out the blade of Kane. The Death Blossom comes in. It's a 4K, only just taken out at the end by Lax, who's sitting pretty on the high ground. But they're going to get dislodged almost immediately. What was that hook? Totally not a bugged ability of Oxy, managing to take them out right at the end with a kunai headshot.
Scrain again in the kill feed, absolutely dominating. It's what you've seen throughout this weekend, and see more of it right now. Sonder with that overclock is really the only key ultimate that is a win condition here. Of course, it's all about controlling this high ground big hook. That's gonna make the Diva.
The focus onto Olympus Diva is absolutely world class. Speaking of which, Sonder with two railgun headshots onto Kane and Slick respectively. Possibly the two hardest members to hit on the side of House Vikings, continuing this defense.
Absolutely, yeah. Really working well. Adderall holding in strong. We've seen them play very keenly and not overextend too often on their defenses. I would say they're a very good defensive team. Ivoxy very much ahead in the Kitsune Rush game, and that of course is the biggest win condition on both sides here. Kane has really struggled with the Genji because again, Genji's neutral game just isn't that good, and the Blade has struggled to find value, especially when you have Turnbar looking to hook you out of existence. Gooey's positions here.
Well, the hook has been used by Turnbar. It's currently on cooldown. It is back up now. House Vikings now trying to force Adderall out sorry, of this religious building. Meanwhile, the cart seems to have been completely forgotten about by all but Kane, who dashes to try and get himself out. It does force Adderall off of the high ground, though, but they can stay down there as long as they like. They know House Vikings have to fight them there eventually.
Yes, they do. It's back and forth right now. No one really coming in, but there's the rush.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush there coming out from Adderall. A instrumental ultimate. Sorry, in taking out Kane. I seem to have something in my throat, unfortunately. Let me just get that for a moment. Sorry.
You're good. I'm here. I can cover while you're silently dying. Yeah, House of Vikings and Adderall kind of swapped. Swap sides already, but there goes the mech nice and early.
The focus fire is just too much. The Blade now coming out from Kane, trying to find something. The Kiriko teleporting all the way away, and nothing comes of the Blade. But in the background, it's enough for House Vikings to finally start getting some meaningful picks. Of course, JP7 falling out in the background, but Slick with that melee onto Scrane's Reaper will mean that House Vikings can finally get some egress with this payload.
Yeah. That's me trying not to say absolutely there. House Vikings are looking better now. They have some of these key win condition ultimates, such as the Kitsune Rush, but also LAX there with this overclock. Could set up a nice position here as Turnbar is just being pummeled with damage. Tommy X though could get a nice beat here to nullify all of this win condition.
Oh, that's a very clutch protection Suzu there to save the life of a Jimpisk, though it is short-lived as they get demexed shortly afterwards. The bomb coming out, not quite finding anything. The remake cancelled by the hook of Turnbar. How are we dissing this guy's hog? What? The overclock now coming out from LAX in a desperate attempt to salvage something. Only manages to find Tom X, but gets taken out there by Saunders' disruptor shot, and my word, Adderall.
In the words of Turnbar himself, he said that the Roadhog pick yesterday was and I quote, joke pick, and it worked, and it's still working right now. So Turnbar really underestimating his own ability there, or at least being quite humble. Scrane, Ivoxy, ready to ruin the hopes and dreams of House Vikings.
In comes the Kitsune Rush. Scrane looking for that Death Blossom, trying to demech the Diva, but it will be Sonder finding that first headshot kill onto Slicks. Trying to find Lax there, just about managing to do so at the end. Scrane there with 2 kills with the Death Blossom, and Adderall hold just past the bridge on second point Dorado.
Yeah, very, very nicely done there by Adderall. Again, their defense is very smart. They don't overextend. They don't do an LAX. They don't just walk into the enemy team. But sometimes they let an LAX walk into them and get out scot-free. I still think I had a brain aneurysm during that, and I still don't think I understand how any of that happened. How LAX thought they could walk up there, and how LAX even got out. Like, playing Among Us in Overwatch 2, like, yeah, guys, you guys have 6 people on your team. And it's like, hold on, scratch his head. That's not quite right. That's not what this is meant to be. Adderall are still on the pork rush here, and it's working well. And oh, they're going for the cheeky funny. Sorry to steal your word there, but they have that TP. Looking like they might try and TP to the high ground briefly, get a hook, get a pick, and if they get that elimination, we've seen this strat before, even in Overwatch League, then they can swap the Symmetra and start the fight with an advantage.
I'm absolutely fine with you yoinking my cheeky, because you yoinked my absolutely that I had when I was starting out casting, so it's all come full circle, I think. And Adderall sticking with this Symmetra pick, possibly trying to get high ground as soon as possible, which definitely makes sense. They don't want to use any of their movement abilities to do so. All the turrets going down, the teleporter going through, Scrain going back to spawn in order to swap heroes over onto the Reaper probably. Yep, the Reaper coming out there, and Ojin Pisk just trying to poke people down from that high ground, but they don't know that, well, they probably do know that Turnbar has the hook, and what a hook! Why were we ever dissing this guy's hog? He finds Ojin Pisk's baby form again. This hog's so good that it's choking me out. I can't believe it. Lax as well, falling very, very low, taken out there by Sonda, and House Vikings can do nothing but run away.
Yeah, you're right. Adderall are very keen on his attacks right now. Vikings are on the back foot. Kane almost goes down but survives it. No ultimates coming up, but the aggression and pace of play of Adderall are just overstepping his Vikings right now.
Yep, and the point even gets capped before House Vikings are able to touch. It's a C9, or when Geo's around, it's a G9. Unfortunate for them, Ojin Pisk's mechs get taken out. Scrain finding one there in the form of Slicks. Kane trying to do something there by finding Sonda. Evoxy taking out 2 at the end.
Wow. I'm cursed, and therefore so is the map. But they have a very, very big time bank to get the payload not too far. Turnbar already on the high ground with a whole hog. If they can get a surprise pick, it could be all that they need to get this win.
I mean, this is a really funny spot. They've clearly scouted them out, but it doesn't matter. But the geometry that stopped them from getting the hook onto LAX last round stopped them from getting the hook onto Ojin Pisk. And because of that, LAX can find that first pick onto Tomex. But it doesn't matter, because Sonda with that railgun headshot finds 1 in the form of Lax. With the disruptor shot, finds 2 in the form of Ojin Pisk. And my word, if that's not enough for Adderall to take this point, I don't know what is.
Rut-roll, Kane's in trouble in that backline, actually escapes, but can someone touch? They need to use this Kitsune Rush to do so.
Both Kitsune Rushes now coming out. Sonda with the overclock, trying to make something work. Kane as well with the blade, managing to find Tomex, finds Sonda as well. Scrain with the Death Blossom, taking out Ojin Pisk there. Slick with that sound barrier, trying to keep House Vikings alive in this fight. They still have the person advantage. Well, not for long. If Turnbar taking out Lax like an absolute animal.
Yeah, and we're in the zoo and no one's petting, no one's feeding.
No! Point! Adderall with that G9 going to the finals and earning themselves at the bare minimum 20 smackaroos. I'm lost for words. Apart from smackaroos, apparently. What just happened? What have we just seen? Are you okay, Geo? Have you begun to decompose?
I'm decomposing, Funky. I'm decomposing. What was that? No, you don't want to see it. That fight was at least fightable. And, you know, it doesn't need to be winnable. It's fightable. Touch the point. Touch the point. Yeah, well, Adderall, I mean, it's a great showing, right? I mean, House Vikings, they continue to show that heart that we know them for. Unfortunately for them, they are out of the tournament, but congratulations to them. They are 3rd place. They will be getting some of those monies.
Yes.
And that will be, I believe, $15.
I think it's 10. Or is it? I think it's 10. Oh, is it? I can't. Ooh. I think it's 10, 20, and no, it wouldn't be 10, 20, and 70, would it now?
It's 55 for the winner.
Right.
And it is 15 for 3rd place.
Hey,
I was right.
good on you. Very
I said
nice.
Decomposed, but I was right about that. Yes, $15 to House Vikings. Congratulations for 3rd place. Condolences, but you are out of the tournament now. And that is Adderall now in the grand finals, looking to avenge themselves from previously. And Adderall, they were looking very alive. They were looking very keen and present of mind as well, which is very keen, very good for a grand finals match. Of course, they need to get revenge. They have secured themselves at least second place, but of course, that's not what they want, right? They want first place. They want to win it. They want to take this next matchup, and they want to take the big golden dub, and they want to get that first place money given by our wonderful, beautiful sponsor, Community Gaming, the all-in-one place to host tournaments.
Yes, it's a big thanks to Community Gaming for sponsoring this tournament and providing us with $100, also known as Smackaroos, to distribute among the top 3 places.
Yes, and alas, we'll be moving on to our grand finals. That's it from me and Funky Monk. I need to go and take these books and make a story out of them for my friends. I need to play some D&D now. But the grand finals is absolutely going to be popping. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back after this brief break.
Bye-bye!
Welcome everybody back to the Arena 51 Gaming Twitch channel. We are here with the finals of our Arena tournament. It's going to be Everfrost versus Adderall here. An absolutely incredible game, honestly. I think we've got some good stuff cooking up here. I'm of course Toasty and going to be joined by MJ for this series, and it should be a good one.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Everfrost and Adderall are two amazing teams. We just saw Adderall get a 3-0 sweep against House Vikings. People like Sonder and Turnbar absolutely demolishing. Everfrost, however, never having dropped a map. So it's going to be a very tough, it's going to be a bit of a Cinderella story for Adderall here if they're able to take this out of the bag. It's going to be nice underdog win here.
Yeah, for sure. That's if they can take the win, of course. Let's have a look at our bracket here, of course. Sponsored by Community Gaming, the all-in-one platform to host your tournaments, and they're also sponsoring our prize pool. So the winner of this gets that prize pool. Should be a good one. So yeah, check Community Gaming out if you haven't already. But yeah, Everfrost, Adderall here. They've actually played before in the winners' finals. Adderall got sent down to that lower bracket and are now obviously back in finals after fighting their way through. But Everfrost, like you said, they have not dropped a map, and
exactly.
I mean, how difficult do you think this is going to be here for Adderall?
This is going to be very difficult. I mean, obviously, Adderall are now warmed up. Like, in their first match against Everfrost, this was their first match of the day, so they could say that their hand's a little cold. You could say something about that. But they're warmed up. They've just come off an absolute barnstormer of a victory, demolishing the House Vikings. So we could be seeing that momentum kind of shift towards Adderall a little bit, but it's definitely going to be a challenge. It's definitely going to be tough.
Yeah, for sure, and I think there's a player, I think for Adderall, we've really got to highlight here who gave us an excellent performance in that previous game, and that was Sonder on the Sojourn, was hitting some crazy shots, especially on Dorado. We were mentioning it a little bit in the green room, and I think this Sojourn play from Sonder is something Adderall will really need to coalesce around during this game, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Sonder was hitting crazy shots. He got absolutely incredible. He got a very clean 2K on the last map against the Genji and the Lucio with his ultimate. And then also, let's not forget the other players of Adderall, especially the healers. I think the healers went a little bit underrated in that match because they didn't have as many kind of like game-winning plays as you'll see in like the Overwatch League. You see like Shu getting a massive clutch. You'll see people like that, like Moth going crazy, but their healing was actually very strong. I mean, we didn't see the Adderall players drop much at all throughout the entire series. So we've really got to give it up to the two support, Reflect and Tomex, because they were doing absolutely incredible.
Yeah, for sure, and having a strong backline like that, I think, might be very important here for Adderall, and especially against a team here like Everfrost, who haven't dropped a map yet. You need that consistency. You also need a little bit of, I guess, a good mental game here as well, right? Typically, your supports are going to be your shot callers, so if your supports are pretty down on the mental, your rest of your team will be as well, so it is really important here that these supports of Tomex and Reflect are performing well and actually have some confidence going into this, I think. They've played a few games, of course, since they previously went against Everfrost, and like you said, Everfrost are coming into this a little bit cold, so that could be an opportunity here for Adderall to maybe steal a map or two away and really get some momentum going.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing that, as you mentioned, the mental game, it's very kind of downplayed when it comes to Overwatch gaming. The mental game is probably the most important thing. If you're not feeling good about yourself, there's going to be a high chance you're not going to be playing like yourself either. That mental game is going to be very important, and as we saw from Adderall absolutely demolishing House Vikings, as I said before, their mental game is going to be at so much of a higher point, especially for those supports. And if those supports are feeling good, the tanks and the DPS are going to feel good as well.
Yeah, for sure, and that mental game, very important, like we say. Everfrost, though, I don't think they're going to be struggling, at least until a couple of maps in, if they lose them, right? Because they know they have come in with 0 map losses, and that is something we really have to keep an eye on in this series. Will they be delivered their first map loss of this entire tournament? They're slated to win this one 3-0. We were saying this during the green room. That's my prediction, by the way. Everfrost are going to take this 3-0, in my opinion, but if Adderall can take 1, even 2 maps away, it's all over for Everfrost, in my opinion. That complete confidence they have will go down the drain.
Absolutely. I mean, once you lose that first map, especially if you're on such a hot streak in a tournament, you lose that one map, that's going to really bog you down. You said your prediction is a 3-0 for Everfrost. I'm actually going to say it's going to go 3-1 to Everfrost. I think Adderall are going to take a map. And also the first map, we've just got confirmation that our first map is Esperanza. So it's a bit of a divisive map. We're on Push, the new game mode that came into Overwatch 2. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they're going to be able to take it. Obviously, we've got people like Screen, Turnbar, Evoxy, they're all doing absolutely incredible. We've got people on Everfrost like Zoro, Pepjin, Tekuno. They're all incredible players, but Push does really bring in some kind of like tactical complications. Because honestly, it gets to points where maybe it's the best idea to not push the robot as far as you need to. You just need to keep it as far ahead as you can from the other team, because the further you push it, the closer their respawns are, the quicker they're going to be able to get back into fights. It's going to be a lot easier for them to kind of regroup and pile drive you than it is when they're further away from their spawn. So it's going to be really interesting. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're in for an interesting one here on Esperanza, right? Obviously, new push map, so there's no real established meta here. I think the Wrecking Ball is very interesting from Everfrost, I will be honest. And I think, yeah, that's going to go over to a Roadhog here. The Roadhog composition, I think, has been something quite popularized after this recent patch, especially with sort of the nerfs to Zarya. What are you thinking about this?
Oh, 100%. I mean, Roadhog is definitely an incredibly strong tank at the moment. He has his own healing, which is absolutely insane. He's got the shotgun, which does crazy damage both long and short range if you get that right click off perfectly. And the hook can be really good at ganking players and taking them out of the fight entirely. And then when you pair that up with Reaper, Kiriko, that can do crazy amounts of damage in crazy amounts of time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've had, of course, like tier 2 coaches saying that like D.Va and Sigma are powerful, but this Roadhog really throws a wrench in the works for teams that really don't know how to peel for their own Roadhog after that hook comes through, because that will be the main hook target, biggest hitbox obviously, so we'll see what happens. There's a lot of poking, a lot of prodding happening here. No one really wanting to overcommit, but Zoro around the side. That is a lovely off angle to find Tomex early. The hook comes in, of course. Zoro almost gets out alive. Pepjin planning Evoxy will still make the team fight theirs, but nice go on to Zoro there. Sonder at least throwing a Sojin dip in there in the works, but it doesn't matter. They still lose the fight.
Yeah, that pick by Zoro is absolutely key. Taking down the main healer Ana, absolutely demolishing any hope Adderall have of taking the fight, because once you lose a healer, that can be it for that fight for your team. That can really damage your morale. That can really damage any sort of team composition you have. You lose the Ana, you don't get the anti-nade, you don't get the healing you need. Ana's healing is absolutely insane when they played well, and it's going to be crazy. It's like we got Kiriko and Sojin on the off angle now. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, there's a lot of damage to be put in from the off angles here. The Kiriko has that get out of jail free mechanics, so you can just put in as much poke as you want, and right now that's going to be really bad for Ziff, who gets hooked in, but Turnbar can't quite finish that kill off as Pepjin around the side is peppering the backline a little bit. Ziff, though, will still end up falling. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The Reaper's gone here for Adderall, though, so Turnbar's going to have to take over the mantle in terms of dealing this damage with this whole hog. Throws it in, but still not really getting too much value with it. Misses a hook onto Zoro, and will fall because of it. So a lovely team fight there from Everfrost. The peel was incredible.
Yeah, very well done there by Everfrost. That was absolutely textbook. Seeing the whole hog coming out, blasting out the Kiriko ult, absolutely demolishing any chance. That was really good countering there to be able to kind of focus all of their damage on that Roadhog to stop that whole hog from getting anything they can. And that Kitsune rush, very underrated. The cleanse coming out from Kiriko as well, it just saves the Reaper.
Yeah, lovely timing there from Tekuno, and that's the type of reaction time you really need, because look at that situation. Scrain can't be saved by Ivoxy there because of this pressure from Zoro on the sideline. Again, Sonder will sort of enact a Sojin dip, but it doesn't matter because it's a little bit too late in the team fight. Those picks need to come through way earlier for Sonder.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're Adderall right now. We really need to see Adderall get their groove going. They're warmed up, they're ready. They just come off through a win against House Vikings. They need to get the momentum with them. Turnbar switching to the Orisa, that could be interesting. Turnbar, obviously in the Twitch chat, saying he's a very good rank 1 Orisa. This could maybe be the comp change they need to kind of win this fight.
Yeah, it really depends if you can just zone off this Roadhog, and Ziff already not going to get zoned off. The Death Blossom as well. So much damage coming from these shotgun heroes, especially Pepjin there, of course. Like we say, sort of like a ranked 90 player, I believe, on this DPS, so incredible stuff.
Pepjin is actually ranked 39 on DPS this season. Toasty, he's doing very incredible. Also, that ult combination there was actually very strong, and that's something you don't see often, as a Reaper and a Roadhog combining their ults. But the amount of burst damage you can do from that Kitsune Rush comes out is absolutely incredible.
Bottom in from Screen just gets completely countered out though by that B. Neilio does still go down, so Lucio's off the board for both sides. No beats either way now. This is just jostling for control right now. Admiral really need to play aggro and punish Ziff here on the Roadhog. Timbar's gonna have this ultimate coming up, the Terror Surge for the Orisa, but don't know how much it's gonna really do in these close quarters against Ziff, who has so much HP to deal with. Still sends it through, finds Zoro with it. Lovely stuff there, and that is the explosive power you need from Admiral.
Exactly, that's really what we need to see. They need to keep that going. What we need to see is we need to see Scrain really getting in there against that Roadhog, because Scrain's shotguns do a lot more damage than people realize. So if Scrain can kind of counter that Roadhog that is absolutely demolishing by Ziff, we could really see the strength come out from Adderall. And that ult combination where we saw the Orisa ult come out and absolutely just take down 3 of them, and we saw the burst damage coming out, that's really what we need to see from here on out.
Yeah, sure, and you talk about Scrain and what they need to get done, but it's about enabling them as well, right? The support line needs to be giving them the resources, and they're doing just that. The Kitsune Rush comes through, so much damage from that Reaper in that team fight as Scrain just goes burr with those shotguns, right? That is what the Kitsune Rush
Exactly.
do, and Admiral should be able to clean up on this, but they're finding it a little bit difficult. Pepchin on the side now is a target of choice, and will get cleaned up. There is a railgun available here for Zoro to maybe get a one-shot kill, as they're just going to get dueled out by Tomex on the Lucio. Now Scrain goes for the heal as well. Will actually not deal with Zoro. They find a kill onto Tomex. This is turnable now.
Oh, this is very interesting. Zoro really showing his prowess on Sojo and using the railgun there to take down the Lucio, which is a very strong healer. Down goes Sonda!
Wow, that is incredible stuff here from Zoro, I have to say. 3 kills so far in the team fight, looking for the falls as well. Ivoxy goes down, that's a 5k, as Zoro just rips shreds through that opposition.
I mean, we were talking before about how Sonda was really showing their prowess with the Sojourn, but Zoro taking that and stamping it into the dirt, managing to stay alive through thick and thin, taking out the Lucio, bringing in the railguns, and absolutely blasting any chance for Adderall to get any kind of offense going. That was textbook play by Sonda there. Not Sonda, Zoro.
Yeah, wrong Sojourn there, right?
I'm mixing up my Sojourn.
And it's valid, because most of this map, Sonda has been killing Zoro. But in that situation, Zoro was given the space to do what they wanted, and a brilliant 5k comes through. Now, talk about space, you've got a lot being made here by Turnbar, goes in, Terror Surge finds 2. Lovely stuff with that ultimate that typically doesn't get too much, as Turnbar finds the 3rd and 4th, looking for the 5th. So many 5ks coming through so far this game, as this is shaping up to be a good one.
This is really shaping up to be a good one. That was an absolutely impeccable 5k by Turnbar there, really showing his prowess as the Orisa. He's been playing Roadhog a lot in this tournament so far, but I think he's finally showing his true colors, bringing out a super weapon of the Orisa, because that was a great ult. Like you said, you don't see a lot of value coming out of that Orisa ult, but the burst damage you're able to get, plus that final blast from the actual ult itself, really good.
Yeah, for sure. Ziff there gets punished from using that whole hog and will get taken down. Pepchin falls as well, so no recontest to be had here for Everfrost. And they even invested into that, which honestly is pretty good, right? You trade 1 ultimate for the beat and the blossom from Scrain.
Absolutely. I mean, trading those ultimates, the ultimate economy is going to be really, really powerful. Everfrost did not get their beat in that match. They do still have it. However, Adderall do have the Kitsune Rush. The Kitsune Rush, obviously a very powerful role recently introduced in Overwatch 2, increasing the attack speed. Ziff going into Winston, he gets countered by the Sonda.
Yeah, and there's no beat there to save that, right? Nelio doesn't even have time to respond to Ziff, just getting punished by the immense damage the Sonda and Scrain put through.
This could be a little bit of a closer match than we expected, Toasty. Adderall showing up in force. The first part of this match seemed all Everfrost all day, but now Adderall really showing up in a way. They've got their groove on and they're starting to go.
It's an inspirational comeback here, but they still have to get to that 125 meters, and it's looking pretty difficult because Ivoxy's in a spot of trouble, will stay alive. That Susan comes through to support themselves, but they end up falling regardless. It's about the Terror Surge now, deals so much damage to Ziff, but they stay alive. The Winston can still be present in this team fight and put in that backline pressure, and Everfrost turn it around at just the right time.
Oh, perfect timing by Everfrost to really get that push going. We saw the Kitsune come out from Tekuno, absolutely blasting through. Winston able to just do constant damage, get out of situations he has no business getting out of. Winston, a very strong DPS. We saw him being used a lot in the Overwatch League, and I think Ziff is showing us why in that last team fight.
Look at this positioning though from Adderall underneath the bridge, ready to intercept this bot as it moves through. Turnbar now gets to control all the space for themselves. Death Blossom though comes in. Pepchin finds Tomex, and that is actually pretty crucial. That team fight, when extended, the beam could have come through, but you know what? Scrain says, you know what, I'll extend this. Finds a kill onto Zoro, Pepjin falls as well. And that is an incredible turnaround from the DPS of Adderall.
Absolutely, great showing by Scrain there to really snatch victory from the Jules' defeat. It looked pretty dire. Turnbar going down, I believe that was a Voxy going down as well. And then Scrain just coming through with the death blows and taking out almost all the enemy team by himself to really just put this match back in the hands of Adderall. That's really what you want to see.
Good thing here as well is that with this last fight that they need to win, they have that overclock, and Zonda has, I feel like, been the better Sojin for most of the map. We shall see as both overclocks come through. It's about which one finds that first pick. Turnbar, though, caught out in the open. No beat there from Tomex to really save them. And because these Sojins didn't find value with the overclocks, it's going to be a scramble from Adderall to try and stay on this point in this next fight. Will they even get a chance to?
Exactly. I don't know if they will. And something we missed there, the Winston wasn't really present in the team fight because he was in the bag lines, taking down the healers.
No.
He took down a Voxy, he took down Sonda, both of them staying in the back lines with that Winston ult. And that victory is going to go to Everfrost EOS. First round.
It really looked like Adderall could have taken that, right? I mean, the comeback was coming through there. They got 100 meters on board, but unfortunately for them, Everfrost just come through right when it matters. Even though Turnbar's a Rissa pick, right? Something a bit creative, something a bit unique here. It worked wonders, but Everfrost adapted, and that's exactly what we needed to see from them. So Everfrost continue their streak. They're still undefeated in maps.
Exactly. That was a really strong showing from Adderall. I think my prediction of 3-1 could be showing strong here, Toasty. I don't know if your prediction of 3-0 is going to stand, because that looked very, very powerful by Adderall there to almost take back entirely there. Turnbar, once, like you said, the creative pick. I don't know if Everfrost were entirely equipped to deal with the Orisa at the start of that match. The utility that Orisa poses is quite kind of interesting. When it comes to team fights like that, obviously you've got the javelin spin, you've got the javelin throw itself. It does a lot of knockback, does a stun, it's hard CC. I mean, and that fortify as well. People underestimate how much damage reduction that fortify really does for Orisa. And it's really strong. And for our next map, I've just got confirmation, Toasty, we're going to be heading into King's Row.
Yep, it's right there. We got a lovely cinematic to the side there, right next to my Thanos car as well. So
there we are. Other side, there we go.
Wrong side, yep. Mirrored webcams, but yeah, King's Row, a map that Adderall pick here because obviously losers pick, right? So it works pretty well, I think, for the style they were playing, right? The Orisa style, you can get up close and personal in this map. For King's Row, particularly towards that second point in that streets phase. So, do we think this will be sort of advantageous here for Adderall?
I mean, it could be. I think we kind of have to disregard the first point on King's Row, because the thing with King's Row, it's a very kind of one-sided thing. You lose one team fight, you kind of lose the point because of how far the respawn point is away when that comes to that first capture. But that payload, that is a very close quarters kind of fight. Which is the reason why, before Overwatch 2, Reinhardt was kind of the meta pick for King's Row. Because that close quarters, that hammer deals absolutely insane damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Reinhardt pick in here, to be honest. As far down the meta he is, it would not surprise me. He's a very strong, and as you see, Turnbar is currently on the Reinhardt. He may switch later on. We did see him on the Reinhardt for a tiny bit there. That would be a very interesting pick. But I'm kind of expecting an Orisa from Turnbar. We're probably going to see a Roadhog, maybe a D.Va come out from Ziff. That'd be quite interesting to see. But everything else is going to be the Sojourner and Reaper. It's kind of it's a bit of a comp you can't quite miss.
Yeah, for sure. I think Reinhardt here it'd be a little bit dubious, I think, in the way that you're just going to be dealing with so much spam from so many sides, especially if you're playing against like a D.Va or a Sojin, potentially the Echo here from Pepjin as well. Turnbar is going to be under so much pressure, or alternatively, if Voxy stays on an Anna or a Baptiste, there's not really much self-help to provide there. You've got a Bionade, right, to heal yourself. Absolutely. You've got Immortality Field to maybe negate some damage, but there's nothing that like the Kiriko where you can just easily get out of jail free.
No, exactly. I mean, Kiriko's Shift Step, her Cleanse, they're all really good abilities for keeping herself alive. When it comes to someone like Anna, comes to someone like Baptiste, it's really all about your team, and it's all about the support you can put through in there and the utility. That anti-nade is very underrepresented, but it does good. And now we're seeing the actual team comms coming out. We got Turnbar on the Zarya, we got Karma on a Mercy, which is going to be interesting to see. You've got Pepjin on the Echo, we've got Evoxy and Tom X back on the Lucio Kiriko combo. This is going to be a very interesting first team fight with Everfrost on the offense.
Yeah, it's actually it's a style here for Everfrost where you're actually relying more on your DPS this time around. Pepjin and Zoro are going to have so much resources coming through from that damage boost from Karma, and should be able to just diff Sonder and Scrain, who, you know, Scrain needs to close this distance somehow. Turnbar needs to help with that, and is getting a fair bit of space on the point. There's no clear contest because Ziff doesn't want to get beamed down. Susie will come through there, of course, to stop Turnbar getting bursted down by the Echo. Great anti-nade there, though, forces Scrain to just play passively and decides not to. Gets punished for it, so Zoro finds that kill, and Voxy, just a kill onto Tekuno is still fine. Karma might want to go for that res, as Zoro finds another kill onto Tomex here, and that should just clinch this fight for them.
Absolutely. Great work by the Sojourn there, Zoro, to really kind of take that fight into their own hands. I'm not sure how I feel about the Reaper pick by Scrain, to be honest. I think Reaper on this first point, especially with who they're facing, you got Echo, Sojourn, a lot of high movement characters, Mercy as well. Reaper, I don't know if Reaper's really what you want to see, especially with a D.Va coming in. So we might see a switch from Scrain at some point here, but Tomex really, he kind of had the right idea trying to dive the Sojourn, so he noticed Sojourn was doing a lot of the damage. But he wasn't quite the character to do it. Lucio just kind of absolutely rinsed by the Sojourn there.
All you need here is just some speed, right? You see it there, Adderall goes so aggressive, but maybe out of position there as Turnbar gets left behind by the rest of their squad. They all want to play inside, they all want to gun for that backline, right? Tekunu was chased away there onto the far side, but the rotation came through. They're still fine to put in the heals, put in the anti-nade as well, as Sonder gets hit by that one, will fall because of it. Lovely combination from Tekuno and Zoro.
Yeah, that was absolutely great. That, like I said, that anti-nade is really underestimated. And when we go into the next fight, we've got 5 ultimates on the side of Everfrost, Toasty. All 5 ultimates are going to be in play. And that's going to be very deadly, especially that nano boost. I think is going to be really strong. If we maybe see the nano boost combined with Echo's ultimate, we could see it Echo come out copying the Zarya, copying the Soldier. There's a lot of things. Sonder almost goes down. We've now got a Soldier 76 pick by Scrain. Like I said, we've got a switch coming out. So this could really change the composition.
Yeah, it's very focused on now dealing with Pepjin, who's just peppering from the sidelines, like we say, the Echo, able to just glide into the back and put in a lot of damage with those mines. So we'll see how they deal with this. Adderall going to throw in the Kitsune Bush and the Sound Barrier. A lot of defensive ultimates here to try and stay alive, as Asuzu barely saves Evoxy. Great grab onto Karma there to remove the Mercy and get rid of Pepjin's support. Now Pepjin should fall in just a moment, but that D.Va Bomb does a good job of zoning a little bit. No one from Everfrost able to touch, though, as maybe Zoro's a little bit too scared to in that situation. Still finds Tomex, but it's a little bit too late for that.
Absolutely. There was a little bit of a mistake there by Pepjin. The ult going on to Zarya really did not get much of it before he can get any sort of damage. He really goes down. Baby D.Va almost taking down the Sojourn there, taken down by Evoxy. That was a really tough fight for Overfrost. Adderall really showing why they're in these finals. They're going to be able to get a good amount of distance on this payload, but that Echo ultimate really did not get the value that they wanted out of that, and I think that's why they lost their point, Toasty. And we're now seeing Pepjin actually on Ashe.
Yeah, Pepjin's got over to the Ashe, so this is in response to the Soldier swap, right? You're gonna fight poke with more poke, fight fire with fire, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It makes sense in a way. You're gonna just put in these shots from the back, not really focus on diving the backline anymore. And Scrain does have this tactical visor, can put in a lot of damage with that, but Turnbar again separated off from the rest of the team, perhaps not in position even to be with the rest of their team. Not sure if that's a lack of awareness or what, but it's not the greatest situation to be in.
I don't think it's a lack of awareness. I think that maybe Zarya is not one of Turnbar's kind of main heroes, because Zarya has a lot less mobility than Roadhog and Orisa. Obviously, Orisa and Roadhog, 2 very slow characters anyway, but when you think about it, they've got hooks, they've got javelin spins, they can move quite efficiently when they need to. But Zarya just has the bubbles. So obviously Zarya is a very strong hero. But I think maybe that tiny little difference in ability is kind of messing with Turnbar's mentality when it comes to playing this main tank hero that he likes to play.
There's attack fires are coming through. Turnbar actually stealing those kills from Sprain, who does most of the dirty work there. But either way, the Zarya pick now coming to fruition. You were dissing it a little bit, and I think it's a valid point, but the amount of damage that can put through at close range is disgusting.
Oh, absolutely. That damage is going to be absolutely insane. The nano boost coming out onto the D.Va. The D.Va now has the D.Va bomb. So this could be an interesting fight here, Toasty.
Not much of a fight, I'll be honest. The Zarya just beams everyone down, right? Tekuna was the first to fall in that second sort of engagement, and it was a 3v5. There was no one back from spawn there for Everfrost to support them, so it will just be some cleanup coming through there, and the cap will come through.
Absolutely. I do think that was another bit of a mistake there by Everfrost. Ziv using that D.Va bomb, and also a little bit zoning, trying to get a last-minute kill after she was out of mech. But it didn't quite work out for them, as there were a lot of spaces for Team Adderall to hide, so maybe could have gotten a little bit more value out of that, but we'll have to see later on as the Kitsune rush comes out. The screen goes down on Genji.
Yeah, actually tries to go aggressive with that Kitsune rush, but maybe a little bit too aggressive there as Tomex also falls. Pepchin's doing a really good job of controlling these long angles, this clear space that the payload has to go down, right? It's one route you have to push in as Adderall here, and the Ashe controls it all.
Absolutely. This is really a game of counterpicking right now between Pepchin and Screen. They've both been counterpicking each other entirely. Screen now on the Genji, taking down Ziv. Sonda takes down Pepchin. This could be the end of the first round. This could be the end of the first kind of part of this map, Toasty. What do you think?
We'll get a last team fight here, but it might be scrambling for Everfrost. You need a clutch play from Zoro, I think.
Absolutely. Zoro does have the role, but we have 3 ults currently on the side of Adderall. We have the Grav, we have the Overclock, and we have the Sound Barrier. The Overclock comes out, but so does the Grav. Zoro can't go down.
Yep, they can barely touch the point here, right? I think one player gets on it, and that was Ziv. Towards the end of that Grav, and at the end of the day, the Blade, the Overclock come through massively with a lot of kills there, and Adderall, they had a great plan for the team fight at the end there. They grab everyone off the point, they get basically towards the end, and at that point, there's no real clear plan for Everfrost to re-engage back in and collect themselves after that Blade comes through. So I do like the Genji swap there for Adderall, right? It was doing wonders for them, I feel. The Reaper particularly wasn't, because you couldn't close the distances easily, but that Genji, the dash able to just pressure out the backline. Tekunu was not having the greatest time on the Ana there.
Absolutely. I mean, he did get a lot of good plays out with that Ana. Like, he got a lot of good antis, a lot of really important moments that really kind of switched a lot of the team fights in the shape of Everfrost. But when it came down to that final point, I don't think any kind of hero pick could have really saved them from that Grav. The Overclock did come out from Zoro, tried to get a few final picks off, but that Grav really just held them in place as the Sound Barrier and the Overclock came out from Adderall to really put the nail in the coffin. They've got 1 minute and 11 seconds left for when it comes to the second part of this map. If Everfrost are able to get a full completion, this is really going to be the deciding factor on my prediction, as well as yours.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Everfrost need that full completion, and ideally with more time, but might be a little bit of wishful thinking, I have to admit. We'll see if they get a first pick here with Zoro on the Widowmaker, but I think Adderall know better. They're actually playing the Mei here, so Mei Orisa for Adderall. Back to that style we saw last map on Esperanza that was working a little bit better for them. But Everfrost, as per before, they know how to deal with it. They know how to punish this Orisa now, but maybe not as Ziv actually just gets forced out of position, spun into the corner, and that's what you want to do with this Orisa. Force the enemy tank into your own team.
Absolutely, that's really the problem with playing Winston against an Orisa, because Orisa, with those CC abilities, being able to push them, it really takes you away from your healers, and when Winston doesn't have the healing he needs, he cannot get even a fraction of the value he needs to get. So that was really amazing play by the Turnbar there, and all of the Adderall players in general, to be able to burst down that Winston, absolutely just delete him from the game. And we're now seeing Ziv go onto the Zarya, as we saw Turnbar start off with at the start of this match.
Yeah, the Zarya, is trying to get these bubbles in so the Orisa can't actually displace anyone. And Zoro actually to find the first pick in this team fight, right? Comex goes down, so Turnbar can't actually play as aggressive as they would like to. So Pepjin around the side, looking to just pressure out this backline, maybe kill Sprain off on the Mei there as Ziff does the final blow there. And it will be a cap pretty early, honestly, from Everfrost, right? We saw Adderall struggle a little bit to get it, but Everfrost only took 2 fights.
Absolutely. I mean, that was really good play by Overfrost. That Zarya pick was definitely crucial by Ziff to be able to keep that in. The javelin just goes straight into Zarya's head there. That was quite a funny cinematic to watch. But yeah, they've got 5 minutes now to try and get us to the next point. So that's a lot of time. That is really a lot of time to get through here. And it's looking like so far, it's looking like it's not going to be too hard to do it, but we'll have to see how the rest of this match goes. We've got 2 ults on the side of Adderall, 1 ult. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Takunos, as does the Roxy. Turnbar coming out with his as well.
Yeah, Turnbar, the Terror Surge again, just barely finds Ziff on the periphery. Still tanks down on both sides now, so the Blossom can go free for Pepjin. Shreds through them all. That's a team kill and a half right there.
Incredible work by Pepjin there. Seeing the tank was down, no bubbles in sight, nothing to stop him. He just wraiths in there. That Death Blossom was finding its namesake for sure. That was absolutely incredible work by Pepjin there. Really strong Reaper work to come off there.
Rank 39 DPS has been quite impressive so far, and look at how aggressive they're playing now, really feeling themselves as that grab came through. Turnbar gonna punish Ziff though, has to use that self-bubble in the face of a blizzard and can't actually keep themselves alive. Pepjin TP's out now, tries to escape the impending doom, actually has that Wraith form, so should be able to escape just in the nick of time here, but no, actually goes down into the pub, will sacrifice their life for that one for the rest of the squad to get away. But actually, early kill, nice dagger.
Absolutely, that's really going to save a lot of time, but Zoro takes down Sonder, so we could see this turnable for Everfrost here. Sonder gets down by the railgun. Zoro really showing their prowess with the Sojourn. Switching back off, starting off with Widow, we're trying to get an opening pick. But that was really good play by the Turnbar to be able to kind of get that CC, keep the Reaper from staging too much and get that stagger.
Yeah, for sure here as that aggressive beat comes through. Everfrost just playing so aggro. Turnbar forced all the way back into 3rd point, but it doesn't matter because Sonder's here. Kills off Pepjin with that overclock. Looks for a couple more players over in main. Has to be peeled for by Evoxy with that Suzu, but at the end of the day, they're playing safe enough to the point where Everfrost can't really approach forward. Turnbar finds a stray kill onto Karma there, and now that allows Adderall to maybe just stabilize a little bit, especially with only 1 ult needing to be used.
Exactly. This part of the map and also the very final team fight are going to be absolutely crucial for Adderall here. If they're able to hold them, they've got 2 minutes 30 left. There's still quite a lot of time. We've still got a few team fights left in here for Everfrost. We got both Kitsune Rushes online. Turnbar almost has his Terror Surge. This is going to be a very interesting team fight as both Kitsune Rushes come out at the same time.
Strain gonna get caught out on the side here as well, right? Has to use that ice block so far away from the rest of the squad, but it actually buys time for Turnbar to find that kill onto Tekunu, looking for the Terror Surge as well. Finds 2, just dominates them there, and Turnbar is looking unstoppable on the Orisa.
Absolutely, that Orisa play is doing wonders for Adderall right now. He's gotten so many kills with a Terror Surge. I mean, I used to main Orisa. I don't think in like the 2 weeks that I played Orisa, I got as many kills with the Terror Surge as he's gotten in this one series so far. And we're only in the 2nd game, mostly.
Yeah, it's really looking like this Orisa pick. It's not meta by any means. It's not supposed to be good. But it really is paying dividends for Adderall. They're able to play so aggressive off the back of it, displace the enemy tank, and get Terror Surges like that. It is just impeccable stuff from Turnbar, who we thought of as a Roadhog 1 trick. So really showing their flexibility here as maybe a bit aggressive there. Ziff wants to let loose his grab, you can tell. Has to use that right click to try and get out of the Mei ult. Pepjin will end up falling there. The beat from Comex here allows Adderall to go aggressive now and clean up on the rest of the squad. So lovely Blizzard beat combination there from Adderall at the end of the day. Someone's on point though.
Oh, let's hope we don't get a C9 here. That could be dangerous. We saw a couple C9s in the series previously. They weren't on the side of Adderall though, but one thing we have failed to mention, Toasty, is Strain on the Mei. I was not expecting a Mei pick out of anything, but that was a really strong Mei ult there. Freezing Ziff, freezing. I believe he froze 2 people, and then with the sound barrier coming in as well, that really gave Adderall the edge they needed in that team fight. We've currently only got the Cassini Rush and the grab. Sonder just getting their overclock online. They're able to use that if they so please.
Akama's just getting bullied around by Timber. Just chased down across the side there, and 15 seconds remaining. Everfrost are gonna have to scramble to get back in time.
This could really be where Turnbar's CC comes into play. We could see Turnbar really kind of just stop them from even touching the point here if he uses his Terror Surge and his CC abilities correctly, as we're seeing right now!
Oh, close one. Doesn't quite prevent the touch, but you know what? It deals a fair bit of damage, forces down those cooldowns. Ziff really has to invest the grab here, I think, if they want to win this one out. Zorro, though, finds Strain, finds a Voxy, clean kills coming through from the Sojin, and that could be exactly what Everfrost ordered to try and get this win through. There we go, Ziff moves upon Sunder. No clutch to be had, as Zorro just barely clutches up in the nick of time.
Oh, wow. Incredible work by Ziff and Zorro there to combine their ultimates. Really using that railgun. That was almost an incredible play by Turnbar to keep that game alive. That almost won them. The game, Toasty. That Terror Surge, but unfortunately, they were able to touch with thankful use of Kiriko and Sojourn. Although I have to say, we did have a little bit of a mistake there by Tsukuno. He did kind of waste us to Xenia Rush a little bit towards the end of the fight. Turnbar goes down immediately!
Okay, that's a lot of damage. Get some flex tape for that one, Turnbar, because sent right back to the spawn room. Pepjin now around the side, just going to look for some extra kills, right? Puts a lot of damage onto screen there for Zorro to finish off, and if they can get a couple of stagger kills, that'd be clean, but I think they're out of luck here.
That really would be, but like we saw Adderall use in the first part of this match, Everfrost don't have the grab. So there's another team fight here, the Katsune Rush comes out. And, and there's an Echo with copying the Orisa. This is a very interesting pick.
Looking for an Orisa diff here, and the Terror Surge can actually be really good to group these players up for a potential Ziff grab. That is if they can get it online. There we go. Pepjin puts it down. A lot of damage coming through from that as Adderall. They need some healing. Sonder will end up going down, but they find 2 kills before they die. Sonder just barely clutching this one up right now. Everfrost need to make a play. Ziff can't get the kills though, and Zorro ends up falling. So that should be it here. You got the splitters coming through. No one to touch. And there we go. That's how map you predicted as Adderall break the streak here for Everfrost.
Incredible work by Adderall. I mean, this series is going to end up a lot closer than we expected, Toasty. I mean, you expected a 3-0, I expected a 3-1. But it's looking like this could go down to the wire. This is a best-of-5 series, ladies and gentlemen, and this is stepping up to be an absolutely incredible match so far. And just seeing the play of the game here, Pepjin with Death Blossom, really taking down everybody in sight. 4 kills with a Death Blossom, but even still, they couldn't quite take out Adderall with an absolutely incredible work on King's Row. And that means Everfrost are going to pick the map next in the 3rd game of this best-of-5 series.
Yeah.
What a match, Toasty.
Yeah, what a match. That's all you can really say here, because they are just going at each other, no holds barred, and at the end of the day, Everfrost dropping their first map of the tournament. I said this at the start, but it's never a good sign for them, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to be dropping a map in the finals when this is a team you 2-0'd previously. In fact, it was a 3-0, I think.
Yeah, it was a 3-0.
In the winners finals.
I didn't even clock that. This is the first map that Everfrost have dropped in the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's
so crucial. In the entirety of the tournament, guys, Everfrost have not dropped a map. Adderall have just taken that and stomped it into the ground. We could be seeing an upset here, Toasty, possibly. I don't want to call things too early. Yeah. I've got to say, I'm starting to get my hopes up a little bit. Turnbar on that Orisa was absolutely unstoppable.
And it really... It's off of the back of Turnbar. And we mentioned this player a lot, sort of in the previous matches, right? We've seen this player be great on the Roadhog. But this Orisa style that Turnbar has been showing has been something that Everfrost can't really adapt to. It's so good at displacing Ziff out of position when Ziff, I feel like, has been a good player for Everfrost, has been a really consistent player for Everfrost, right? We've seen what Ziff can do when they're given the space to perform, and it's really about Turnbar controlling that, making sure that these Everfrost players don't have individual space to pop off and really making it more of a team game.
Exactly. I mean, I think the real kicker for Turnbar's Orisa has been displacing Ziff. Getting those opening picks on the Ziff has been really just letting the jigsaws fall into place for Adderall. Really getting those team fights. I mean, this King's Row was definitely a good pick for the Orisa. Getting that close quarters, getting that displacement, getting the picks that you need, allowing Sonda and Scrain to do as they please. Especially the Mei. I was really surprised by the Mei pick, but it seemed to really work out for them. A good amount of blizzards coming in, a good amount of ice walls. They were really a nuisance for Everfrost, and they just didn't know how to deal with it.
And at the end of the day, Everfrost now, they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that have to adapt, because now the series is evened up. We're practically in a best of 3, so it really comes down to the wire here. Like, if you win 2 maps in a row, it's over at this point. So Everfrost don't have as much breathing room as they particularly would like, and I can't imagine their mental would be great either.
Exactly.
One really strong suit for them, again, it has been Zoro. And for both squads, I thought the Sojins would be really crucial to sort of coalesce around. But Sonda, no offense to Sonda, not in like a bad way or anything, has been having a quiet game purely because we've been focusing a lot more on the tanks of Ziff and Turnbar.
I mean, Turnbar has just been really showing up in force for this match. I mean, as good as Sonda is an amazing Sojon. Like, don't get us wrong. He's been getting picks after picks after picks. He's been really showing why he's in this team. But Turnbar has just been playing on an absolutely incredible level. And so is Ziff. And it's not... Also, another thing to mention, Tekuno, Evoxy, Tomex, Karma, amazing support players. I mean, we saw Karma on the Mercy. We're seeing a lot of off-meta picks, Toasty. I think these off-meta picks are really what's throwing Everfrost off. Because when you got the Mei, you've got the Orisa, you've got kind of a brawl comp. It's not... You're not equipped to deal with that when you're playing this game, right? Like, when you're at this level of the game, you expect to see certain heroes. You expect to see Zara. You expect to see Roadhog. You expect to see Sojourn. You expect to see D.Va. But then you come out with an Orisa and a Mei, and even a Mercy. And Symmetra Scrain's playing at the moment, apparently, on Eldorado. It's going crazy.
And this is really something I think Adderall... I think they took a little bit of inspiration from... I can't remember what Overwatch League team did this. Might have been Chengdu at some point, but they basically played the Orisa. They TP'd one of the players out up onto that high ground, like we just saw Turnbar do. Except in Overwatch League, no one came with them, and they fed their brains out. Which, in fairness, Adderall didn't really get much stock out of that play either. So
yeah, I mean, we're going to see Adderall on the offense starting out in Eldorado. This is Everfrost pick. Ziff going on the Winston is going to be great, as we were seeing. Really trying to take that on the Kiriko, but just doesn't quite do it. The Lucio heal's too strong. Pepjin goes down by Sonda. There's an opening pick from Sonda. That's what we needed, Toasty.
Well, it's from both Sojins as well here as Zoro answers back, finds another one onto Tomex as well. This is the thing, you need to control the space that Zoro has at the minute, and Turnbar can't do that effectively on a map like Dorado.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a really interesting map for Turnbar to play. Honestly, I think it might be better for him to come back onto the Roadhog for Eldorado. Because this is not, I don't think this is exactly a map that favors the Orisa. And as we're saying that, Sonda takes down Ziff. Pepjin almost goes down to Screen.
What on earth? Can I just mention, most of the kills, like 90% of the kills so far in this match out of like I think the 7 or 8 we've had, have been Sojins.
Yeah.
Like, most of them have been Sojins. No one is doing anything to contest Zoro or Sonda at the minute. They're just back and forth.
Yeah, I think if Adderall are able to contest Zoro, if they're able to take down Zoro, they're really going to have a much easier time winning these team fights. Because Zoro has really been the crux. As we've seen in Adderall, Turnbar being the crux of their team, I think Zoro really is the crux of the Everfrost team, the cornerstone of the
These overclocks up already as well, right? These two players have been the main ones getting the kills, so they've got these overclocks, and they both pop them. Zoro and Sonda not getting anything off of it. Instead, Pepjin just gets killed off in the neutral to the opposing Reaper. Scrain finds another one to Ziff as well, so should be a cap here for Adderall, as maybe the Orisa could be working out, especially since Ziff needs to engage somehow, but can't into an Orisa.
It really could. I mean, I was a little bit hesitant about the Orisa pick, but he takes down Zoro. They're going to have a lot of space to push that point as they take down Pepjin as well.
Yeah, clean kills, right? The stagger kills, and even look how far they're going. They're taking this high ground now, so they're going to the end of second point when the payload's not even started moving yet.
They're really just letting. I think there's a Voxy currently is just sitting on the point, letting it go. They're just going to. Screen coming with the death balls when he takes down Zoro. Great work by Screen.
Yeah, but maybe this is going to get punished because look at where Sonda is segmented off on the sideline. The Terror Surge, though, they find a bit of value. Takuno goes down, and Pepchin really has to clutch up now, put in the damage as Turnbar goes down, and that's exactly what you needed. Evoxy, by the way, that entire time was on the point, so a 4v5 being that close, it's still not clean from Everfrost.
Exactly. I mean, also, look how much distance they've got, Toasty. That they didn't need to win that team fight, in reality. They've already gotten halfway across the second point. Just by getting that aggressive, they didn't need to win that team fight. They were just holding them back so that Evoxy could really push the point.
Yep, and that's great because now they can get it underneath this bridge, under this underpass, and really start to move towards that final bit of the second point. They have a beat online as well here from Tomex. If this, for example, Death Blossom comes through, or some aggressive play is here from Everfrost. The beat comes through a little bit later. Sonda will end up falling. Adderall, I think, should take a swift and smart disengage here.
I believe so. That would definitely be the right play. Turnbar does not want to do that, though. The Kitsune Rush comes out from Everfrost. I don't know if it's entirely needed. That may be a little bit of an overcommitment by Everfrost. Adderall were already down one player. Like, Screen, no, that was my fault, apologies. Yeah, but they were already down one player. I don't know if they needed that Kitsune Rush, Toasty.
Maybe it's what Adderall wanted, though, is to take that teamfight aggressively, just move towards this point again, knowing that there's not many ultimates to stop it. And even though you trade Water beat for an ultimate there, it's still fine for Adderall. That being said, though, Zoro finds a kill with that overclock onto Tomex, so you don't even need that many ultimates if you're hitting shots like that. Turnbar still manages to find Pepchin on this side, looking to Javelin Spin Karma as well. Has his Terror Surge if they want to invest it here. This is just Orisa Gaming at its finest, as Suzu gonna get baited out there. Takuno almost goes down. Great swift step, but it still gets punished. Another Javelin Spin kill coming through from Turnbar as they are single-handedly carrying this fight.
An absolutely incredible fight from Turnbar there, keeping Adderall in the running, using the fortify. He's still alive somehow.
Yeah, hasn't died. It's getting healed back up by Evoxy and is completely fine.
Turnbar, all odds against him, almost his entire team dead like a doornail. He saw you ask him to disengage. He said no, and he kept fighting as he takes down Sif as well. The sound barrier coming out from Karma.
There's a reason that team name is Adderall, and it's because they're doing some, I think. They're definitely going crazy here, I have to say. This is just, like, how do they keep winning these fights when they're being aggressed onto this? Like, there's no real reason they should be winning these. It's just Turnbar gaming.
Turnbar is on another level right now. But think about this, is what I said, right? Turnbar is the crux of the Adderall team, whereas Zoro is the crux of the Everfrost. They've been routinely taking down Zoro after we've said this, and that's when they've been losing these fights. So if Adderall can keep the strategy up, but they're taking down Zoro, they're taking down Ziv, they can really be in the running to win the series.
Potentially, but don't get ahead of yourself here. It looks like Everfrost want to bite back a little bit as that Kitsune Rush allows Zoro to get a ton of value there in terms of the neutral. And they even force out the Death Blossom from Screen, which is really good.
Exactly. I just want to say, I'm just glad Turnbar's finally gone down. He's human. I mean, he had some.
Well, he's a robot.
I mean, true. But the player behind him is human. He can die. Like he finally went down in his next. An absolute textbook Death Blossom coming out there. Doesn't quite get the kill he needs. We saw him hiding there, just waiting for the opportunity to put that out. Great work there by Pepchin.
Yeah, I mean, they zone them away, but now Adderall just re-engaged, right? They don't care. That's an ultimate wasted there for Everfrost, and they're just going to push this payload, force Everfrost to engage onto them, as now the drop-down comes through from Ziff, but into the middle of the entirety of Adderall. It's looking a little bit dicey. Pepchin also goes down. A lovely headshot there from Zonda, and not even from the railgun. So Strain now up to the high ground, looking for Takuno towards the end, and Zonda, again, finds that kill. The railgun this time around to find that. It's all up to Primal Rage now from Ziff. I'm not sure how much it's going to get. You're into a Kitsune Rush with the Reaper just doing so much damage. And I think Adderall will end up completing this cap.
I think they will. They've 2.9 meters left, and that is all she wrote. Zoro trying desperately with that movement to get in. It doesn't quite work, though. That final team fight was absolutely insane, and they've still got a lot of time left on their clock. They've still got 24 seconds. if Everfrost do get the full completion, if they're able to get them into overtime, that's going to be a massive advantage for Adderall when it comes into the next part of this map.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I mean, regarding that attack for Adderall, there's only 2 words to describe it. Horse gaming. I mean, how on
Absolutely.
earth does Turnbar stay alive for that? I mean, we've talked about this enough. We've talked about Turnbar. We're going on about this player a lot, but it's because in so many of those situations, Turnbar was down to less than 100 HP and just wasn't dying. And that is down as well to Evoxy, to Tomex, right?
Absolutely.
Not only are the speed boosts there to make sure Turnbar's in and out with that ebb and flow, to make sure they're not falling when they're on 100 HP, Evoxy is always there with the Suzus to make sure those deaths don't come through in those near-death situations.
Absolutely, the Kiriko I think the Kiriko especially is showing wonders. Obviously, not disregarding Tomex at all. He's doing great with his healing. But Evoxy, those Suzus, like you said, they're coming in really clutch here for Turnbar. And Turnbar, because of these supports, he's able to just go buck wild. He can do whatever he wants because those supports are keeping him alive. And when he's fighting, especially if he's got the Fortify up, he's living through everything, as we saw when he took on all 5 of Everfrost by himself, and he somehow still survived because he was able to survive until Evoxy came through with the Suzu and kept him alive.
Yeah, exactly. I think Adderall, I think they found their style. They're just going to keep running it down on the Orisa, right? Especially on the defense here. It's going to be so good to control these high grounds and have them initially. Because before they had to fight for the high grounds or force Everfrost to low ground. Now they just sit here and wait for Everfrost to play onto them. And honestly, with the Orisa, the Reaper, it's going to be so hard for Ziff to get up there.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not entirely sure about Orisa being picked against D.Va. Obviously, D.Va does have the defense matrix, very strong ability, able to just mitigate damage, but Orisa does have damage mitigation too with the Javelin Spin, so it kind of balances out. Honestly, I'm not going to question anything Turnbar does anymore. Whether he's picked, even if he picks like Doomfist, I wouldn't mind it, because this guy is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Turnbar is our savior and our prophet, okay? You do not question Turnbar. It's, up to this high ground, going to start putting some pressure onto Karma in the back line, actually. So a bit of a flanking Orisa style here we got going on. As Boop comes through, Turnbar maybe getting punished, but does stay alive. Evoxy's there just in the nick of time to put in some of these healing Afudas and really keep Turnbar sustained in this front line. Ziff trying their best to contest Turnbar, however, as a bit of booster gameplay comes through there. Doesn't matter, Sonda gets a nice railgun to finish off that D-mech, and now Everfrost, they have to wait until that mech is back.
Absolutely. I mean, that D.Va is going to be, the tank is going to be imperative in any team fight. Turnbar focusing Zoro, like we said, taking down the crux of Everfrost. He doesn't quite get the kill he needs, but he does displace him off the high ground. But that crowd control is going to do wonders for Adderall, especially on defense.
And Sonda finds the kill onto Ziff, right, as they were about to remake. So, again, Everfrost just have to bide more time as 2 minutes are taken off the clock pretty quickly here. And that's half of the time. They need to engage with some ultimates here. They have that Kitsune rush and they're going to start with it. But look at Turnbar forcing them away, not allowing them to play aggressive off the back of it. Forces out Akuno Suzu and finds a lovely javelin onto Zoro. Turnbar is just dominating the opposition right now, and Strain is there assisting. Will end up falling towards sort of the tail end of his fight here. And I don't think Adderall can win this one out. It would take a really well-timed sound barrier from Tonex, I think. Especially with the pressure that can be put onto Turnbar here, but Zoro's overclock, I think, needs to be invested for Everfrost to really make some ground.
Absolutely. I mean, that was incredible work by Turnbar. We even saw Pekian have to copy onto the Kiriko to have an extra healer to keep their players alive. That's how much damage Turnbar was doing in that one fight. I mean, he took down Zoro. He went absolutely crazy. He just dived into the Kitsune Rush like it was nothing. This guy plays...
Sonda.
Sonda taking down Pekian and Karma, as you said. This is going incredible.
I wouldn't even be surprised to see a D-Mech onto Ziff here, which would be absolutely tragic at a minute remaining. That is what is on the time bank right now, and Everfrost, you know, it feels like they're slipping. It feels like they're starting to lose momentum, and it's not looking great for them.
Absolutely, they really are. I mean, we saw Everfrost coming into this title as the clear favorite, having not dropped the map. But now, they've only got 45 seconds left, and they still haven't captured the first point on El Dorado, the map that they picked. They picked this map, Toasty, because they thought they could win it. But Adderall are really stomping them into the ground. That's going to do damage to your mental. We're seeing Petra on the very Turnbar!
Turnbar, that is disgusting. And they're actually going to contest the sort of high ground around the side there to try and deny the res. Doesn't matter, it still comes through. As Ziff is doing a lot of work right now in pressuring out the back line, but Ziff might be left alone a little bit, will back off and give up a little bit of space. Adderall are going to have a re-engage here though, and guess what they have? This Death Blossom from Scrain. This could come up massive, especially if Tekuno gets caught with no Swift Step in hand. So, Turnbar flanking on the Orisa. Okay, so maybe going to be a bit of a concave push here, coming through towards the payload. Pepjin goes down, lovely railgun from Sunder, takes down the Borra and forces Armor out of position to try and res that. The Death Blossom is great from Scrain as it deals some damage to Terra Surge as well on the point, as there's a team kill coming through, and Everfrost, the chances of winning the finals are slipping from their grasp as Adderall move up to match points.
What play by Turnbar there? I'm still in shock from the Javelin onto the Pharah. What? That was nasty. And as we saw in the final fight there, Ziff going for a last chance hurrah with the Diva Bomb. But Turnbar had his Terra Surge up, and he's able to kill Baby Diva before the Diva Bomb goes off. So she can't remake after the Diva Bomb's gone off because she's dead. This has been incredible work by Turnbar. Screen and Sunder. Sunder's been doing great at taking a lot of picks. Like you said at the early start of this match, a lot of the kills were from the Sojourns. Sunder getting a lot of picks, and it's going to be. We're currently 2-1 for Adderall.
Yep, we are on match point. And that is incredible. Like, you thought this would be a 3-1, and it could potentially be a 3-1 in completely the opposite way. But listen up, folks, we are going to have a short break here. Just 3 or 4 minutes to sort of regain ourselves after the pretty inspirational Orisa gameplay we've just seen. So we will be back in a few minutes to bring you potentially the concluding map of this final. So stick around, you won't want to miss it.
See you later, guys.
Crumble!
Oh my
This is shocking, the system. Talk about a remix that descended from the heavens.
Give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock.
Welcome back, folks. I hope you are ready for potentially the concluding map of this Arena Open Division Grand Finals. We are going to have a bit of an upset here, potentially. Adderall are 2-1 against Everfrost, who haven't dropped a map all tourney until now. Adderall are revitalized, and I'm all here for it.
Absolutely. I mean, we thought our predictions were already insanely wrong, Toasty. You thought it would be 3-0 to Everfrost. Yeah. I thought it would be 3-1 to Everfrost, and we're currently 2-1 to Adderall. I mean, Turnbar especially has been showing up like no other. That Orisa, like the spear on the Pharaoh, I'm going to mention that again. The spear on the Pharaoh was absolutely insane. If you remember anything from this tournament, remember that bloody spear. Because, oh my, what incredible pick. And we've got things like Sonder coming out with amazing picks for the Sojourn. You've got Avoxy, amazing Suzus. Their team is really all shaping up right when they need to. They're getting this momentum, they're getting their good plays exactly when they need to at the final match in this tournament.
And that's the story here, right when they need to. They have taken, right, Adderall have taken a 3-0 to Everfrost in the past. They've lost 3-0 against Everfrost. And the fact that they've turned this around that much, to the point where Everfrost are looking lost. They've been swapping to compositions they do not look comfortable on. They've been playing some crazy Pharah stuff, like Kiriko Mercy, just trying to find something that sticks against this Orisa. And all we can really say is Turnbar Gaming, right? Because Turnbar is just dominating them.
I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm kind of like kicking a dead horse, trying to like focusing on one player too much, but what else can we focus on? I mean, honestly, if we talk about Everfrost for a second, we've got people like Zoro getting amazing picks, really being the crux of what they need to on Team Everfrost. You've got Ziff doing great tank work on the Winston. When it comes to the Diva, it seems like they're lacking a little bit. But then you hear, and then you hear Turnbar come out and just absolutely demolish people. I mean,
and I guarantee you right now, Ziff has some PTSD from the Javelin Spin. Like, that audio cue of the Javelin Spin going through, Ziff has heard that so many times, just forcing them into the enemy backline.
Absolutely.
It must be traumatizing at this point.
Honestly, it must be. I mean, I have to wonder if Turnbar ever played Lucio, or like mained Lucio possibly. Because the thing is, he's playing Orisa almost like a Reddit Lucio. He just kind of dives in. He doesn't care about his own health. He's just shooting at anything that moves. And he's doing everything. And also, Toasty, we've got it coming up on the left side of your screen now. We've got my personal favorite map, Lijiang Tower, which is going to be a control map, which I believe is going to be our first control map of the weekend. This is an incredible map. I love this map, honestly. You get so many good like rollouts from Lucio. You got boot potential if you got a Pharah and a Lucio, even Orisa. Honestly, top tier map. I'm very glad Everfrost chose this.
And we are setting some interesting records this weekend. First control map played, first map loss for Everfrost, first potential loss for Everfrost, and also on top of all this, we've got a prize pool on the line, sponsored by Community Gaming, your one-stop shop for all of your tournament needs. So make sure you check them out at communitygaming.io. Excellent stuff, honestly. They've helped us power this tournament, and it's been an excellent one so far.
Absolutely, and we're actually going to see a bit of a switch here in terms of Everfrost. They're bringing in Nelio. They're bringing back Nelio, which is going to be very interesting. Previously, they had Karma. They were ranked 319 as support this season. Karma, a great support player, but now they're bringing in Nelio. We don't have any notes on Nelio, but he has been in the tournament previously. Also, I will mention, Karma does go by they them. Apologies if we misgendered you at all during this tournament. That was completely my mistake. But they're doing really well. So it's going to be very interesting. We've got currently Scrain on the Sombra, which is a little bit of a different pick. We've got Sonder on the Symmetra, I don't believe
Just a
we're using
TPI,
channel
I
point
think.
redeems at the moment, although someone in the chat has said tell a joke.
Tell a joke.
What's...
Screen Sombra.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Screen. Didn't have to do you like that. But to be fair, the Sombra here, I feel like it's not going to get much value. You're playing against Sojourn Reaper here. It's just going to be aggressive play for Everfrost, recognizing there's nothing there to really supplement the turn bar in the front line, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if Strain can kind of... I think the idea of Strain to mitigate Kirito's Suzu and maybe even mitigate the movement from Sojourn, but oh my god!
Okay, Zoro, listen, I know you don't want to lose, but Christ almighty, have some mercy on this team. And it's just an excellent engage tactic now for Everfrost to just push into that white room and dominate the opposition. Adderall just going to get cleaned up on now after that first kill comes through. And again, it's because of that lack of frontline presence with turn bar.
Absolutely. I mean, Strain is now going back to the Reaper, which good. He does get staggered, unfortunately. But that was really that was an amazing headshot by Zoro there, really setting the tone for this map on Lijiang Tower. That could be maybe sending a message to Adderall there saying, we saw you in the first 2 maps and we don't like it.
Yep. And Everfrost really, I mean, that must give him at least a confidence boost going into this map, especially given the just massive boost that ult charge Zoro has now. They can overclock at any time they want, whereas Sonda's still building up to it. Kitsune and Rush is coming through from both sides here. Those will be a lot of neutral play for the time being, as if gets punished in the backline, and Ivixy is actually going to peel for turn bar there, so they won't get punished. Now Zoro comes through with the overclock, but turn bar just fortifies in the front line and completely just charges forward, dealing with Zoro. Great railgun comes through as well there from Zonda, a second one on top of it, and says, you know what, I can do it as well, Zoro. You're not the only Sojourn on the board right now. 3k coming through, and Sonda is back online.
Absolutely. I think that was definitely crucial by the turn dart to be able to mitigate that Sojourn. You saw, as soon as that overclock came out, he fortified, javelin spin, and he sent that javelin straight into the face of that Sojourn and took him down. That was very good work by Turnbar there to mitigate a very dangerous ult that is the overclock. We don't like seeing that being used because it can kill things like this with no team.
Well, speak of the overclock, we got to come through here from Sonda. Gonna get Primal Raged into the back though, as they're actually pooped off the map as well. Zip sends them into the drink, or the virtual drink anyways. It is a hologram, but you know what's going with the virtual fishies, why not? As if now trying to stay alive and get some more value in this team fight. Tekuno struggling to heal them all up, though actually Pepjin was the one stealing the heals from Zip there.
Oh, that may have been a bit of a miscommunication, a little bit of positioning error from Pepjin there, as Tekuno is desperately throwing heals towards Zip, but they just don't reach their target. The greedy mouth of Reaper noms them all up, staying the last one alive in that fight. And we're almost tied up, 60% for both teams here, 30.
Yep, for sure here. I mean, something has to be done here by Everfrost to try and take back control of this point and wrest it from Adderall, who, you know what, they actually get punished. Pepjin comes through with the Death Blossom there, and Screens gets shut down by Zip, so they're just fearlessly tasing the Reaper as they're using that Blossom, and now it'll just be a reset from Turnbar. Will get finished off by Pepjin, but yeah, lovely turn.
Yeah, as a more than that, it's just a really funny image, just an Orisa walking to their death. I love that. But that was incredible work by Everfrost to really take that back, and we're up to 75%. We're probably going to be at 80 by the time this teamfight starts. We're getting into danger territory. There aren't many teamfights left in this first round, Toasty.
Yeah,
this is going to be interesting.
There really will be no ultimates online other than Zoro's overclock, right? I think Tomex needs to stay alive, prioritize living to get that beat online. But Zoro already finds Zonda. That is a lovely kill coming through, as they're going to look for a couple more as well. Tomex is a target of choice, knowing that beat could be online. A great boot though, Tekuno goes off the map, and the beat comes through just in time here for Tomex's turn bar now. Gets to stay alive and build up towards this Terror Surge. We've seen them do wonders with this. Can they do it here? 98% and building as both Reapers now off the board. It's all about the ranged poke and damage coming through. Zip, Primal Rage into the backline, booped into the well. What is that? That is incredible stuff from Tomex as they get that boot through. Terror Surge now takes down Nelio, and Adderall turn it around.
Everfrost seem to have really switched around from what they used to be in Eldorado. They've really come in with some heat, getting up to 99%. Adderall cannot lose a team fight now. They lose one team fight and this round is over. We're up to 80%. We're probably going to be hitting about 85, 87 before Everfrost get a chance to fight. Maybe even hitting 90. But that Ziff, I believe Nelio is really showing him force and Sojourn! Sunder taking him down straight away!
Oh no, and Sunder now can build up towards his overclock, but it wouldn't even matter. No one can touch the point here for Everfrost. You're going to get an attempt from Pepchin there, but can barely get on it before they fall to the overclock here. Sunder looking to hit the shot onto Nelio, the last bastion to fall. And Adderall with an incredible turnaround midway through that round, and then just an excellent final fight there off the back of Sunder. They're feeling themselves, and you can tell.
Absolutely. I mean, they heard they could not lose a team fight, and Sunder came out of the woodwork, just headshotting Nelio straight away. I was about to say Nelio was really kind of showing up in force to keep Everfrost in this game, but Sunder straight away, and as we saw, Ziff almost did contest there, but we just missed it. There was actually a javelin from Turnbar that kept him away. He was very close to touching the point, but that javelin just booped him just out of reach. This is already shaping up to be a match of the series, Toasty.
A match of the series, real. But yeah, no, it really is an Adderall here. They're on match points, they're on map points. They could win it all right here and take that prize pool for themselves. So Everfrost need to adapt to still staying on this Winston composition. They're going to look to try and get engages onto Evoxy, onto Sunder, shut down these players, and actually a body shot railgun comes through there from Zorro onto Sunder, but it doesn't matter because it's not a headshot. You need those headshots if you're on the Sojourn. Ziff now going to jump into the air, try and get away from all the pressure, the ranged pressure that Turnbar's putting through on the Orisa. But right now, they have no engage tactics. Sunder just hits a lovely neutral headshot onto Zorro, and now Adderall will get that point cap and a couple of extra kills here probably as well if they can find them.
Yeah, if they can get a stagger, this will be really good for Adderall. It's looking like it might be Pepchin. Pepchin using the Wraith though, nice and tight, keeping away. Turnbar getting aggressive, as he usually does. Absolutely just keeping people away. And they're going to come in for another team right now. Top 8 goes down to Pepchin.
Yeah, bit of a positional error there, I have to say. Maybe too aggressive in the face of a Winston that can punish you in those situations. Zorro now says, you know what, I'm a Sojourn as well. I'm going to hit some shots, finds 2 in this team fight and swaps it around. So Everfrost will get on the board.
A good 32% though for Adderall to keep themselves alive, keep themselves going towards this map point. They're not the ones in danger, Toasty. It's Everfrost. If they lose this map, that is it. Done. Finito. And that'll be all she wrote. That $100 prize pool the first prize will be going towards Adderall if Everfrost can't get the offense that they need. And Strange going straight on the point.
Yeah, lovely rotation here, actually flipping the script so that they're on the defense, and Adderall, they love this situation because look at the damage the Scrain can put through, just blitzing it through, but still, Tekuno finds Scrain and the boot comes through there onto Tekuno, who actually gets back onto the map there. Sunder falls, and wow, I mean, that was a crazy team fight, and it's insane that Adderall didn't win that.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought Tekuno was gone there, but obviously Kiriko does have the wall climbing ability that her two brothers, Genji and Hanzo, do have as well. So that, I think that may have kept her alive there. Evoxy and Tekuno are both using the casino rushes there, but Everfrost do have 3 ultimates online so far. The sound beat, the split death was on the Everfrost. Zoro's going to use it.
Well, body blocked here by Turnbar, forcing them away and making sure that Everfrost doesn't get too much value, but look at the spaces created. Everfrost now gets some free percentage off of that, and actually some aggressive play here from Turnbar, probably looking for a Terror Surge into the back line here, finds the Lucio in the middle of it, couldn't Ajax it in time though, as Nelio saves the rest of their squad with that sound barrier, and Strain will end up going down to the Death Blossom, invested by Pepchin just for some cleanup, but maybe a little bit too far away from the action. Doesn't matter, the teamfight win still comes through here from Everfrost as they almost lose their Winston, but they just barely don't. And an extra stagger kill onto Turnbar is so crucial because 88% on board.
Kept alive by the skin of the teeth, 90%. This is going to be the last team fight of the series, ladies and gentlemen. Adderall may be scrambling to try and touch that point. That's why Turnbar is switching to the Hammond. The Wrecking Ball, that's a very interesting pick in the last thing.
Oh, Strain, Sunder! The DPS players once again here from Adderall clutching up in their time of need. The Wrecking Ball from Turnbar now going to look to try and disrupt the backline as Tekuno goes down. And Turnbar had an excellent pile drive combo to get that kill as they managed to flip it around. But they are on a suboptimal composition now.
Absolutely. I think they're going to actually run back to try and switch back into the Orisa, like we said, but this might give That might give Sojourn the opportunity to catch. If they're not careful, they got back on point just fine though. I think the crux there was taking down Nelio. Nelio has been really showing up with the Lucio. He's been doing great work. Taking down a Foxy!
Zoro hits a clean shot there onto a Voxy, and that is so crucial. They almost had the Kitsune rush online, but it doesn't matter, because Turnbar finds a lovely javelin throw in Sonder with the railgun, these long-range abilities. So good for Adderall, but it doesn't matter. It's a 3v3 now on the point as Turnbar ends up going down, and Pepjin looking to take down Sonder, who's just running for their life, turning tail, finally getting some healing from a Voxy here as Takuno ends up falling. There's still some contest here though from Everfrost as they're getting their players back in the nick of time. Scrain gets that Suzu now though from Evoxy and puts in the damage. Ziff goes down, Pepjin as well. And now we're in last fight territory potentially of the whole series.
How did Adderall win that fight? That looks like dead set in the hands of Everfrost. But the Scrain coming out of the woodwork, really just keeping things alive for Adderall. Enough time for Evoxy to get back, keeping Scrain alive. Enough time for Turnbar to bring up the Hammond to get back into the fight and keeping them alive.
Beat with Comics here is going to be so crucial though. Adderall need this to win the fight, and it's a little bit too late there. Scrain can't be kept alive now as Ziff looking for some pressure onto Sonder on the sideline. Evoxy though putting pressure onto Ziff, who's getting pulled all the way away from the point, but it doesn't matter because Nelio finds the boop onto Sonder, and actually Pepjin as well, just forcing this point control down, holding it down like a bastion, and there we go. It should be the flip coming back here for Everfrost now as they're not going down without a fight.
And we're down into overtime. It's ticking down, and Everfrost taking this second map of Lijiang Tower. What a map! This is turning out to be an incredible final. I mean, we've got to give it up to Everfrost. I think that roster switch onto Nelio is really doing work for them. But once again, Turnbar, Zoro, Sonder, all really showing up in a major way. We even saw Screen come out massively towards the back end of that map, keeping things alive for Adderall, keeping it away from Everfrost. Just before Everfrost able to kind of get in, get the boops they need, get the headshots they need, and that was all she wrote for that map.
This is the one that counts though, because this is
Absolutely.
map point for both sides now. Everfrost can either choose to get a match point going for themselves and bring this to a map 5, or they lose it all here. And they're on the map that works better for Turnbar on the Orisa here. Ziff has opted into this. They're opting into the mirror.
We haven't seen Ziff touch Orisa at any point during this one, I believe. Do correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. We'll have to see. This could be a bit of a disadvantage. Sonder taking down Nelio.
That is a lovely pick, and actually, it forces so much pressure onto Ziff now, who can't disengage freely without that Lucio speed boost, but Zoro is still going to play from the sideline here, playing from main, looking for any sort of railgun frag. Sonder just barely manages to dodge it though, as they don't hit one of their own, unfortunately, but the point cap goes the way of Adderall. Turnbar, maybe a little bit too far forward though, gets punished by Zoro. Nice railgun body shot there coming through, and they've got full control of the White Room now to just encompass the entire point. It's all about how much point control can really be scraped out of this, but Zoro making it look difficult to do even that.
Absolutely, that White Room, like you mentioned, is very strong if you're holding that point with a long-range character like Sojourn. There's not a lot you can do about it. Adderall did manage to count the point during that fight, so they are going to get 21% of the way through. A good little start foothold, but it's not enough to win. And now we're seeing Everfrost maybe take a page out of Turnbar's book, going on the offensive.
Takuno on the Baptiste, I think, has been quite a change up here for Everfrost in a good way as well. He can immortality Ziff and keep them alive in these situations where Turnbar wants to play aggro. Sonder goes down there to Zoro as well, just caught out by the Amp Matrix. And there's a lot of players assisting that one in the kill feed, you can see. Is a nice disruptive shot there will cut off Scrain's rotation towards the point. Still, Adderall are going to try and go for the flip, but I don't think they're really fated to get it.
I don't think so. I mean, Everfrost is really holding all the cards at the moment. They've got 3 ults. They've got that Terror Surge with the Sound Barrier and the Overclock with the Sojourn, whereas Adderall, they only have the Terror Surge. They do have the Overclock and the Death Blossom coming in soon, as does Everfrost with Pepjin's Death Blossom. Pepjin obviously very strong on the Reaper and that Death Blossom, but Takuno, he's on the Baptiste. That Amp Matrix could be really, really strong in a major way compared to the Sojourn.
Yeah, for sure, but look at the aggression. Adderall going to get into the back line here. The Terror Surge invested. 500% power on that, actually. It does so much damage to Ziff. They're on low HP already, as now Everfrost can't heal for that. Sonda finishes off the kill, and Adderall, they have their chance to get back in and turn this one around. An excellent Javelin spin to deny the Death Blossom from Hefjin, and Adderall barely puts this one up and managed to flip it.
Oh, amazing work by Tembar there. And not forgetting Sonda getting a 3k there, I believe. He took down Baptiste and Sojourn in the final areas of that fight. That was really good ult economy by Adderall there to keep that fight alive, because now Strain has the Death Blossom and Everfrost only have the Ant Matrix. So this is going to be really tough for Everfrost trying to come back in. When they've got characters like Reaper and Lucio, that Ant Matrix isn't too powerful. But then you pair it with the Sojourn and it really shows up. Strain almost going down.
Yeah, Adderall were playing so passive there, waiting for their moment to strike, and they actually use a Kitsune rush in order to do that. Now the Ant Matrix in response, so a bit of back and forth here as Adderall, they're just going to back off, let the Ant Matrix be wasted. Both flex supports using these ultimates. Ziff, though, out in the open, very much able to be punished at the minute. Turnbar's going to use a Javelin spin and force them away. Death Blossom into the back now from Strain as Takuno gets taken and down. And now we're in pretty much last fight territory for Adderall. They could take the series right here, the grand finals.
We could be. That was great work by Tembar there. Noticing the enemy Orisa was out of the way. The enemy Orisa was mispositioned. They were overextended. The Tembar really utilizing that, absolutely punishing it. Screen coming in with the Death Blossom in the back line. Screen takes down Ziff!
Oh, if Adderall go aggressive now, it's all over for Everfrost, but they're gonna play disciplined. They're not gonna chase up that kill. Gonna wait for Everfrost to rotate around the White Rune because they know that's gonna happen, and the Terror Surge could really throw a wrench in this plan. Around the back, Neilio is gonna get that point touch, but now Ziff on the Reinhardt just to try and get something done against Turnbar here. The beat in from the Tomek, it gives so much sustain as Takuno gets solo killed by Turnbar in the back line. Oh my word, Turnbar Orisa coming through at just the right time. The Reinhardt's gonna get pressured out. The Terror Surge doesn't find anything, but it doesn't need to because Zoro and Nelia were the last ones remaining. Gonna go down here, and Adderall, they take the upset victory in our grand finals against Everfrost. What a series.
Absolutely incredible work by Adderall. Congratulations to your grand finals champions. Takuno getting the play of the game there. Fair play to him. Like I said, Toasty, I just got it the wrong way around. 3-1. 3-1. I almost got it right. I just got the names wrong. But that was incredible. That was absolutely insane work. I mean, we saw Ziff going onto the Orisa. We saw him even touch Reinhardt towards the end there, trying to get a little bit of offense going, get that really high damage. But Turnbar's Orisa was just too much. He had amazing game sense. He really was able to kind of pick apart when players were out of position and really use that. And when he used that well, that's when everything kind of fell into place. I mean, I thought Neilio was going to kind of bring new life into Everfrost, maybe bring that up 2-2, get him game 5. Yeah. But even Neilio couldn't quite get what they needed to bring Adderall down. And that is what happened. 3-1 to Adderall. Toasty, one incredible series.
Absolutely insane, and there's no better grand finals I think we could have had here, right? Everfrost being dethroned from having no map losses the entire season, or sorry, the entire tournament long. We've had the upset, right? Adderall end up taking the entire thing as well off of the back of that. We've had the reverse prediction where it was a 3-1, but completely the wrong way around.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I think we just need to get Adderall's opinion on this. We're going to have Turnbar, the one, the only Orisa gamer, coming in here. Turnbar, how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, feeling very good, buddy. It's, yeah, you know, very excited to win. The team's properly gassed and pumped. So yeah, it's really, really good.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane match. I mean, especially from you, Turnbar. The Orisa gameplay, I mean, Orisa, obviously a very off-meta pick. But you were able to make it look meta. So how do you feel about your gameplay here during this match?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good for sure. You know, these guys play Hog in the game that we lost to them. We lost 3-0 earlier today. And, you know, I guess we were kind of forcing meta and you know, trying different things. But it just came down to it, and I just thought, you know, I'll just pick the one-trick pony that I play and see how it goes. And, yeah, it went pretty damn well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, again, congratulations on your win, of course, right? I mean, it worked out. The Orisa was just a massive crux of, I think, why you won that. especially against Everfrost, right? How does it feel to get that revenge victory on top of winning the Grand Finals and getting that community gaming sponsored prize pool?
Yeah, I mean, it all feels very good, of course. You know, we lost to them this morning. I woke up like 1 minute before the game started to my phone falling off my bed out of, you know, the vibrations from 200 messages from my teammates like, where are you? Where are you? So, you know, I always knew we'd win the game. I knew we'd win the tournament from the very get-go. It was just, you know, an extra hurdle in the works, but definitely feels very good to come on top.
I mean, it was a thoroughly deserved win. I mean, coming off of waking up 1 minute before the match, that'll be an amazing story if you did win that. But you obviously were very confident coming into it. You knew you were gonna take this, and it seems like you did, winning 3-1 against a team that had previously not even dropped a map in the entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, credit to all my teammates, you know, absolutely crazy. We've got one of the best Reaper players I've played with. Sonder on the Sojourn is just crazy, even though he was dropping to 60 FPS like all of this game and things, you know. Just some crazy players. Can't forget Tom X, you know, Ivoxy, just all too good. Gotta hand it to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in my opinion, right, I mean, we were talking about how your Orisa was getting so much value, and it was because of your support line, I feel, right? They were doing so well, especially in Dorado. There was a team fight where you were just on like less than 100 HP the entire time and just weren't dying because Avoxy was there. And you got to give a lot of credit to your teammates, right? I mean, they did great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's all very nice seeing me in the feed, you know, pushing the backlines and stuff. But yeah, definitely when I'm screaming at Ivoxy to keep me up, you know, it's definitely he's on the receiving end. So, you know, massive credit.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible. I mean, I honestly have no words. That was an amazing series. We couldn't have asked for a better grand final. I mean, how do you feel like your opponents played in this?
You know, I feel like the nice thing to say would be, you know, it's, you know, a nice fair game, but, you know, I feel like they just started flexing and you know, choosing different characters they'd never played before to try and counter it, and it wasn't working for them. And yeah, honestly, you know, we won by being the better team, I guess. You know, an absolute rollover, if I do say so myself, in the finals.
Okay, we got some heat coming through here. You know what? I respect it. Tournament's over. You beat them at their own game, and honestly, you can't get any hotter than that. Great stuff, honestly, Turnbar. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll let you go celebrate with your team now, because I'm sure you want to go revel in the money you've just earned, as well as the bragging rights of this win. So once again, congratulations.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thank you guys for being the casters. You know, really, really good effort from you. You know, cheers, fellas.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Have a good one, man.
All right. Well, MJ Smith, any final thoughts here before we finish up?
I mean, honestly, I think we've got to tell about our man of the match, Toasty.
We know who it is.
We know who it is. We've talked about him enough today, but you got to give it to Turnbar. Absolutely incredible work on the Orisa, the off-meta pick, the one-trick pony as he called it. Absolutely demolishing anything that came in his way. So give it up to Turnbar. Give it up to everyone on their team as well. Everyone on every team, especially. Give it up to Everfrost, all the other teams, House of Vikings, know all them. Give them all some love. It takes a lot to come out into a tournament and come and play. So
yeah, honestly, give it to everyone in the Arena 51 community as well. I mean, we've had, I say we, the tournament team, right, the sort of organizers, all that stuff, have had a blast of a time, I'm assuming, organizing the tournament, but it's probably been a bit of a stressful one, I have to admit. With sort of like, you know, backup casters and all that stuff. I mean, you're a backup caster and you came in, and it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, MJ. It's been a great one.
It's been great casting with you too, man. I've loved it. And obviously this series was a great one to start off with, my first cast for Arena 51. I mean, we had some incredible moments, right, Toasty? We've had the Pharah snipe. You've got like Ziff showing up on the Winston doing crazy. It's been an incredible run.
It really has, and of course we got to give great thanks to our producer Dan here, who has been carrying production throughout this entire tournament, doing a lot of good work here, honestly. You know, we talked about how that was an incredible series. Dan has witnessed every series, so big shout outs to our producer and observer, of course, and big shout outs to the tourney team as well, particularly Hellero, who I think has been doing, as well as iGeneral, who's been doing a lot of stuff in terms of the tournament stuff. But
100%.
That will be it for us today. So thank you all for coming along and watching. You chat, of course, are the most important of all for coming along, watching the tournament. I hope we entertained you, and that has been it. Adderall are your champions for the Arena Open SR division, and I hope you enjoyed. We will see you some other time.
See you later, guys. Have a good one.
Holy